ये recording में Okay, good morning, Malik. Hopefully everybody is doing good, and Asha करता हूँ कि you are doing good, man. Okay, you are doing good. So before starting anything about this particular CA final audit marathon or revision, whichever concept you tell, okay, few things I will just discuss it out on a particular front. First, basically, I always use a common words which are sort of a slang language, sometimes a slang language which is called toad or something like that, because that is I'm habitual with it. So it may happen that I'll be using some word toad, punter. Okay, so toad means it's something word whenever I use. Oh my God, this concept is toad. So what does it mean? It means that this concept is superb. So you need to take care about it. Toad means superb. Okay, that is something which a slang language. It is nothing to do with Hindi or something, but it is something which is I am habitual to it. So one word comes time, whenever I am discussing a toad, okay, you may think, what this particular person is saying. So that is particularly with respect to the concept of toad. That's superb. Secondly, okay, it is nothing when I'm starting with a keyword. Okay, I'll be starting everything, almost everything will be in English. Sometime it may happen because I'm coming from one of the environment which is where the Hindi culture was there. So it may happen some words come in Hindi, but don't worry, I'll be looking at you and automatically I'll come to know, and automatically transition phase will be there, but that will be only for single day. This is the first day. Okay. If you give me this all 5 days or maximum 1 day odd, 6 days. If you give me this all 40-45 hours, I bet the conceptual clarity with respect to your CA final audit, I'm discussing a CA final audit. Okay, the conceptual clarity with the CA final audit, application of the concepts. Okay, when we are discussing from question point of view, I bet you will be having a competitive advantage over others. At any point of time, okay, at any point of time, okay, there is no worry about asking the concepts, whether it is a revision batch or something like that. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm covering everything. Okay, there is nothing to do with any part of syllabus. I'll just discuss it out how we'll divide the concept of chapter, because the syllabus is new. The problem with the syllabus is this syllabus is first time everybody is attempting. So till November 23, okay, then May 24, what is the biggest difference? November 23, we were aware, okay, what can be the pattern of the examination, or what can be the questions which can be asked by the institute. Reason was simple, because the syllabus was there, existing syllabus was there of November 23, was since, okay, almost 5-6 years on. So it creates a pattern for you to create an understanding about that particular question to come in examination. But in May 24, we don't have any pattern. Basically, your examination will give me a pattern, which I'll be discussing in next batch. So to be very precise, here, if we discuss that only if we do some part of syllabus, we cover only some part of chapters, will we be successful? Probably yes, probably no. We can't be sure shot about it. To be very successful in May 24 attempt, you need to have one most important element to cover everything, because we are not sure about anything about the chapters. Okay, sir, this chapter will come, 100% this chapter will come, 100% this chapter will not come. This is not a sure shot guarantee for the particular point, unless until 4-5 attempts does not happen of this syllabus. So I do think, okay, you keep that particular mindset in this point. Okay, that we need to cover that particular syllabus from examination point of view. Okay, sir, any prerequisite when we are deciding or discussing about this particular batch? Okay, sir, any prerequisite? Prerequisite basically just basically it's a long duration batch. So first prerequisite is basically you need to sustain out yourself. Okay, don't worry about attending the lecture or something like that. Okay, that will ensure that you are not getting bored, because that is my work. That is my work. That is my task, to ensure that you can sit for long hours and with almost utmost enthusiasm with the understanding of content. I'm not discussing about that, but only about that patience you required, because you will be what we do in main batch or something like that, what we do in 30-35 days, we are doing in 5 to 6 days. So you need to understand that your two things are there. Your body need to understand, okay, that you are sitting for long hours, and your brain should understand you are accumulating all data in this next 5 to 6 days. So just make sure you understand your first prerequisite is this. You make sure you are coming in the class, you are sitting in the class, that's it. Activeness is my task. Don't worry about it. Okay, so activeness I'll be taking care of it. Don't worry about it. Secondly, just make sure you need to understand, because I am covering from a revision point of view. It doesn't mean that I am skipping some concept or something like that. What is the mean of revision? I'm covering everything. Then how the 100 hours concept we are covering in 40-45 hours? If I'm covering it all together in 100 hours in my main batch, if I'm covering in 45 hours, there would be something. Other than that, how the things are happening? So two things are there which are taking place. First thing, basically we are covering everything. Okay, but for each item, when I go in a main batch, I'll be discussing with 4-5 examples. But here I'll be discussing 1 example or 2 examples max to make sure you understand the concept. That is my agenda right now with respect to 4, 5 to 6 days. Okay, first thing. Secondly, with respect to your understanding, I'll be thoda sa relatively, thoda sa when I say it's a small part, relatively speed will be more in speed. So more in speed, I'm not going with a revision marathon or something like that. Marathon and revision, it's a combination, don't worry. So two things you need to take care of it. Okay, so make sure you are present in the class, or online voter attending, present in the class. Okay, so presenting. Okay, so you are completing that concept, everything together with me. And secondly, okay, when we are discussing about all elements of content, you just take care of understanding the speed. Okay, sir, which book will be using here? Okay, I'll be using one concept which is called TRB, which is again a third revision book. Okay, so that is third revision book that will be given to you. It's a compiled element of your module, which is a newly for May 24. Whatever module, whichever module of your May 24 is there, where new syllabus, that compiled one with revision part. So every revision element will be covered with respect to that book. So complete syllabus is covered in that book. Okay, so just we will be using that book. Okay, that is called third revision book. 800 pages syllabus, I try to concise in 250 pages almost. So complete syllabus in 250 pages. Again, I am not deleted any question or any question answer from your module as such. So this is something which you need to understand. The book is basically TRB, third revision book. Okay, so when we are discussing about 250 pages, so whenever I am on a particular page, I may be discussing some examples, I may be discussing something concept, I may be discussing something interlinking with other standards or something like that. You may have a habit or you may not have a habit, but you can try it out. Okay, so that while discussing, while understanding, okay, you can just, if you want, you can write down on that particular third revision book whatever examples I am discussing with you. There are two ways. Okay, you can write down directly on TRB, or you can have a stick notes or something like that, and you may stick on that and you may refer that particular point at a later stage. Okay, our examinations are 2 months down the line, not more than that. Okay, so basically after TRB, what you are doing a revision batch. Okay, mainly you just require a marathons and other things, revision lectures for refreshing the content. So my YouTube revision lectures will always be there, and which will be again starting with revision. Revision means, when I say revision, it will be 6 to 7 hours, something like that. This is something 40-45 hours we are discussing. Revision means only refreshing with the words to remember the answers. So that will be always available, which will be there probably something around mid of March or 20th of March on YouTube. Okay, but that will be a 3 days for 3 hours or 2.5 hours, where complete syllabus will be done. But that will be some part of English. But don't worry, okay, within 4-5 days, you will be so comfortable with my actions. Automatically, what I say, okay, you don't require anything. Actions speak much louder than words. So you will understand that all conceptual point. So, sir, after this batch, if I need to revise, what is an option available? So I told you after the batch, the revision is available, which will be there. Sir, will you be covering a questions banks here? See, covering a question bank will itself a big challenge, because question bank require itself a new batch. So question bank is not in 100 hours game also. Question bank is part of additional point. So my agenda, 2 things will be there. First agenda is we are covering a complete concept. Okay, and while explaining a concept, my habit is like this. Okay, within today's lecture, you will come to know. My habit is like this. Whatever I discuss with you, okay, I discuss in form of question only. Question bank only. Okay, you will come to know by the end of the lecture, and not a big deal. Okay, so whenever I discuss with you, whenever I interact with you, I'll be in more of question answer format only. When I'm discussing with you. So while you will be answering, okay, so you will be into that question format only. First thing. Secondly, if you want to focus again on question bank separately, okay, I've discussed the question bank of module. Okay, and few question bank I'll be discussing again. So probably something around, again I told you 15th of March or 25th of March, okay, something time, all question banks are available on YouTube also. So, but the question bank is not available in TRB, Code Revision Book, because in question bank also and everything also in 250 pages, ma kasam. Okay, you, ma kasam is, this is my, again, that tod ke saath mein, that one word comes again. Huh? So, that's exactly what our understanding should be. So, what is an out? Please understand the input of the batch, because then only you will get a maximum output. I can bet, okay, what about the understanding of the chapters, what about understanding about the audit and how to write the audit, okay, because one of the biggest problem with audit is we write a generalized content. We know everything, we know everything about audit, we think like this. And ultimately we write down everything, whatever we know, but which is a generalized content. So even in generalized content, it is not relevant at all. Okay. Whatever you studied, okay, within a 2-3 days, next 2-3 days, you will come to know, Marcus, whatever my knowledge of audit was there, it was hardly anything. How it would need to be applied, it's something different altogether. Okay. Sir, you may have done articleship in a firm where audit is there. So I'm having an auditing experience or something like that. See, understand two things you need to be very clear. First, what you done in practical does not have impact on theoretical. And second, what you do in theoretical, it does not have any logic in a practical life. So it's only about, okay, getting a theory knowledge and applying in real world when you go into outside world. That is a different element. So don't do other way around. Okay, just think what institute wants you to think. Don't think any extraordinarily, because the examiner, what examiner will be thinking, that is a major portion, you need to crack it out. Okay. First, okay, our target is understanding a concept. So make sure you are on that line first. Okay, you may be saying, sir, I am very conceptual clear and everything. Okay, let's discuss on after 2 days. After tomorrow's lecture, we'll discuss it out. Tomorrow end, at evening at 6 o'clock, we'll discuss it out. Whatever the position about today morning and after only 2 days. So conceptual clarity, just make sure your agenda is this. Because when the conceptual clarity is there, to write the answer will be coming. Okay, now what I told you to crack the questions. To crack the questions also, I told you, you just be interactive in the class. How much interactive you are in the class now, I bet you will be getting a maximum benefits. See, I will be doing the work because that is, I am passionate about doing whatever I want to do. Okay, I live my life, whatever I want to do, I will do that. Okay, but at the end of the day, okay, if I am putting some inputs for you, ultimately you are there, you are putting your inputs here. So if you need to get a maximum benefits, your main agenda should be to be interactive. Interactive means if I am discussing with you this content, this content, this content. Okay, put the logic. Okay, interact with me, revise with me. Revise, repeat the content with me. Okay, and at any point of time. Okay, again I am telling you. Okay, see, just understand one inherent limitation of the person. He has, last 2 months I was, 2.5 months I have been in one area. Before that I was in one area where English was there. But last 2.5 months I was in area. So there may come some Hindi word. Don't worry about that. I'm telling. Because that's only about fluency. But automatically in that 1 day odd, the things will crack. But it is not, the lecture is not in Hindi altogether. Okay. So to be very precise, to start with, so first of all, we are on same pattern, same point that what we will be achieving from this lecture. Make it sure you are understanding very clearly. First, we are very clear that our batch is based on concepts. Okay. Second, sir, question bank. I told you question bank I will not be covering, but indirectly you will be covering question bank. And if you have more hard work can be inserted by you. It's only more hard work and everybody can insert. Okay. If you can insert more hard work, okay, it's going home. Okay, it's doing the question bank. Sir, from where question bank can be referred? Module. Best part, start with module. Okay, complete the chapter in the class. Go home. Look at the question bank, you will come to know Marcus how to be applied. So that is an additional, by 6 days, 5 to 6 days odd, we can do it out, we can close it out. Okay. So we are on same paper or plate that what we will be serving it out, just be clear. What should be started or how it should be started is something different. But before that, one more point, okay, so you should be clear. Our paper is based on MCQ, 30 marks and 70 marks is theory. So, if you are conceptually clear in class, ma kasam, your, okay, 30 marks is in your hand, first thing. And out of 70 marks, which is require a mugging up also. Mugging, without mugging, see, our book examination is not an open book examination. Okay, our book, your paper 6 is open book examination. But this particular paper is not an open book examination. Yani means we need to write something in examination. We need to recall. We need to remember. So second process, that theoretical 70 marks, you try to cover in the class. Okay, try to do the efforts. Once that is done, okay, make sure you are understanding clearly. First target, keep in mind that your understanding should be clear. Once this is done, okay, the second part which we basically focus on, the other element can be of revising the content, which I told you, you can cover through a marathon to recall the content. Marathon means basically a complete marathon of 5, 6 hours, 7 hours altogether. 7 hours complete syllabus of auditor. Okay, 7 hours complete syllabus of audit to revise. Okay, all chapters. So imagine the things you need to put that. I am completed in 7 hours. I will be completing in 7 hours, but you should be able or capable to complete in 7 hours. So create that capability. So your 70 marks theory content, okay, to write the answer, you will be comfortable. And the third scenario which I told you, question bank, okay, so if you are capable, if you have a site to sit after the lecture also, sit it out, complete it out. You are done with the audit next 5 days. But okay, so if not, so don't worry. Okay, as I told you in March, you can watch it out, the lectures also which are on YouTube. Okay, with respect to the question bank also modules. Okay. Our batch timing right now, it is like on this only. We will be starting at 9 o'clock. Okay, something around 9 to 11:30 will continue. Then we'll take 15 minutes break. Okay, for tea or coffee or something like that. At 11:45 or 12, whatever the logic comes to an end. After we'll start again, we'll take it till 2 o'clock, and then we'll break about stomach food. Okay, and after food, okay, have a light food for next 5 days. Else, otherwise in classroom only. Okay, everything will happen. Ma kasam. Okay, so 4-5 days, 2 hours, 2 hours. From 2 to 2:45 we'll take a break, and 2:45 we'll start again the content. And again we'll take 5:30, which may agar apne ko laga, if we think out, so we can take a 10 minutes breakout for tea. This is our schedule. Okay, and on 4th day, okay, suppose the things are like this, that we can complete on 5th day by taking some 1-2 hours extra. We'll do then 4th and 5th day will be thoda sa extra. Else I think if require 4-5 hours extra, then one more day, that is the 6th day. This is how the things has been scheduled by me. Okay. So before starting an audit, okay, so before starting a content, basically I'll be starting right now in next 2 hours. You will be with me discussing only the standards ka linkage and every element. So right now there is no book required for you. Okay, so books will be there after break part, first break. So till first break, understand 2-3 elements, because those who have given the attempt also in past November 23 or before, okay, the syllabus is different. The scope is different. You may know the standard. You may know the standard. Ah, bhai, I have done this standard, sir. I have done the standard 700. I have done the standard 705. Modification of opinion. I know how to give the opinion. But the scope which was covering earlier and the scope which is covering in this May 24 syllabus is dramatically different, I am telling you. And it's a matter of 2 days. You will be having a hand on it. So make sure you understand very clearly what is the scope. First thing. Earlier, okay, I don't know what is the background of the institute about this. Okay, what is there in mind about that particular point, but this is very clear. Okay, they have included now various other standards also, like review standards, assurance standards, okay, related service standard. What are they? We'll discuss it out, don't worry. These standards have been included, okay, by the institute again. Special purpose framework standards, they have included again. You know, the syllabus, this syllabus which coming in May 24, okay, which is replacing November 23 syllabus, was actually a new syllabus in from May 18 onwards. May 18, the institute has launched new syllabus, and that was been replaced by May 24 syllabus. Yani the May 18 syllabus was there for almost approximately 6 years. Okay, before May 18, there was one more syllabus. Yani to be very precise, we'll discuss before May 18, syllabus 1. May 18 to May 23, November 23, syllabus 2, and May 24, syllabus 3. Syllabus 3, which right now they have included all other standards. Okay, you know these standards were deleted in syllabus 2 from syllabus 1. Yani all these standards, what you are studying right now, okay, which was not there in November 23, but they were there before in November 17 onwards. So in November 17, institute thought, no boss, these standards are not required because we are only doing an audit syllabus. Remove these standards. 23, they thought, no, we have done something wrong. Bring that back. So why, what is the logic behind removing, bringing back? Okay, we don't know, but the syllabus is like this. So if anybody is debating with me right now, so vast syllabus has been done, so many chapters, so many things newly added. Oh my God, boss, this was November 17 syllabus altogether. So there's nothing new as such what you are doing. Huh? You may be saying, Ma Kasam, I'm doing so much of hard work. Okay, compared to November 23, you are doing the hard work. But if you ask November 17, boss, these are the things which have been done. Okay, so don't discuss about the wholesome quantity of the syllabus. The quantity is again very good, but you need to understand that 25% of syllabus has been removed by institute as a name under the namesake of self-paced module. So your 8 papers has been reduced to 6 papers. So technically 25% syllabus has been reduced. Okay, but those who are giving both the groups, they will be knowing the pain of paper 6 actually now. They'll be knowing what need to be done in IBS. It's altogether a tremendous task of the institute. Okay, so to be very precise, please make it clear whatever the new chapters we are discussing, everything, this were there in. No, sir, so you are not nothing new. You are not. Oh my God, this is not the scenario. Okay, it's already done by other. Sir, had you studied that one? Okay, those standards when you gave C examination. No, man. I gave C examination 20 years back, man. I cleared 2005. So 2005 when I cleared, there was no standards on auditing only. Those standards what you are studying, there was only auditing and assurance standards, AAS, and 26 pages books is there. Your standards on auditing, you compile module books or my main book if you compile, it is a 800 pages book. 800 pages book only standards. My time 26 pages book was standard. So 20 years back the syllabus was dramatically different. When standard was introduced, the things were different. But you can close it out very clearly. Aram se man. So everyone, punter log. So let's start. Punter means you all. Punter. It's a casual word. Punter means my son is my son and my daughter. So my daughter is Ritika. So I always use the word punter. I don't use the word Ritika, come here. I say punter, come here. Punter, Telugu, I will not be able to communicate that word, but that is punter. Punter means you all, man. So first of all, after you become a CA, what are the options available with you? Okay, first I can do a practicing CA. Second, I can do a job. Third, I can start a business. Fourth, I can do a teaching. Fifth, I can become a YouTuber. Sixth, I can become an Instagrammer. Seventh, I can become a TikToker. There are multiple options available because right now the life is giving open-ended concepts here. But to be very precise, okay, we are or our ICI is more concerned when you are into a practice. If you enter into a practice, okay, most important question comes, okay, how many types of engagements are there? How many types of engagements are there which you can take? Okay, please be clear with these concepts as such. Okay, initially I'm telling you 2.5 hours we are with understanding concept. After that, once we enter into a chapter, we'll be in our speed. But first 2.5 hours, make sure you are developing that concept very clearly. Then only I can build that rapport. Huh? Unless until, I can't start with my speed with unknown people. Unknown, I'm not telling you unknown logic, but who is not knowing how the aura is set with the particular person. So first of all, how many types of engagement a chartered accountant can take? Again, I'm dealing with a practicing CA. I'm not dealing with a CA who is doing a service, a CA who is in teaching or something like that. If you need to, after becoming a CA, you need to open a practice. Okay, so you are opening your office and you are sitting in office, and what types of engagement you may take? Okay, so there are in all total 4 types of engagement. How many types of engagement, beta? 4 types of engagement. Okay, first engagement will be audit engagement. Second will be review engagement. Let's discuss this two first. Sir, what is an audit engagement? What is a review engagement? When I discuss with you as an audit engagement, please make sure audit engagement is a engagement where I'll be giving a reasonable assurance. Okay, so I'll be giving what assurance, beta? Reasonable assurance. Okay. So, sir, reasonable assurance means what? There are two elements. One is absolute assurance and one is reasonable assurance. Absolute assurance means guarantee, 100% guarantee. And reasonable assurance means high level of assurance, but not an absolute assurance. Reasonable assurance is not an absolute assurance, but it is again a high level of assurance. If absolute assurance, I am saying 100%. Okay, in reasonable assurance, I may be saying 97%. In reasonable assurance, I may be saying 90%. It may be anything which is a high level, but not a absolute. Okay. And review, we always give a limited assurance. Okay, a review, we always give which assurance? Now, question is, what is a limited assurance, sir? Okay, so three assurance words you have came across. One is absolute assurance, which is 100%. One is reasonable assurance, which is not a absolute, but a high level of assurance. Limited assurance is always a moderate assurance. It is a moderate assurance. When we discuss about moderate assurance, okay, understanding should be like this. Moderate assurance always goes with a negative opinion. Okay, so how we come to know that this is moderate assurance or something like that? Okay, so sir, in audit, we always obtain a reasonable assurance, which is a high level of assurance, maybe 90%, 95%, 80%. Okay, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to take is again a judgment of auditor. Okay, but in review, it is a moderate assurance. It may be something around 50%. Sir, can 70% be also a moderate assurance? Answer is yes. Please understand what is a moderate, okay, which we called as word limited now. So moderate and limited interpretation is same. If whenever I use the word moderate assurance or I use the word limited assurance, the answer is same. Limited does not mean 20%, 10%. Limited means moderate. Limited means moderate, but the wording is always used as limited. So, sir, what is a moderate ka percentage? It can be anything, percentage, 50%, 60%, anything, but less than reasonable assurance. How the assurance are going on, goes on in mind, please make it sure you are clear. Absolute assurance, 100%. Reasonable assurance, less than 100%. Limited assurance or moderate assurance, less than reasonable assurance. But aisa nahi hai ki 0, or it is not like that 10, 20. Okay, it is giving a confidence, but it is more than it's giving a confidence, but less than reasonable assurance. It is not having any risk as such. To be very precise, I can just discuss like this right now for your just discussion. Okay, basically when we do the audit engagement, I will always give like this opinion. I will say, okay, I have obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence that financial statements are true and fair. Whatever true and fair will be there or some other word will be there, we'll discuss it tomorrow, don't worry. But right now, true and fair. I will say financial statements are true and fair. I give a confidence. But I'm not giving a guarantee. I'm giving a confidence, reasonable assurance, high level of assurance. But in limited assurance, in this engagement, a green color which I am making it out. Okay, in this assurance, what I am discussing, okay, limited assurance or moderate assurance, I'll be discussing nothing came to my view which make me believe this is not correct. Okay, so whenever we give a limited assurance or moderate assurance, we say we did the work, but nothing came into my view which make me believe that it is not correct. This is what a difference between reasonable and limited assurance. So reasonable assurance, we always say, boss, I am confident. Rely on this. Rely on this. I am confident enough. But in limited assurance, I say, you can rely because whatever I did the review, nothing came in my view that which make me believe that it is not correct. Sir, how it is different then? So technically speaking, okay, so technically speaking, let's start like this. In audit engagement, we always use the procedures. Okay, we always use the procedures. The procedures are called audit procedures. Audit procedures are called audit procedures. Audit procedures, I am using some shortcut. Probably your intermediate knowledge or your final knowledge, whatever it may be. Okay, you may have used ICIR. Okay, I am using this shortcut. What is ICIR? I am just repeating this content. I means I will be doing inquiry. C means I will be doing confirmation. A means I am doing analytical procedure. Okay, I means I will be doing inspection. O means I will be doing observation. R means I will be doing reperformance. R means I will be doing recalculation. Something like that. ICIR, inquiry, confirmation, analytical procedure, inspection, observation, reperformance, recalculation. Okay, a brief. This is a refresher point. Okay, Basically, inquiry. I'll be inquiring with you. Oh, management. Okay, how you are doing this? What are the procedures? What are the things you are doing? What documents you are doing? Okay, how you authenticate documents? What are the segregation of duty? Who is a maker? Who is a checker? I'm doing the inquiry. Okay, how related party transactions are taken care of? How estimates are taken care of? Okay, that is something which I'll be doing inquiry. Confirmation. Management saying is my, suppose he's a management. Okay, his management means client, my client. Okay, he is management and he is saying he is having a data of 2 crore. Mr. X is a data of 2 crore. Now, whether Mr. X is there or not, how will I come to know? So, I will discuss, oh bhai, what I will do? I will send an email to Mr. X and ask Mr. X whether 2 crore is balance of your with this particular client or not. And he will reply to me. This is called confirmation. Analytical procedure. Analytical procedure is basically where we'll do the trend analysis, something like that. A kind of trend analysis. If you are aware of trend analysis, okay, example, we'll create a pattern. Suppose in 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, I received almost, suppose in 6th, I scored 60%. In 7th, I scored 58%. In 8th, I scored 55%. In 9th, I scored 62%. 10th, how much I will score? 10th, how much I will score? Okay, so logically, how much I will score? So you may say, sir, you may score something around 55 to 65. You may score about around 55 to 65. Now, technically speaking, okay, now you will ask me, Amit, how much you scored? I will tell by 60 marks I scored. You say, okay, Amit is correct because the range and Amit is correct. Okay, pattern is okay. But Amit is saying, I scored 85. Oh my God. Okay, you are about to range outside. How? Then you will come to me and investigate, inquire with me. Why you scored so much? What was the reason? This is what happens in analytical procedure. Inspection. I always do the documents ka inspection. Inspection means asking the documents. Okay, you are saying, acha, sales invoice. Okay, acha, you paid the salary to employees. Give me sales, payroll invoice or whatever wage slip, salary slip will be there. 26 AS, whatever TDS you have been able to give me that. Show me that. I'll check it out. Okay, date is proper, amount is proper, the person has been paid proper. Okay, this is called inspection. Inspection can also be done about inventory. Okay, suppose my client is having a cement factory. I'll go to the cement factory and I will check it out whether cement is there or stone is there. Okay, that is something which we can do inspection. The inspection can be done of documents also, assets also. And after that, observation is very technical point. Observation, you are not required to do anything. Client is doing something and you are observing. A best example, always intermediate knowledge you should have. The observation is taken care, okay, in inventory counting. 31st March. 31st March, whatever management does, okay, you observe whether he is doing the counting properly or not. That is called observation. Okay, do you think 31st March ko inventory counting should be there? Okay, the answer is yes, because balance sheet may you have the inventory count. Okay, now that inventory count, whatever amount inventory item they are suggesting, whether that is correct or not, that is called observation. They are counting, you are just simply observing. Okay, and you are making note of it. That is observation. Reperformance. Okay, who did the inventory counting? Management. Okay, now you are doing the reperforming that something. Whatever management want to do. Okay, whatever management has done, I am reperforming it. Example, management counted, okay, this area inventory was there and they counted 200 units are there. They put into sheet 200 units. I'll take this sheet, okay, I'll go and count whether it is 200 or not. Once again, this is nothing but reperformance. And one is recalculation. Depreciation calculation is done by management. I'll be asking a depreciation sheet, schedule. Okay, I'll be doing once again calculation. The calculation which has been done by management itself, I'll be doing again. That is called recalculation. So recalculation, okay, reperformance is basically, last two is basically whatever management has done, I'm doing it. Okay, this is something ICIR. Okay, these are the procedure which is used by whom? Auditor. These are the procedure which is used by whom? Auditor. I do think technically you are understanding the point. But reviewer, when we discuss about review, please make it sure you are clear, because tomorrow or day after tomorrow we'll be doing the review chapter. Okay, so in review we only do I plus AP. That's it. No other procedure in review. I plus AP means what is I? What is I? Inquiry. Okay, inspection, inquiry. And AP means analytical procedure. Yani here how many procedures were there? Here if you look out there, how many procedures were there? 7. ICIR is 7 procedures. And here how many procedures? 2. What are the 2 procedures? Inquiry and analytical procedure. See, listen carefully. I am inquiring with management. Inquiring. Okay, is this amount correct? Okay, how this you calculate this amount? What other point? Did you do the compliances with laws and regulation? Yes. Related party transaction disclose? Yes. Related party amount disclose? Yes. Okay. Estimates calculation, how did you do? That's it. This is what review. Okay. Only actually technically speaking in review we only should do inquiry. But why we are doing analytical procedure? Because when we do the inquiry, he says, example, okay, he says the calculation of estimates, he says provision for doubtful debts I did 10%. Okay, now I ask, why did you did the 10% provision for doubtful debts? Why not 15%? Why not 5%? It can be 15% also, it can be 25% also, it can be 5% also, it can be 1% also provision for doubtful debts. I'm asking, why didn't he do? So he is giving me some reason. Now please understand, okay, by doing analytical procedure, I can understand whether his reason is correct or not. Example, past I will check out for 5 years. Past 5 years, whatever provision for doubtful debts is given, technically put the logic. Past 5 years, analytical procedure, I am getting the percentage, and which is actually near about 10%. So whatever percentage he is after inquiring, he is telling me I am applying 10%. Okay, so technically, I do think you are getting the point. I can corroborate, okay, match with analytical procedure altogether. So analytical procedure, why we perform in review? We perform analytical procedure to ensure the outcome of inquiry which is done with the management is correct or not. Okay, yani to be very precise, we only do inquiry actually. Only to corroborate inquiry, we do analytical procedure. Now my question is, you do only inquiry, make sure you are understanding. How you calculate salary? Okay, he is giving me some data. That's it. Okay, that's it. I am not asking salary slip. In audit, we are asking salary slip. We are asking agreements of employee. We are asking policy procedures of employee. We are checking every detail. We will check registers of employee. In review, we don't do this. Arey sir, aisa kaisa, how you are doing this? You will not get a confidence. Arey mere bhai, this is not a reasonable assurance engagement. This is which engagement? Limited assurance. So this requires this much only. Okay, this much inquire. So ab now you can conclude now the link what I discussed with you 15 minutes before. Help me out. In audit, what opinion we give? Audit, we believe we have obtained sufficient appropriate audit evidence to say that financial statements are true and fair. So I obtained evidence. But in review, the evidence was so that nothing came into my mind that is not true and fair. So by doing inquiry, nothing came in my mind that ye correct nahi hai. Sir, what if you came a doubt that after doing inquiry and analytical procedure, so review standards will give na, you increase the scope then. You increase the scope. After inquiry and analytical procedure, suppose you are not getting a confidence, after doing inquiry and analytical procedure, you are not getting confidence. What do you do? Increase the scope. Okay, do confirmation also if you require. But that is only if you get a doubt. Unless until you don't get a doubt, you will not be doing anything else. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Everybody? Arey, hi, Anna. Yes or no? So two things are there. Okay, two things are there. One is audit and one is review. I do think you are certainly clear now with audit and review. So how many procedures are there in audit? 7. How many procedures are there in review? So which is less in scope? Review. Which is more in scope? So which will be having more assurance? Which will be having less assurance? That's the technical point. And therefore you will be having almost 38 standards here. Okay, and therefore you will have 2 standards here. So technically 2 standards, but that one standard itself will include everything. Huh? When you study the standard, you will come to know how the things are covered. Just make sure you are just clearly segregating the data. Concept is same, but segregation of data is required. Matlab, हाँ भाई, review में ऐसा होएगा. So first thing, these 2 things are clear at your end. Okay. Now please understand. Okay, when we are discussing these 2 elements, okay, this both are a assurance engagement. Both are which engagement, beta? For HFI. For HFI. Now what is HFI? Historical financial information. HFI is historical financial information. Both assurance engagement are for historical financial information. Acha, okay, मेरे को बताइए, tell me, okay, audit is which assurance engagement? Audit is which assurance engagement? Reasonable assurance. Review is which assurance engagement? Limited assurance. The other word for limited assurance? Moderate assurance. Limited bolo ya moderate bolo, the answer is same. Okay, in both the assurance, this assurance is on which? The assurance is on which? Historical financial information. Historical financial information. The assurance is on HFI. Historical financial information. Sir, what is the historical financial information? The financial information, the events or the transaction which have occurred in past, that is called historical financial information. Example, right now, suppose assume we are not in February 2024. Assume you are in, okay, discussing on the June 25. Now I'm telling you to give me the report on 1st April 23 to 31st March 24. Now when you are giving me an opinion, okay, on June 24, okay, on 1st April 23 to 31st March 24, the events which have occurred in past, it is called HFI. Historical financial information is basically transaction and events which has occurred in past. Okay, either you do audit or you do review, it is then occurred in past. But the technical problems comes here. Okay, the client comes into a picture. Okay, clients come into a picture. AC का problem है. AC. तो आप बे shift bench तो जैसा तो AC देख मतलब check it थोड़ी देर बाद मतलब after lunch में will नहीं because comfort zone be comfortable because अगर मानो पड़ा you are not comfortable with AC first, maximum time you will be in limited assurance, no assurance first. So AC का remote I'm not sure either. I'll just today one day I'll be getting to know the environment. Standard 315, understanding entity and its environment. So after that only we can do anything about the audit was here. So technically if you are comfortable you can shift it out if you want to shift the place. Whatever location, re-shifting, jaisa baithna, be comfortable bus. Okay. HFI is very important word. Now think about the other way around. Now suppose my client comes to me. Okay, again, what's your name? Ganesh. Ganesh comes to me and Ganesh says, sir, I prepared the financial statement from 24 to 29. Why? 24 to 29. Okay, why? Are you mad? No, sir. No, sir. That's not the scenario. We want a bank loan. Therefore, we have done the projections. Okay, I approach the bank, but bank is saying, do the audit of it. Okay, he comes to me. Okay, bole, sir, do the audit of it. मैं बोला यार, how audit can be done? Because unless and until audit can be done only for HFI, the events which has occurred in past. Suppose in projection he is writing salary, he would be incurring 2 crore. Are where he had incurred 2 crore? Okay, what salary slip kidhar hai? Where is the salary slip? I will not be having any evidences. So by Ganesh, it is not possible to do the audit of this. Tell the bank. So bole, but sir, bank is saying something to be done so that they can rely on this financial statement. So I told Ganesh, don't worry, I can give an assurance. I can give an, but not on figures. But not on, I will not give an assurance on figures, boss, Ganesh. Please understand, I will give an assurance on the assumptions on which figures are prepared. See, technically speaking, next 5 years preparation is done. It is directly a figure or it is based on assumptions. So I will comment on assumption is correct or not, or reasonable or not. I can comment that one. So he approached the bank. Bank says, yes, chalega. Some CA should sign. But if you want some sign of CA, okay, I don't know what assumption or no matter what is happening with us. I want some sign. So Ganesh approached me. Okay, sir, give an assurance on assumption. Now this is not an audit engagement. This is not a review engagement because audit and review happens only in HFI. So therefore, technically, this is your third engagement, which is says assurance engagement. Which engagement, beta? Assurance engagement. Arey sir, assurance engagement? Oh my God, sir, first 2 engagement were also assurance na. Arey, but these 2 were about HFI. Yani point to be noted. How many assurance engagement are there? Listen carefully. 3. One is audit engagement, one is review engagement, one is assurance engagement. But audit and review is of HFI assurance. Other than HFI, okay, it is a part of assurance engagement. In all 3 engagement, we give assurance. In all 3 engagement, we give assurance. In all 3 engagement, make it sure we give assurance. Sir, in assurance, which assurance we give? It can be reasonable assurance, it can be limited assurance, it can be moderate assurance, absolute assurance also. Doesn't matter, but I am not giving on HFI. I am not giving on HFI. Make it sure I am not giving on HFI. So, ye understanding, you should have this understanding very clearly. So, it means don't think like this only. That sir, we as a chartered accountant give reasonable assurance only on HFI, in audit only. Who told? Reasonable assurance can be given other than audit also. But that is audit engagement will not be there. That will be some other engagement. That is called which engagement? Assurance engagement. So example, assurance engagement, I gave the example, one example, which was the one example? Assurance engagement I am doing for PFI. PFI ka full form will be projected financial information. PFI का full form is projected financial information, PFI. Okay, so I do think everybody clear till here. I am giving more example of assurance, don't worry. Okay, and please make it sure you are not doing anything out of the syllabus. Everything is with syllabus only. Okay, and definitely bhai, already I am teaching 5 days. How will I go out of the syllabus? Okay, so pahla is to about syllabus, having so much of syllabus. So I am everything of syllabus, just make sure. So don't think that is only making him understanding, okay, nahi ye samjha to theek hai. Make sure you understand this very clearly, because this will help me to, okay, go with my speed then in chapters. Because if these backgrounds are not clear at your end, whatever I go, whatever I discuss with you, it will be a rational question and answer session then. To apply that question and answers, you need to have that particular logic of background. So PFI. So once again, my question is, how many assurance engagement are there with a chartered accountant? 3. Audit, review and assurance. Okay, so reasonable assurance is only in audit kya? No. Reasonable assurance can be in other element also, but for HFI, if you want reasonable assurance, Ganesh, for HFI, if you want reasonable assurance, I can do audit only, no other engagement. Okay, for HFI, if you want limited assurance, I can do only review. No other. This is exactly what should be discussion. Atma clear? Atma, soul. I know English point, but it's my wording. Soul. Body, inside one, something is there. Okay, what we say in Telugu, I forgot that. Atma ही बोलते. Atma clear? Atma Telugu में Atma ना? Atma. Okay. So bhai sahab, okay, so, what our discussion comes is one more point. Now please look at here. In audit, whenever we do in audit, now I am discussing some points of audit. Audit of HFI. When I do the audit of HFI, okay, whenever I do the audit of HFI, okay, I always go with the elements of discussion. In afternoon, I'll start with our audit discussions. Okay, when we start with the chapter. So whenever we do in audit, I do think you are aware that in audit we always do a TOC, test of control and substantive procedures. Technically speaking, okay, this example which I am creating, or the example which I am discussing is not to be written in examination. Therefore, this concept I always used as a OFU. OFU means only for understanding. OFU means only for, sir, means what? These are examples only. But don't write in examination. That particular examiner does not know this example. Okay, so he will create one more attempt. Okay, because of this example. So don't create an example. This is only for your understanding. Here is examples only. Now question is, what I am discussing is, you are doing audit of HFI. HFI means I discuss as FS. FS ka full form, financial statement. What all comes in financial statement, beta? Financial statement mein balance sheet, P&L, okay, cash flow, notes, and one more point is changes in equity. Everybody with me? Changes in equity. This file. Assume, I am again telling this, whatever I am right now discussing is a constant for next 4 days. 3 to 4 days. Constant. This example will be common. So I will not be changing this example again. So this all total, assume 300 items. How many items, beta? What is the meaning of 300 items? Example, salary is one item. Okay, sales is one item. Purchase is one item. Okay, inventory is one item. Fixed asset is one item. Okay, so share capital is one item. Reserves and surplus is one item. Creditors is one item. I got the point. So how much total items are there? All these 300 total items. Okay, all these 300 total items. Everybody clear, Malik, here? Okay, now in these 300 items, do you think we'll audit a same way for all 300? We'll do 100% audit? Doesn't make a sense at all. Intermediate you have studied, there was ILA, inherent limitation of audit. Because we do the audit on sampling basis. Okay, we can't do the 100% audit. It doesn't, I'm not discussing, देखो, 100% audit skip nahi karna hai. Okay, example, right now you're doing the 100% syllabus. You don't have any option. But in last attempt, there was no concept of 100% syllabus. Example, in May 25, when I'll be taking a batches, I'll be giving a filter content. Okay, so 100% audit, there may be a possibility, but there is a rare possibility. But think about the possibility when we do the audit of all 300 items. Okay, imagine in one item is sales. One item is 50,000 transaction. Purchase, okay, 28,000 transactions. All transactions need to be checked. Doesn't make a sense. So here we always use a audit based, that is called risk based approach. We use which approach, beta? Right now a basic understanding you should have. Risk based approach. Okay. And I do think, I'm not assuming that तुम्हारा internal knowledge बहुत भारी होगा. Your internal knowledge will be very good or something like that. But at least some basic raw format should be there. Risk based approach means what? In 300 items, where risk is more, I will audit more. Where risk is less, I will audit less. Are you getting the point? Okay, yani example. Okay, out of 300, 40 items are there where risk is more. 40 items are there where risk is more. Okay, so risk is more, I will do 100% audit in 40 items. Balance 260 items. Risk is less. Risk is not there. I have not used the word risk is not there. Risk is always there. But the risk is less. So I will be not doing a 100% audit. I will be doing a sampling audit. In some of the items, I will be doing more sample. In some of the items, I will be doing less sample. Am I clear? Okay. Now, in this risk-based audit, okay, when we are discussing about 300 items, make it sure you understand this clearly. Okay. So, for 40 and 260, 40, I use the word RMM. What is RMM ka full form? Risk of material misstatement. And in 260, RMM is less. Risk of material misstatement is less. Yani chances of material misstatement. When I am saying, okay, in 40, RMM is there. In 40, RMM is there. What I am interpreting, I am making a interpretation that in 40 items, there is a risk that it may be materially misstated. It may be wrong. Management is giving me X figure, it should be Y figure. In how many items? 48. In 260 items, there is no risk, yeah? Risk is not there, risk is there, but the risk is less. And from my assumption point of view, the things are very clear, okay, risk is less. Okay, so, okay, the chances that management giving an assertion, management giving an amount, okay, it will be wrong, it is less risk. But in 40 items, the management giving me an amount, okay, going wrong is high risk. So, in which item I will be doing more audit, Malik? In which I will be doing, taking more, acha, tell me out, okay, think logically, practically. In how many items I will be doing more audits, 100% examination? But in how many items I will be doing sampling? 260. Okay, in which item I will be putting a CAs with me? Okay, suppose I am a practicing CA. I am having CA employee also, I am having articles also. In which item will put a CA? 40. In which article will do? 260. Are you getting the point? Okay. In which more DSR is required? DSR, short form hai. Direction, supervision, review. Direction is required, supervision is required, review is required. 40. In which DSR is okay, 260. In which experts may be required? 40. In which experts are less required? Are you getting the point? This is how the division happens. But the question is back to square, how this division is done. The question is back to square, how this division is done. So to do the division, we always use the standard that is called SA 315. Which standard, beta? 315. 15 minutes, after 10, 15, 30, we'll be starting a list of standard. That time we'll come to know. But SA 315 is there, which will be creating this. Sir, what it suggests? It suggests focus on TOC first. Focus on TOC. Sir, what is a TOC? Test of controls. It says test of controls. Example to be very precise. Example, simple example for you. Okay, think logically. Suppose here Pawan is there or Huli is there. Huli is my punter from Mumbai. Okay, he is my right hand. Okay, if you kidnap him, everything about me is known. Okay, so the Huli is there and Pawan, the guy who is standing here from Hyderabad. So suppose Huli is standing here and he is checking the receipt because the person who paid the fees will be entering in this classroom. The person who didn't pay the fees will not be entering in this classroom. So Huli is standing here. Technically speaking, put this logic, apply this logic. Huli is standing. Is Huli a control? Huli is person name. It's not my short form. His name is Hulakanti. His name is Hulakanti. So I always use the word Huli. So Huli is standing there. My question, is Huli a control? Everybody. Online patter log, I do think everybody is getting the point. Huh? Okay, do comment bhai. Malum pade, I'm dikh raha, but bahut dur dikh raha. Okay. So my question, is Huli a control? Huli a control or not control? Control. Okay. Now think, okay, one example, Huli is checking a receipt correctly. Every time he is standing there checking a receipt and only allowing the person who is paid the fees and not allowing any other person. Okay, control are good or not? Control are effective or not? Control are effective. Okay, now tell me the chances of material misstatement. That's it. 260. Okay, you need to check TOC for 300 items. You check TOC for 300 items. All items you will check TOC. For sales, how you do the work? Okay, tell me. Give me your policy procedures. Okay, so who is the person who is doing? Okay, he is the person. Okay, he is the person. He is the person. Okay. After that, okay, they are checking. Okay, good. Okay, how the salary is processed? Madam processing salary. Ma kasam, fraud can be done immediately. But if madam is downloading the salary, then the madam is checking that data, then madam is compiling the data, and then the payment is done. The controls are good. So, where RMM is there? In first situation or second situation? First. So, if the first situation is there, only one person is there, no segregation of duties, no maker checker, no internal controls, no checking, no control checkpoints. Boss, that will be in which item? 260. 40. And if everything is done superbly, then the item will be in 260. This is what 315 says us. So, to be very precise, I do think everybody clear with this point? So, how we proceed with audit also background, I do think background understood. So, our example is always 300 items will be there. How many items? And how many are RMM? 40. How many are less RMM? 260. How we need to audit it? You are knowing that background clearly. We'll be using this base only every time. But don't write this shit in examination. Okay, so any example while writing essay 315. Okay, boss, imagine examiner, you have 300 items in balance sheet and everything. Imagine 40 items, no balance sheet will imagine if you don't get the marks. What will happen? Imagine if you don't get the marks or I give the less mark. Only imagination will happen. Okay, so don't create this imagination in. See, understand. Okay, my agenda is very clear. By understanding concept, what will happen? Okay, why I told you in the morning also. Okay. Even if you do fakeology means writing anything without reading also, I bet, after 5 days also or next 2 days, okay, I am telling you, whatever you will be writing now, you will be writing a relevant content. So, writing a relevant content, okay, you just need to polish that. Polish with the book, that's it. You are done with the examination. And you may be thinking, sir, to score a 40 is itself a challenge. I bet, okay, after 5 days we will discuss. Not right now, okay. It will be easy to score exemptions also, but the only thing is your presence of mind is required. Question crack करना है वो question एक तो first time question क्या what question is saying my god, oh my god, I am unable, because you are not linking everything, you are not integrating everything. Integrate, then only you will come to know. But coming back to the point, I do think everybody clearly here. Okay, now this example I taught of audit, and I am discussing about assurance. Audit and assurance both are different, na? I told you engagement. What is an assurance engagement? Other than HFI. Acha, audit engagement can be done only for HFI. If it is not HFI, audit cannot be done. If it is HFI, then only audit can be done. Are you getting the point? Okay, audit can be done only for HFI. If other things are there, you can't do audit, but you can do assurance. So right now I am in assurance. Coming back to the assurance again. Assurance. Sir, you taught again which may audit and assurance. Why? My point, my wish. Okay, listen carefully. Suppose Ganesh is our client. Okay, sir, who is the auditor? PwC is auditor of Ganesh. My God. Now my question, Ganesh is having how many items in balance sheet, P&L, everything? 300. Out of 300, okay, do you think PwC will do 300 all equal audit? No. So PwC will dividing 40 and 260. Everybody clear? But to divide 40 and 260, PwC should be aware about PwC, TOC means PwC should be aware about controls. Now the biggest challenge here is, okay, what discussion comes here like this, listen carefully. Ganesh has outsourced the control to one company that is called Capgemini. Capgemini is one company which is doing the salary calculation for Ganesh. Are you getting the point? Yani salary calculation is not done by Ganesh. What I discussed few minutes back, madam is doing, woman empowerment. Okay, madam is doing everything. Okay, is taking care of it. Please put that logic. Boss, if everything is done at Ganesh location, I can check the TOC. But Ganesh says, no boss, I don't want to put any employee. This all magajmari I don't want. Magajmari means headache. I don't want headache this at my end. I will outsource to Capgemini. Capgemini is organization which is doing everything for every person. So Ganesh approach Capgemini, told Capgemini, please calculate salary for me. Please. Capgemini bolo, okay, no problem. Okay, charges some amount, outsourcing. Okay, so now my question is, salary calculation is done by whom? So my question is PwC. Okay, मेरे को बताओ for PwC salary will be part of 260 or 240? 260 or 40? How? Who told outsourcing is only 40? If 40 and 260 is not based on outsourcing. I told you it's based on controls. Okay, can't in Capgemini, can there be no controls? Can there be controls or no controls? Controls can be there, na? So why you are putting in 40? Controls can be there, everything can be there. But the problem is, now the PwC wants to go to Capgemini. Now PwC approach Capgemini, ask Capgemini, my client Ganesh salary is processed by you. I want to come at your place, I want to check the TOC. Capgemini says, like Ganesh, I have 1760 client, 1760 client. हम हिंदी में we say 1760. 1760 client. For all client auditor, if I allow, complete year I will be doing audit only. What are you discussing? I can't permit PwC. तो बोले फिर PwC बोलेगा, फिर PwC comes to Ganesh. Oh Ganesh, what your Capgemini is not giving. How will I get a confidence? I will give modified opinion. Oh Ganesh, no, wait. Capgemini को बात किया. Capgemini बोला देखो. Okay, Capgemini saying Ganesh. Okay, please listen carefully. I will ensure something to be done. Do something. Ganesh says Capgemini ko. So what? Capgemini approach KPMG. Okay, ask KPMG. KPMG, please do one thing. Come to my place, check the controls, and give the assurance report only on controls. Please make it sure you are understanding very clearly. KPMG is not the Capgemini auditor. Capgemini ka financial statement auditor is somebody else. Example E&Y. All big four are here. Okay, Capgemini financial auditor is EY. Are you getting the point? Capgemini auditor is EY. Okay, that is nothing to do with this point, what we are discussing. Capgemini approaching to KPMG and saying, I am having my clients, they are not getting confidence, they want their auditor to come here. Better the option, you give some report to us, you give assurance on our control, and we will give this report to PwC. Hey, go there, don't come to me like this. This approach will be there. So KPMG says, okay, let me check whether I can accept such engagement. So first of all, is this HFI? No. This is HFI? No. So audit cannot be done, review cannot be done. Can this be taken as assurance? Yes. So here this engagement is nothing but an assurance engagement. Are you getting the point? This engagement, Capgemini is taking which engagement? Assurance engagement. Yeah, assurance engagement hai. Assurance. But this is not an audit and review. So it will be in assurance. Okay, and help me out. Now, if you understood this example very clearly, okay, I do think, okay, now tell me, KPMG will give report to whom? Capgemini. Capgemini will give report to? Okay, PwC. Are you getting the point? Okay, my question is, can PwC use this report? Yes. Now, to use whether PwC can use this report or not, okay, PwC need to focus one standard, that is called SA 402. Okay, and the Capgemini will issue the report under the standard SAE 3402. Okay, so yani Capgemini will putting a standards on assurance engagement, giving a report on SAE 3402, and that report will be used by a statutory auditor of that client under the head 402. This is how the standards, how it works. So, but both are, because PwC is a statutory auditor, na? So make sure you are understanding this way. So in this case, what I can close, first, assurance engagement can be done for PFI. PFI ka full form? Projected financial information. Second, it can also give a service organization controls ka confidence. What is the word of service organization? Did you understand service organization, everyone? What is the service organization? Who is the service organization here? Capgemini. Because he is giving services. He is giving services to whom? Ganesh. Ganesh is using the services of Capgemini. So service organization controls. So service organization controls. Everybody clear? Okay. One more example for assurance. Then we'll close the assurance engagements. So our 3 engagements, I do think now technically clear. So whenever I ask next 5 days, you be very clear, and next life, throughout the life. A chartered accountant, we are a chartered accountant. We'll be chartered accountant, man, soon. So we should be very clear. How many engagements can be there for assurance? 3. It is not only audit as assurance engagement. Audit is there, review is there. Any other assurance than HFI? Okay. Are you getting the point? Acha, everybody, nevertheless, new chapter has been inserted. ESG. I do think you have heard ESG, environmental, social, governance. Are you taking care of climate? Some place the ice is melting, man, and your sea level is increasing here. Have you heard? You are aware about this jokes, na? Okay, Himalaya somewhere ice is melting and our sea level is increasing. So our land boundary is going in sea, and we are everything is sea one time, and we swim. Okay, jokes apart, I always have a humor in my point discussion. So don't, sir, how you are commenting on climate? Okay, will not create a crime patrol here. One of next week crime patrol. One professor from Mumbai came to Hyderabad. Okay, a student killed him. So nevertheless, okay, the point is that, okay, when we are discussing about environmental point, one Ganesh is now taking care of governance, taking care of environment also. Not CSR. I am not discussing about CSR. CSR is something different. Environmental goals are something different. He is taking care of environment. Okay, and he want to give that assurance report to stakeholders. Or stakeholders, or shareholders saying, oh bhai Ganesh, all stakeholders go, dekho, when the confidence is increased of the stakeholders, when the company is doing something well, but company is not only profit making company, it is about also environment making company. If you are on Instagram or something like that recently, or on any social media, you will come to know the Reliance Anant Ambani, what has done about the animals and other things. Last 2-3 days, everything has been viral. Okay, even his lifestyle is becoming viral. What he has done for animal, now he is, they both are brothers, they are like Ram and Lakshman. Okay, the one video is surfacing like that. Okay, he is saying, no. Arey bhai, he was like this only earlier, but you are not interested. But as soon as he took care of social things, okay, technically speaking, tell me, okay, Reliance and Tata, okay, if I discuss about anything about a society, who comes first? Baat khatam. Now Reliance, the strategy wise. This is what exactly a strategy of any organization. Okay, to have a faith, okay, to have a goodwill in the terms of many elements. Tata does have its own reputation about working for a society, which was not there. Reliance is now entering into that area now. So now, from now onwards, now your perception, mind perception will be, oh my God, Reliance is not taking care only of shareholders. Reliance is taking care of society, which is, if Tata is taking care of cancer patients, it is taking care of animals and other animals. I am just discussing one narration. Now tell me, who will ensure this has been done very correctly? Okay, they are coming to us, okay, the chartered accountant, and they are saying, give assurance on this, we have done correctly, and give the report to stakeholders. Can this be done? Assurance. Okay, assurance engagement, you have a report. Okay, factories are leaving carbon oxide. Factories, pollution. Pollution is basically net carbon zero karna. Their objective is net carbon zero. Now what is the net carbon zero is something scientific term, but you can understand that if they are sending a carbon dioxide outside to environment, they are ensuring they are also generating oxygen to absorb that carbon dioxide. Planting trees will be only one element, there are multiple elements, but they are doing that one. So this is something, an area where this assurance engagement comes into picture, and very new area, very niche area. I am telling you, if your objective is practicing CA, I am telling you, get expertise in ESG. Once you become a chartered accountant, you will be getting this assurance engagement. These are traditional work, audit and review here. Traditional HFI. Okay, those who are masters. Doing this work is okay. I am not denying the fact. Tomorrow, help me out. Audit, if today it is compulsory in company law. What if from tomorrow onwards, company law say audit is not compulsory, optional? All CA paying go here. It will be a big challenge for CAs. Then how you will ensure that you are workable every time? Because right now you are dependent on compliances. What if compliances tomorrow is less reduced or reduced? Okay, anyway, suggestion was NEFRA was there. Earlier that NEFRA was NEFRA National Financial Reporting Authority was suggesting that reduce the audit of the company whose turnover is 100 crore or paid up share capital is 10 crore. Okay, remove them from compulsion audit. Right now, every company need to go through audit. Imagine our maximum companies in country is of that 100 crore slab. All audit gone. Where the traditional firms is basically grabbing an opportunity. So other way around. It is not focus on opportunities in environment rather than only focusing on this point. This is traditional. If you are intending to practice, I'm telling you, this can be a niche area, an ESG, net carbon zero, expertise in that area, matlab zabardast hai. And that chapter is included in your syllabus now. ESG wala. Not complete syllabus, it's only an overview to you because it's only understanding that this is a niche area, but this is something area, assurance engagement. Acha, do we issue a prospectus for IPO and FPO? What is IPO, FPO? Initial public offering, further public offering. In IPO, FPO prospectus, do we need to include financial information? Now the financial information, who will tell who to include? Intermediate knowledge, if at all you have, it's okay, nahi to chodo, swaha. Okay. The logic was that if you have studied in intermediate, section 25 was there, prospectus should be dated, signed, 25 Companies Act. Dated, signed, it should include financial information. It should also include the financial information which is mentioned by SEBI. Our SEBI have one guideline which suggests if you are issuing a prospectus for IPO, FPO to do the amalgamation and mergers. To do amalgamation and mergers. Yani suppose company A Limited want to acquire company B Limited. To acquire this, he need to pay to their shareholders. For that, A require money. A initiated prospectus for IPO. SEBI suggests, SEBI give the compliances. If you are going with this, you always, give a pro forma information. Pro forma information. What is the pro forma information? Example, your financial statements plus the events and transaction which are taking place here after merger acquisition, this event and transaction will accumulate here. Yani example, your sales was 100 crore, the B Limited sale was 50 crore. Now tell me, after 1 year, now your sales should be 150 crore. Okay, SEBI suggest, then whenever you are going for a IPO and you are going with merger acquisition, in your prospectus, you will put pro forma financial information, which is basically your financial statement merge with events and transaction of acquiring company. Which company? Acquiring. Are you getting the point? Example clear hai? Everybody? Okay. Merge this and suggest how it will look after 6 months. How it will look after 1 year. When you are giving everyone, you are asking money, tell them, your money will be invested in this and this is how our balance sheet will look. And that is called pro forma. Acha, had you heard about the word pro forma earlier? Pro forma? Had you heard the word pro forma? Pro forma. Suppose I need to purchase a car and I want to take a loan. I go to a car showroom. Okay, I will ask for pro forma invoice. Pro forma invoice means how much the things will do. Same logic. Okay, pro forma. Pro forma is not an actual. Projections, how much estimates will be there. So this pro forma. Now SEBI suggests this should be get an assurance. Get assurance on this and then publish in prospectus. Now prospectus, the company which is issuing prospectus, suppose Ganesh is issuing prospectus. Ganesh approached to me and asked, Are Amit, this is the pro forma financial information. Pro forma means samjha? Pro forma means a financial information of my company and transaction events of acquiring company merged together in a future date. That is pro forma. Yani projections here. But the projections are with only acquire and acquiring company. Projections is not my alone. Are you getting the point? Everybody. So projections here. So this engagement, he comes to me and says, please give an assurance. Can I give the assurance? Yes. Under which head? I do think understood now. The assurance may, I told you multiple example, but just make sure you remember this 3 example together wise. What are the 3 example which we have discussed? Projected financial information, service organization control, pro forma financial information. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay, there can be other, now please fit in 3 points. Any person comes to you and asks for assurance. Assurance means confidence. Okay, you need to fit into 3. How you will fit into 3? First, whether it is HFI. If answer is yes, then it can be either audit or review, depending on assurance. How much assurance you require. If it is not in HFI, assurance. That's how the things will work. I do think everybody clear, Malik? Okay. Are you aware about fundamental principles of a CA or auditor, what you studied in intermediate? Every auditor, auditor I am discussing, but this is what applicable to CA because we have a code of ethics also in our syllabus. 5 fundamental principles. You should maintain confidentiality. You will not be sharing the client information. You need to maintain integrity, siddhant, okay, your ethics. You need to maintain objectivity. Biasness should be avoided. You need to be professional behavior and you need to be professionally competent. Confidentiality, integrity, objectivity, professional behavior, professional competence. Everybody clear? Everybody clear? 5 points. ये points है, ये principle है. Along with fundamental principles, you need to ensure independence also. Independence of two types. One is independence in appearance and one is independence of mind. Independence in appearance is basically what company law you have studied can be a best example to understand. Example, can I be a shareholder of company? Can I be a shareholder of company? Answer is yes or no. If I am an auditor of company, can I be I messed out that one. If I am an auditor of company, okay, can I be shareholder of company? No. Okay, this is independence. Who told I cannot be a shareholder of company? Company law. Independence in appearance. Even independence of mind, okay, there should be a threats. I do think if you are aware, intermediate ka threats. Why threats are there? Self-interest threats, self-review threats, advocacy threats, familiarity threats, and intimidation threats. I'll discuss it later on. Don't worry. Right now, it's only, please understand what we are discussing till 11:30 is basically an only agenda. Once we enter into chapter, we'll be having a formal answers. My question is that, mere ख्याल से everybody with me na? My question is that, give me a good answer, Malik. Okay, confidentiality. Once again, how many principles are there? Confidentiality, integrity, objectivity, professional behavior, professional competence. This is principle. Along with you should be independence. Please make sure in this all three engagements you will maintain this 5 principle plus 1 independence also. In all engagements, all engagement compulsion from ICIR Code of Ethics. Yani this all engagement should be done by independent person. It should not be done by compromising person. Now what should be independence? Don't discuss always he cannot be a shareholder. Huh? Okay, Companies Act mein shareholder hai. In this engagement, okay, in this engagement I can be shareholder also probably. You need to check the statute of that engagement. Huh? Are you getting the point? Statute of the engagement, you will be making it clear. So statute of engagement kya hai? Statute means law. Law of that engagement will define you. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay. But the last engagement which is done by chartered accountant is basically doing other services. Other services ka example. Suppose Ganesh come to me. Ganesh says, Amit, I have created vouchers. Sales invoice is there, purchase invoice is there, salary slips are there, everything I calculated. But I want to enter this data entry in accounting system. I want journals, I want ledgers, I want trial balance, I want P&L, I want balance sheet. I am not preparing on my behalf. Please you prepare. Can I accept this engagement? Answer is yes. Now please do understand, here make it sure you are very clear. Here I am not giving any assurance. I am only assisting management in compilation. Now this cannot be an audit, this cannot be review, this cannot be assurance. Therefore, this is one more concept that is called related services. What that one concept is called? Related services. Okay, related services. Related services. Related services. Sir, what is the meaning of related services? Please do understand, a related, not coming in 3 is related services. Whatever assurance is not there, related services. If assurance is not there, which services? Related services. So related services means related to assurance services, not exactly assurance. Related to assurance, but not exactly assurance. I do think everybody clear till here? So अब अगर ये concept clear है तो related service का example I am telling you. One example I have discussed with you related services, that is called which? Compilation. Compilation of financial statements. You can tell me what is the meaning of compilation? Trial balance, ledgers, P&L, balance sheet. You can tell me that, oh, why fill this, do this, assess this on trial balance ledger, compilation. One more can be like this, agreed upon procedures. One more is agreed upon procedures. One more is agreed upon procedures. Now what is the agreed upon procedures? Listen carefully. Agreed upon procedures ka logic kya hai? Ganesh comes to me. Ganesh says, Amit, I am having a list of datas. I am having a list of datas. List of datas है, मैं तेरे को list of datas देता हूँ. You create a report like this. Okay, so how many datas are more than 6 months? How many datas are less than 6 months? How many datas are less than 3 months? how many datas are less than 1 month? Please prepare the report, aging report. You prepare this report for me. Okay, give this report. That's it. I'm giving you information, everything. Prepare this report. Now my question is, this is which engagement? This cannot be compilation. Compilation means assisting management. The management will do and I'm assisting him. Trial balance ledger, who is responsible? Management. I'm assisting. Compilation usko bolte hai. Okay. Now when I say compilation engagement, compilation may make it sure you are very clear. This I will discuss again when I'm going in 11th chapter. Okay, but please make 11th or 10th chapter, whatever. Okay, but make it clear, this is not compilation. This is what management is suggesting. So what management is suggesting, okay, I am preparing this. This is called which procedure? Agreed upon procedures. What is meaning of agreed upon procedure? What layman term English suggests? Agreed upon procedure means what? You are agreeing with management and whatever he is telling, you are doing that. Whatever management will say, I will do that. Please make it sure you are here, no, or you are not a auditor. Remove mindset. Here you are a practitioner. Okay, in last services, you are whom? Practitioner. You are not an auditor at all. You are a practitioner. So, biggest challenge, okay, once we complete all this all standards will complete in next 3 days. 3 days, 3.5 days. I'm telling you, biggest challenge, okay, which you need to understand. See, if at all while discussion I use some word, I am very skeptical. Don't worry about that content. And see how I am confident about this. The basic reason why I am confident, because I started teaching, earlier I was a brand of ISCA. Initial days, there was the brand, but I was teaching audit from 2014. But the only thing in Mumbai, I used to teach in Mumbai. So, this thing I used to teach only. फिर बीच में निकाल दिया गया. Because it has been removed. And then again point. So every element is same logic. But make sure what I am telling you. Whenever we are using the word, example, I am just making you cautious. And this cautiousness need to be taken care by you at any cost. Because this will cost again an attempt then. Sir, what cautiousness? When I am here in audit, I will be using the word auditor. I will be using the word sufficient appropriate audit evidence. But when I am in review, I may use the word auditor or I may use the word reviewer. Because in some cases, auditor can be a reviewer also. I'll discuss, don't worry. So auditor or reviewer. So where the reviewer is only there, he is not the auditor of the company. That time, okay, while writing the report or mentioning anything, I should be using the word practitioner. If you are using the word mistakenly auditor and then say, oh, by inadvertently it has been mistaken, it will cost an attempt. Okay, so that can be discussed only with us. Okay, when I am discussing in assurance, now here, sometimes they use the word auditor, but this auditor is not this auditor. You need to be very clear, because this auditor is HFI auditor, but somebody will be giving assurance, he is also an auditor. So difference between this first auditor and the last auditor, what is the difference? First auditor is statutory auditor, the last auditor will not be statutory auditor. So wordings, when I am in last, I will be using the practitioner only. And while writing an answer, you are in flow because you know the answer. Okay, then you mention auditor, kasam, next attempt fix. Okay, and don't worry, I always jokingly say next attempt fix, because this is what I am very clear. Make it sure I am a joking person. Okay, it is an habit. You can tell me to talk in English, I can convert myself. And I hope I am trying my relatively well. Last 1.5 hours, yesterday the lecture which over was in completely Hindi. And the next, I am trying my level best. You are telling me, okay. But you tell, oh Amit, please stop using wording tod, ma, kasam, not possible. Why? That is an inbuilt character. You say, oh, stop joking. Possible in it. Life is for joke only. Okay, sir. So what is life is joke itself. Why should we be serious, man? You may saying, sir, once you get an attempt, then you know how seriousness. I also got the attempt. Okay. I also spend my life. Everybody goes with its own pros and cons. Everybody does have its own problem and con. Okay. Just ensure that you are enjoying the life. That's it. This is one most important thing. Okay. Enjoy the content. Enjoy. Okay. The next 5 days. So if I jokingly say attempt lag jayega. Oh sir, how you are saying time लग जाएगा? This is not correct sir. Time लग जाएगा. What is this? This is not a good attitude. This is my jokingly point, but make sure what I am telling. I want to tell you, be cautious. Otherwise, it will cost you 6 months. मतलब imagine, okay, imagine 3940. Imagine 5960. Imagine 149 150. These all things can cost only one word: practitioner and auditor. Okay, and nowadays if you call for a paper also, if you check, if you, I've seen many papers in last few days. If I call for a paper, they give marks, but because the paper checking is done online, now it is not manually, so they, while they allocate marks, but what is the reason behind? It is not mentioned at all. So how will I come to know actually technically? That is what exactly. So therefore you need to be very clear with the words. You don't give him a chance to cut the mark. That's it. Write the relevant content. Sir, exactly I need to write the module language. Answer is yes, almost. But how will remember keywords? I'm not discussing about English. I'm discussing about words. I'm very clear with the words. I'm using the words. Use the word of module only now, which he is having. Why are you using any other words than module? Bas khatam. So while using this word, yeah. Acha, one more point. When we discuss in audit, I use the word sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I use the word sufficient appropriate audit evidence. But when I'm in review, I'll be using the word sufficient appropriate evidence. There also sufficient and appropriate evidence is required. But it is evidence, it is not an audit evidence. Suppose by mistaken, you have a habit, sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Khatam in review. And I bet, because this all newly inserted engagements are there in your syllabus, I am betting you that you expect, okay, I can guarantee few chapters where directly question can be there for standard. Example, you will get question on this, you will get question on this, guarantee you will get question on this, guarantee. You will get question on general purpose and special purpose also. So technically speaking, what is general purpose, special purpose, we will discuss it out. But mere khayal se idhar tak till here it is clear, Malik? Everybody? So in related services, 2 examples which I gave. Related services, 2 examples. Compilation and agreed upon procedure. Okay, so what is the difference between compilation? Compilation is also agreed. So compilation, so how you will come to know? Okay, don't you think this is also assisting only? What is the difference between then compilation and agreed upon procedure? There are 2 engagements again. Related service mein 2 engagements are there. So how can I differentiate compilation and agreed? Management, decision, procedure, discussion, discretion. Both will be having management discretion. Perfect, perfect. Very, very clear. Okay, in compilation, whenever we are discussing about compilation, it is always following the framework. We are assisting management, but we are following a framework. So if any time I say, you need to follow Ind AS, you will prepare P&L balance sheet according to Ind AS. It is which engagement? Compilation engagement. Okay, if management is not giving any Ind AS or something like that, management is saying, do this for me, this report for me. And this is called agreed upon procedures. So whenever AFRF, new word or old word, whatever you remember the old word, if you don't remember, so it is a new word. Okay, AFRF means applicable financial reporting framework. Okay, if AFRF is given, if AFRF is there, then it is a which engagement? Compilation. If AFRF is not there, management is suggesting what to be done. That is called agreed upon procedures. These are the total 4 engagements. For this all 4 engagements, we have relatively different standards. What are the relatively different standards are there, Malik? The relatively different standards are, okay, first standards we discuss is basically, okay, first standard we discuss basically is about the audit, and that is called standard on auditing. Okay, so therefore for audit we have essays, standard on auditing. For review we have SRE. For assurance we have SAE, and for related services we have SRS. Full form क्या है? SA का full form standards on auditing. SRE का full form standards on review engagement. SAE का full form standards on assurance engagement, and SRS is standard on related services. Okay, to be very precise, these are the 4 standards. Okay, depending on engagement you will be following. But who will be taking this engagement, Malik? Who will be taking this engagement? These engagements are taken by whom? practicing CA. These engagements are taken by practicing CA. This engagement are taken by practicing CA. Yani example, if there is a practicing CA, there is a firm of CA. CA firm we say, he may be a single person, which is called proprietorship firm. There may be a partner, there may be called as partnership firm. There can be an LLP, that is called LLP. So these engagements are taken by firm. Everybody? Okay, so make sure whichever engagement firm takes, firm need to comply with one quality control. Therefore, one more standard comes, that is called standard on quality control. Make sure you are very clear when we are discussing about standard on quality control. Standard on quality controls are taken care by firm. Okay, now to be very precise, suppose this is a firm of CA where there are 4 CA, A, B, C, D. Suppose A partner is taking only audit, B partner is taking only review, C partner is taking only on assurance, and D partner is taking all related services. Okay, my question, who will comply with SA? It is not CA firm. It is not CA firm. It is only A will comply with SA. Who will comply with SRE? B. SRE ka full form? Standard on review engagement. Okay, who will comply on SAE? Standard on assurance engagement. C. Who will comply with standard on related services? D. SRS. Standard on related services. I do think everybody clear? But, okay, whoever comply whatever what, firm need to comply with SQC. Standard on quality control. Now my question, when I say firm comply with SQC, firm comply, I understood firm comply, but what exactly a firm comply means? Firm means what? Firm means what? Firm means what? Firm, exactly when I say firm means what? Firm means, okay, it's CA firm, but who will take care of this quality control? Who will be, I will say firm is responsible, but there should be some person to do that, na? So, in A, B, C, D, they mutually will decide, okay, one partner that is called managing partner, MP. MP means managing partner, which is called CEO of the firm, chief executive of firm, or managing partner of the firm. Okay, who will be managing partner of firm? Depend on, all 4 will decide, experience, capability and everything. Example, all says A, you are managing partner of firm. So my question is, who will comply with SQC? So who? A. So A will take care, देखो, make it sure ये clear है. Who is responsible for compliance of SQC? Firm. But on behalf of firm, who will comply? A. Okay. Okay. Who are complying with SA? A. Who are complying with SRE? B. Who is complying with SE? C. These are called engagements. So these are engagement partners or engagement head, whatever you want to suggest, you can use the word. So particular person will be taking care of engagement, but firm ke liye will be taken care by managing partner. So how many standards are there in our context or our ICIR has been issued? Okay, there are actually 2 standards. What are the 2 standards? Service study. Don't worry. There are 2 standards. One is called engagement standards and one is called quality control standards. Whenever you in your life, once you become a CA or right now also, when you suggest, okay, how many types of standards are there? There are 2 standards. One are engagement standards and one is quality control standards. Quality control standard is applicable to firm. Engagement standards are applicable to engagement. And my question is, how many types of engagement standards are there? 4. Now that things are clear. Now I do think everybody is on the same platform. So we are clear now. So our syllabus now is covering all standards. Out of 20 chapters, my book is giving 20 chapters. Actually, there are 19 chapters in our syllabus. Bank chapters has been divided into 2 parts. Okay, bank and NBFC. Okay, they have divided. So therefore, I made it 20 chapters. Okay, out of these 20 chapters, 11 chapters are of standards. Okay, 11 chapters are of standards. Okay, 8 chapters are small chapters. Okay, and 1 chapter will be of code of ethics. To be very precise, 11 chapters will be of 55% marks. Marking scheme has been given. So 55% marks are of 11 chapters. Yani example, 55 marks directly from 11 chapters. Completely, okay, if the paper is of 110 marks, your 60 to 65 marks will be from standards. Okay, 11 chapters. Code of ethics, earlier in old syllabus, it was for 16 marks. Now it is based on 16 can be there, can be 25% also. Yani code of ethics can come for 25 marks also, Malik. Change the pattern. Small chapters may, for 2 chapters, they have given clear marks. One is digital audit. Digital audit is basically EDP audit. Had you studied EIS in intermediate? Are you aware that EIS has been removed? Are you aware? EIS has been removed from the syllabus in inter. How many are giving, everyone has given November attempt? Everyone, 15 log? Yes, almost sab log. So had you started FR and other things? Ye wala point mein. If you have studied the FR, so again you will come to know that whatever EIS has been removed from intermediate, is there chapter 17 in FR. Cloud computing, IaaS, PaaS, SaaS, NAS, okay, it's grid, okay, that is part of FR now. And that is chapter number 17. Okay, code of ethics, okay, what you are studying in audit now is also there in accounting as a part, chapter number 16. So similarly, EIS ka major portion, what major portion? Cloud computing, BPA, if you have EIS you studied business process automation, everything there is in FR. Okay, if you are aware, okay, threats, if you remember malware, virus, what are the controls, what are the protection, remote area is part now in audit syllabus, that is called digital audit. In digital audit, you will be studying malware, okay, phishing, hacking, all element, because that is again a technical terms which is required. So one chapter is there that is compulsory for 5%, matlab 3 to 6%. Matlab again that particular chapter. See, when the chapter is clear that this will come for 5 marks, boss, what additional things you require, yaar? Matlab you are having a clear cut agenda, boss. Yeah, aana hi hai. So one small chapter that is for compulsory 5 marks, and one more small chapter ESG, environment, social and governance. This is again for 5 marks. Yani technically speaking, small chapters ek baar baaju mein rakho. If you do standards correctly, if you do ethics correctly, and if you do 2 chapters, digital audit and ESG, which has been given compulsory marks, this 2 correctly, okay, you are almost done with your majority of syllabus. The balance 20% is given to other chapters. The other chapter is CFS audit, proprietary audit, if you remember PSU audit, okay, is internal audit. Now internal audit is not same what you studied earlier. There is nothing similarity. Matlab, I'm telling you, it's completely changed, man. Okay, it's nothing similar. Matlab, it's internal audit is not like that what you studied. Now standards on internal audit has been inserted. You have total 9 SIA standards on internal audit. Okay, earlier you were only having standards that were also limited. Now you have standards on auditing, standards on review, standards on assurance, standards on related, SQC, SIA, standards on internal audit. Okay, after that you also have forensic principle case standards also. But forensic principle again does not go with standards on internal audit, forensic principle, this is a compiled portion. So that balance chapters, CFS, PSU, bank, NBFC, internal audit, due diligence, investigation, forensic audit, this all chapters. This all chapters is approximately of 20 marks. Our syllabus is basically, okay, this is what a coverage will be there. Okay, with all chapters I'll be taking care of everything I told you. Okay, but in bank and NBFC, okay, the syllabus is what worst. Audit procedures. So in bank I'll be taking only important part. Even I'm having time then also analytic, because that is audit procedure, check internal control system, check this, check that, intermediate complete syllabus. So one chapter of bank and NBFC wala, where audit procedure is cumbersome, I will suggest on 4th day. Okay, I will tell you these are the answers, you just go through it. Okay, because again the question comes, how much we should go or spend time on that. Again I told you combined syllabus will be of 20 marks. Okay, how many chapters? 6 chapters. So 20 marks may, okay, it may happen that one question will come. One question will come, not at all, but one question may come what we discuss only. So that there is only one chapter that I'll be taking a risk. Baki other than that, don't take a risk at all, because where clearly marks are given. So once you get a TRB, okay, I'll go with the index, okay, how the things are gone. So you can divide that marks, and this marks has been uploaded on institute websites. So this is not a marking scheme given by me. This is marks given by ICIR. Okay, even all subjects marks has been allocated now. You have already that list already available on ICIR website. All, okay, if not there, I'll share with you. But this is everything has been shared. So Bharat Mata ki jai. I do think technically till here the things are very clear. Okay, so first agenda. Okay, it's clear na here? Is that clear? So our syllabus is how many portion? 3. Standards, code and small chapters. Okay, standard, codes and small chapters. You need to do everything, okay, thoroughly. Okay, right now again I am not starting with any chapters yet. Okay, so sir, what we are starting right? Standard ke list. The next 1 hour, complete list, make a sure mindset. Because when I want to create a speed, so I want that number to be there rather than anything else. But I don't want only mugging up. I want a linkage with each standard ka logics. So make sure you understand everything. And again, in these standards, okay, in last 1.5 hours, I do think you understood. Whenever I'm explaining anything, I am basically linking or I'm giving a content of that particular gist. So in standard also, I am giving a gist. And then we'll start a chapter wise context. Okay, any second session. So what I told you, our sessions will be divided in 3 sessions. Third session may be divided into 4th also. 15-minute break depending on scenario. After the lunch wala, depend how much food you eat, how much stomach need the rest or something like that. I think a matter of 5 days or max to max 6 days. But if you are able to complete 100 marks conceptually, don't you think it's worth a compromise? I also have a habit of sleeping in afternoon. Because in Mumbai, my batch was like this, morning 7 to afternoon 3:30, okay, and after that evening, okay, 6 to 9:30, 10, so on. So afternoon ka gap was there. So short nap tha, habit hai. But for 5-6 days, change the habit. ऐसा हो सकता है somebody में भी हमें no sir afternoon. So list of standards, okay, you may be knowing out. I'll discuss it out which standards are there in CA final syllabus, which are not there in CA final syllabus. Even if they are not in CA final syllabus, you need to aware some gist of it. Please make it sure you are clear with this. Okay, so let's start with the standard ka list, Malik. Sabse pehle, first of all, essay 200. Sir, what is the 200 ka essay? It is an overall objective of independent auditor. Overall objective of an independent auditor. Sir, 200. Acha, we are going on essay ka list. Huh? Which we are going on which list? Essay. Standards on auditing, 200. Sir, what is the 200? 200 is overall objective of independent auditor. Example, sir, what is an overall objective of independent auditor? To obtain a reasonable assurance. To obtain that financial statements are free from material misstatement and to provide an opinion. Okay, a material misstatement ke 2 reasons can be there. One is fraud, one can be error. Okay, I need to ensure, I need to obtain reasonable assurance. I am not required to give reasonable assurance. I need to obtain reasonable assurance. Then only I can give reasonable assurance. Why? So I need to obtain. So to obtain reasonable assurance, I need to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. So that is 200 which will be suggesting you. So 200 suggests obtain reasonable assurance and ensure financial statements are free from material mistake. So my question, okay, few minutes back we discussed this point. To obtain reasonable assurance, should I be independent or not? Okay, independence. Who is selling independent? 200. Should I ensure principles of 5 principles? What are the 5 ethical principles? Confidentiality, integrity, objectivity, professional behavior, professional competence. You may be having somewhat different sequence. You can follow your sequence. But this is what sequence my mind is saying. So these principles are there. Who is suggesting this principle to be followed? 200. Acha, skepticism, you are aware about what skepticism? Skepticism is an attitude which involves questioning mind, being alert to the indication which involves possible misstatement. Why, Saab? When I was not, if somebody is giving, Ganesh is coming and saying there is a contract of my material contract. One contract is with one service organization. Service organization, sir, aapka naam? What? Shravan. Okay, one material contract with Shravan. Okay, for supporting some services. Now I'm saying, give me the contract detail. He is giving me a photocopy. Oh, skeptical. Photocopy. Not at all. Give me original. Sir, not available. Why? Okay, original with Shravan. Call from him. Doesn't matter. I want to check original. This skepticism. This attitude should be there. This attitude auditor should have. And this auditor attitude comes only when there is independence. Example, suppose if I am a Ganesh brother. If example my brother is doing my audit, will he be skeptical? He is saying contract. Why you are showing me contract? You told figure, bro. It's correct. Independence. So skeptical attitude does not come without independence. To bring that skeptical attitude, you need to be independence. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? This has been told by 200, which is definitely not there in our syllabus now. Okay, so it was there in intermediate level, but right now you should be aware about the references to the standards. Okay, one more concept you have studied in 200 in intermediate was ILA. ILA means inherent limitation to audit. See, understand why I cannot give absolute assurance. The logic is simple. Okay, the evidence is given by Ganesh. I am asking, okay, I want a contract. Okay, original contract. Ganesh is showing me original contract. Okay, but there is no, okay, such person like Shravan. There is no person like Shravan. Okay, he himself created one person Shravan. He himself signed and is showing me a contract. How will I come to know? I will rely on the evidence which is given by the client. So there is a chance where management may have fabricated some evidence. What I will do? I cannot do any. Sir, I am not an investigating officer. I am not an inspector. I don't have a power. Okay, I am not a CID Daya. If you have watched CID serial, okay, if you CID serial, tod do darwaza, the evidence there. I don't have that power. I am an auditor. I can ask. Okay, give. I can ask that. Okay, but that's it. If he does not give, I will mention in my report. Okay. So, bhai sahab, everything has been taken care by 200. Auditor limitations are there, 200 point. After 200, there is one more standard comes, that is 210. 210 terms of engagement. What we are discussing? Terms of engagement. Online Pantalog, everybody. Okay, sir. Are you able to understanding? Are you understanding, man? Okay, terms of engagement. Now, please understand, when my appointment is done, usually I discuss as a company, my appointment is done in AGM. My appointment is done in, okay, they send me, Ganesh send me an appointment letter. Oh my God, I've been appointed auditor. Oh my God, life is set. No. Okay, first of all, before acceptance, ensure whether preconditions are present or not. Okay, whether he is ready to accept his responsibility or not. He is clear with his responsibility. I am clear with his responsibility. I will be sending him engagement letter. I will be sending him engagement letter. Okay, this is engagement letter. Accept. Okay, you sign this, then only I will start my engagement. Example: who is responsible to prepare a financial statement? Management. Who is responsible for internal controls? Management. Who will give access to all information to me? Management. Who will give additional information to me? Access to information, books of accounts and other things. Additional information, data's ka address. I want to do external confirmation. Morning I suggested you. Who will give this detail? Management. Okay. Unrestricted access to the person in the entity. Suppose I want to meet your employee. Okay, just of ABCD. I want to meet with them. Okay, so who will give this access? Management. Understand. Sign that responsibility. If you sign this, I will come there. This is mentioned in 210. 210 terms of engagement. Okay, so 210 terms of engagement, whether AFRF is acceptable or not. And after, once we complete the list, I will discuss one more element in 210 of 210. We'll discuss later on, but 210 is that point clear? 210 terms of engagement. So 210 again, brief gist we require 210 ka. Whatever their syllabus, not syllabus, every number should be there in your system. Okay, you know this system. I want that concept with number. And I don't only mugging up a number. Okay, I'm going with concept, don't worry. Okay, after 10 numbers, I will make you understand how it is working it out. Okay, third number is SA 220. 220 is quality control in audit. Now question is, whenever we do audit, do you think quality control is required? Okay, my question is, whenever we are in 220 in audit, 220, whether quality control is there in audit or not? Okay, acha, I am doing the audit. Okay, do you think I should comply with quality controls? Should there be quality or not? Okay, now few minutes back I discussed quality control for firm also, SQC. Now how that is different from this? Okay, technically speaking, okay, in above, okay, screen pay. If you recall this example which I discussed with you, okay, few minutes back. Okay, who is taking the audit engagement? Okay, and who is the managing partner? Acha, I'll remove this managing partner to avoid some differences point. Okay, managing partner is D. Managing partner is D. Okay, who is taking audit engagement? So who will ensure that quality is there in audit? A. So assume A is having 15 audits. A is having how many audits, beta? So how many times A will comply with standards on auditing? 15 times. How many times he will comply with 220 for quality control? 15 times. But when I discuss about SQC, how many times it will be complied? Only once. This is the biggest difference in SQC and SA 220. SA 220 is basically at engagement level. SQC is at firm level. And don't worry, this is your first chapter only. Okay, where I'll be discussing SQC1 and SA 220, difference between that, both of them. Okay, so ये concept आपके दिमाग में आ जाना चाहिए, तोड़मैन. Okay, so 210, 220. 220 is quality control and audit. 220 is in the same line with SQC1. In same line with SQC1. Everything, whatever there in SQC1 is there in SA 220. The only thing is that SQC1 that should be complied with only once. Okay, but it will be complied only once. And SA 220 will be complied for every engagement. Example, if I am having 30 audits then 30 times. That's it. I do think Bharat Mata ki everybody clear, Malik? Yes or no? ठीक है 210, 220, 230 that is called documentation. 230 documentation. Documentation is not there in your syllabus. Okay, right now, but brief gist is there. Sir, do you think after completion of audit we should have documentation? Yes. Okay. Sir, documentation is basically a collection of evidence, conclusions, procedures performed, everything. So in documentation, remember three things are always there: procedure, evidence, conclusion. Procedure, evidence, conclusion. So whenever I use the word documentation with you, whenever I use the word documentation in CA final, okay, make sure, okay, your word should include procedure, evidence and conclusion. Procedure, evidence and conclusion. Everybody clear? Okay. After 230, 240, fraud. Fraud ka concept, okay, technically is covered very theoretically here. Those who has given examination intermediate, with respect to new syllabus, they were having this chapter as such in inter audit. 240. To be very precise, in new syllabus, this chapter has been removed completely from inter audit, and this chapter is completely inserted in CA final. This standard will be our tomorrow standard. Tomorrow we'll be starting with this chapter 2. Okay, chapter 2 ka point, 240 wala point. So today our topics will be 1, 3 and 4, whatever point go, and after that 2 wala chapter, but 240. 240 earlier attempt, I am not sure how much important was there, but now from this attempt onwards, 100% very tod important. Tod important. Why, sir? Reason simple hai, because it has been removed from intermediate. Intermediate does not have any discussion of 240. So if they, don't you think fraud is very important? Okay, so CF, if they are not explaining you in intermediate, they are not asking you in intermediate, they will be definitely impacting you at final level. Very important point. Okay, fraud wala point. 250, laws and regulation. Now when I discuss about 240 and 250, make sure you understand very clearly. 240 is fraud, 250 is laws and regulation. Laws and regulation, okay, so auditor need to ensure whether client is complying with laws and regulation or not. Client ke procedure will be taken care of. Client, what procedures are being performed with laws and regulation need to be taken care, will be taken care here. Acha, in laws and regulation, client will comply with two types of laws. Sir, what are the two types of law? One is direct law and second is the law not affecting directly. Now don't go with GST vagara. Okay, direct, indirect, that kind of tax laws we are not discussing. I am discussing one law is like that which is affecting directly on financial statement. One law is there which is not affecting directly on financial statement but is affecting indirectly. You need to consider both the laws. A CA is required to consider both the laws. A auditor is required to consider both the laws. To be very precise, मेरे को बताओ financial statement. Everybody, financial statement is having 5 things: balance sheet, P&L, notes, cash flow, okay, change in equity. In that point, do you think tax, provision for tax comes into picture? Yes or no? GST comes into picture? These are the law which is having direct effect on financial statement. So then the law which are not having direct effect, it can be any other law which is not mentioned in financial statement, but if non-compliance is there, will have impact on financial statement. Example, Ganesh is having a factory. I am asking Ganesh whether there is a child labor or not. Ganesh saying, how does it matter to you? You are a financial statement auditor. Keep yourself in scope. Don't exceed the scope. I am saying, oh Ganesh, scope, child labor, if they identified as a non-compliance, they may close your factory or shut down your factory. Will it affect going concern? Okay, going concern will affect on financial statement or not? So, मेरे को बताओ, child labor is affecting directly or indirectly? That why. So, child labor is also my scope. You need to understand. Okay, the law and regulation which may have a effect on financial statement indirectly also should be under your scope. So, 250 will be covering for both elements. Again, 250 is not there in intermediate, 250 is there only in CA final. Again, very important. See, First of all, the filter the standards which are there only in CA final, which are not there in intermediate. Means clear cut, they will have agenda to come in examination. Either there may be one question or two questions depending on scenario. But clear cut, they should come in examination. Malab, there should be no second thought process to you. Okay. Next standard is again your 260. 260 is to talk with TCWG. TCWG full form is those who are charged with governance. When we are discussing about the people who are charged with governance, those who are charged with governance, if I am discussing with people, they are the higher authority than management, appropriate authority who are responsible to shareholders. Okay, please make sure you understand this very clearly. Whenever I discuss with you management, whenever I discuss with you TCWG, both are different. Management is a person who will be giving me evidence. TCWG is a person, when management does not give evidence, I will approach to him. TCWG is a person who is the highest authority where any matter will be discussed before reporting. If anything I want to report, okay, will be discussed with whom? TCWG, and then I will put in audit report. This is very clear cut agenda. Now the question is, who are TCWG? Board of directors are TCWG. Audit committee are TCWG. TCWG, board. I am not telling director is TCWG. I am saying board. So my question, then who is management? Management means employee of the company. Management means employee of the company. Okay, I do think you are getting this concept very clearly. So coming back to that concept, coming back to the point, please listen carefully. If I am saying management, so you need to understand, he will be giving evidence every day. You will be meeting with whom every day? Management or TCWG? Management. But in some situation you may meet with TCWG. So what are the situations when you can go to TCWG? How to communicate with TCWG? What are the instances? Therefore, we require a standard. 260 comes in picture. 260 comes in picture. That is called TCWG discussion. Discussion with TCWG. Everybody clear? Again, a standard, complete standard is there, but this is again intermediate standard. Final में भी standard है. Both दोनों में है. Inter में भी है, final में भी है. TCWG. Okay. Final में भी है. Okay. Initial 3 standards were not there in final. 200, 210, 230. 220 is there in final. 200, 210, 230, okay, are not there in final. Okay, when I say not there in final, doesn't mean that discussion does not comes. Complete standards are not there. Are you getting this point? Everybody? But they are not discussed. Aisa nahi hai. They will be discussed, but they are not completely in CA final. Okay, 260 is again there in CA final. After 260, there is one more point, 265. And 265, to remember short form, is I will use the word DIC. DIC full form is deficiency in internal control. I will be using as deficiency in internal control. Deficiency in internal control. Sir, what is the meaning of deficiency in internal control? Technically speaking, ekdam aaram se. Deficiency in internal control. Example, do you remember in morning we discussed TOC? TOC ka full form? Okay, my question is, are we here to perform TOC or are we here to provide an opinion on financial statement? TOC. Are we here to perform TOC or are we here to provide an opinion on financial statement? Opinion on financial statement. Then my question comes, why did you do TOC? The TOC was to segregate this data. If I don't do TOC, I'll be doing 100% work with every item, which doesn't make a sense, which I discussed with you. So my question is, why did I do TOC? Okay, basically I was having a confidence on control. And whether that confidence on control is operating effectively or not, I need to get that confidence. If that confidence is okay, it may happen, all 300 items will be having less risk. So to divide this, I did TOC. Are you getting the point? So my question is, why did I did, mera question ye hai, why did I perform TOC? Okay, to divide RMM. Simple answer. Yani to determine in how much substantive procedure should be done. Tell me, in which substantive procedure will be 100%? 40. In substantive procedure where sampling will be done? Okay, voice, आवाज नहीं आ रहा. हाँ, आवाज नहीं आ रहा. 260. मैं आपको वापस, I told you in morning also, if you interact, I'll be happy. My ultimate motivation is interaction. Okay, because my net results, okay, always I traveled, okay, there are many elements, but out of one of the element is that, okay, when I explain everything and it get linked, oh my god, this is how it is done, okay, I see sense of satisfaction. वो सेंस ऑफ सेटिस्फेक्शन इज अल्टीमेटली मेरा पॉइंट है, तो अपना वो पॉइंट है, एजेंडा है। तो भाई ओके, एंड टू बी वेरी प्रिसाइज, मॉनेटरी एस्पेक्ट तो वो यार, इफ आई टेक बैक दिस मुंबई ऑल्सो इट हैपन, कहीं पर भी ले लो, क्या प्रॉब्लम है? मॉनेटरी एस्पेक्ट्स मतलब you understand this, but when I am coming to Hyderabad, okay, it does have its own elements, own past history of mine. So why my agenda to keep me motivated for next 5 days is you interacting. Okay, you'll be saying, don't worry sir, you will learn. Okay, don't worry, this Ashirwad has been given by mommy and papa. So that is not a scenario. So my motivation is when I'm coming to interact. आवाज. Okay, please toad man. Okay, so मेरे को बताओ, okay, when I'm discussing about 300, 260 to 40 has been divided. Okay, how I divided this one? By performing TOC. So help me out, in which substantive procedure will be more? 40. In substantive procedure will be less. I mean, now you will ask substantive procedure means what? So example, I will do ICIR. Okay, give me salary slip. Okay, give me salary slip, give me wage roll, give me give me all documents of them. Every detail I will take. This is called substantive procedure. Are you getting the point? Okay, so now my question comes here. Okay, 40 and 260 we have divided. Okay, but this division was done on TOC. Why you told 40 your risk is more? Because controls are not good, not effective. Everybody agree? Okay, that's exactly what I am discussing with you. Where controls are not operating effective, okay, tell management these are the 40 area. I will work more on 40, no doubt, but these 40 areas are these areas which there is DIC. This is 265. But make it sure you understand this very clearly. 265 does not bring interpretation that you start doing TOC and identify deficiency and tell management. This is not your role. Please understand, 265 is a courtesy call. 265, our institute is saying it is a courtesy call. Courtesy, while doing financial statement audit, I did TOC, and in TOC I identified DIC. Okay, that I am explaining. There may happen in 260, where I thought controls are effective. It may happen later on controls may not be effective. Possibility है, अपने को जब audit करेंगे, when we do the audit, we'll come to know. But to be very precise, okay, I can discuss like this. To be very precise, okay, when I'm saying 260, there is no controls are good, it doesn't mean it is good only. It may happen the controls may not work. Okay, example, see if this ABCD is there working, ABCD is working here. When I'm sitting beside them and I'm telling, chalo salary data enter karo, you enter data, you enter, you check. Now tell me, when I'm looking at them, they will do the correctly. I am saying, okay, I am confident, I'm going. Now they are saying, you only do na, do. Possible or not possible? So it may happen in 260, you may got a confidence. But there was DIC also. DIC matlab? Deficiency. So management will say, oh auditor, you commented only 40, you didn't told that, oh other one. So tell them, oh management, I am here for financial statement opinion. I am not here for DIC. This is a courtesy. During this course, okay, example, next 5 days, I am here for audit. If I give motivation, some motivation, something like that, it is a courtesy. Okay, now you don't know, sir, please give me more motivation. Okay, my agenda is not more motivation. Sir, you didn't give that motivation. Oh, I am not here for motivation. Tell that management, I am not here for TOC. This is only controls which has been identified deficiency courtesy hai. Yani which don't go behind identifying DIC. That's what my agenda is. Okay, during the work of audit, you identify DIC, report to whom? Management, that there is a DIC. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? That's it. That's your agenda for DIC. And last point, okay, you can focus on 299. Again, a very important standard from final point of view. 299 is joint auditor. Joint auditor. Okay, joint auditor. What is the meaning of joint auditor, sir? Joint auditor means their client has appointed 2 or more auditor. Example, okay, Ganesh has appointed me and 1 more auditor as a joint auditor. Okay, 2 auditor has been appointed. Now we will jointly do the work. Now in our joint auditor, what is the responsibilities, how it should be divided, how the things should be done, that has been discussed here. So 299 need to be complied. These are the standard of 200 series. So 200 series, how it goes, aram se jana, make it sure. Okay, again I'm telling you, revise, recall the number as such. Okay, trying to recall. Okay, make it sure, aram se yaad rahega. Okay, matlab it will remembered automatically. Just make sure you go with my flow. 200 objective, 210 terms of engagement, 220 quality, 230 documentation, 240 fraud, 250 laws and regulation, 260 upar wala TCW. When I say upar wala means above TCWG full form, those who are charged with governance. And 265 DIC full form, deficiency in internal control. And 299 joint audit. Sir, 265 is there in syllabus or not there? Brief discussed is there in chapter 4th. Chapter 4th mein brief discussion is there of DIC, not completely. So your syllabus is not having 265 completely, but brief standard is there. Well, part of the standard is there in syllabus. Okay, so here 200 series, fatafat, 200. Okay, what is the overall objective? 210 terms, 220 quality, 230 documentation, 240 fraud, 250 laws and regulation, 260 upar wala TCWG, 265 DIC, and 299 joint audit. Everybody clear? Okay, after this, okay, you are going on 300 series. 300 series, okay, first 300, okay, that is called a planning. 300 is about planning. Do you need to do planning of audit? Yes. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Technically speaking, okay, after the break or after break ke baad some standard spending, so we'll discuss that one. But after that, one chapter we start, okay, the third chapter will be about planning. As a 300. 300 is about planning. Sir, planning includes 3 elements. Planning, strategy, and program. 3 words will be there. What are the 3 words? Planning, strategy, program. Planning, strategy, program. You join this class is strategy. It is not a plan. It's a strategy to complete the syllabus. It's a strategy to cover the syllabus. It's a strategy to revise the syllabus. It is not a plan. Next 5 days or 6 days, I told you, this is called a plan. 9 to 6, 9 to 5:36, depending on scenario. You'll be with me. This is a plan. Next 5 days is a plan. Okay, I told you, we'll start at 9 o'clock, 9 to 11:30. 11:30 will be there. After 15-minute break, 15 minutes, aisa. This is called program. Every program I'm telling you, next time what we'll do, next moment we'll do, this is called program. Program is a detailed breakup. So, strategy, plan, program. Plan, strategy, program. That's exactly comes into picture. Awake na, madam? Okay. कभी-कभी होता है, मतलब it happens sometimes that you fall asleep and automatically pen okay, ऐसा planning, you are writing planning, you are listening to planning, strategy. Okay, so nevertheless, jokes apart, coming back to the point, 300 planning. Planning will cover how many things? 3. What are 3 things? Planning, strategy, and program. All will have almost 5 to 6 questions. Planning will have 5 to 6 questions, strategy will have 5 to 6 questions, program will have 2 questions. Program mein. This is how standard 300 will over. 300 complete again in final, inter also, final also, complete syllabus. Copy paste. Okay, so 300 is there. 300 ke baad you have one more important standard which we have discussed before the break. Okay, before the break, matlab earlier. That is called, apna break hi nahi hua. Identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement by understanding entity and its. I told you na, I will understand entity and its environment. Matlab how it works, kidhar kya hai, kya nahi hai, apne ko dekhna. To be very precise, this is something which is what we called as risk of material misstatement ko assess karna. Okay, sir. If you remember, I told you 260 and 40. How I divided? Based on 315. Now 315 told example, one example which I discussed with you was TOC. Hooli was standing, Hooli is not standing. So this one. Acha, one example. Suppose you are doing Cadbury factory audit. Which audit? Cadbury factory. You are in Cadbury. Ganesh is Cadbury, na? What do you say? Cadbury, na? Cadbury 5-star. Acha, you don't eat 5-star dairy milk. Oh my God. Are you eat or no eat? No eat. Oh my God. Superb, man. You don't eat sugar, man. Good, yaar. Huh? Kya bole, madam? We are so sweet. Oh. Okay, we are also sweet in Mumbai, but we require more sweet. We take Cadbury dairy milk 5-star. Okay, we always give. Acha, you don't eat. We give to childs. Okay, somebody at home we go. We don't go empty hands. We take something. Either if their person is ill, we take apple, mosambi, santra. But if there is a child or kid at home, we take chocolates, Cadburys. That's Cadbury. Understood that Cadbury? Okay, Cadbury's factory is Ganesh's Cadbury factory. Now, please listen carefully. Cadbury's factory is there. Now, please understand. Do you think, okay, one example, okay, suppose in Cadbury factory, one employee is there and one employee is having a kid at home. Okay, and kid saying to Papa, please bring one chocolate today, one Cadbury, one 5-star today. Papa coming to Cadbury factory. Complete day he's working in packing and he's having mindset, oh my son has called for Cadbury. Okay, imagine, okay, taking one Cadbury, putting in pocket. Don't you think it will be an easy task or not? Easy task or not? 100% yes. Okay, so tell me, inventory, risk of material misstatement is high. Okay, it is high. So when you do the audit 315 say, understand the entity. Look at it environment, you will come to know what are the area. Yani out of 300 item, one inventory item is RMM. Are you getting the point? Why it is RMM? Because the inventory is so small, the chances of fraud can take place easily. But imagine the syntax factory, the Taki syntax. He is having a syntax factory. Okay, drum, syntax drum factory. Okay, now imagine one employee, okay, wife is at home. Wife saying, today, bring that big drum. I want at my roof. Do you think it will be easy to... So tell me, in syntax factory, RMM for inventory? Lower. So tell me, if you are doing the syntax factory audit, RMM for inventory will be 260 or 40? And if it is Cadbury then? Exactly, segregation. This is what 315 suggests to us. 315 say understand the industry, understand the environment, discuss with TCWG, identify the area which is having a more risk, identify which areas which are having less risk. Always use a risk-based approach. Don't go with a without risk-based approach. Uska logical reason may be, okay, you may say, sir, I will do 100% audit now. But in 100% audit, okay, you do 100% audit. The biggest problem with 100% audit is that which require more resources, you may miss out. More skeptical, you may miss out. So that is a biggest problem for 100% audit. So make it sure you understand this thing very clearly. So 315 ka naam, what is the 315 name? Identifying and assessing risk of material misstatement by understanding entity and its. Okay. So mere ख्याल से I do think everybody clear till here. Okay. So my question is 315 अपने है syllabus में chapter 4th है अपना. We'll discuss it out. अच्छा, one more point, one more example. Listen, read this highlighted word. Okay, identify and assess risk of material misstatement. Yani tell me, this risk of material misstatement is identified and assessed. Okay, yani it is already there in engagement. Okay, or this will be managed by auditor. This is there in engagement or managed by auditor? Think logically. Is it there in engagement or managed by auditor? It is there in engagement. It is not managed by auditor. Identify and assess. And after assessment, you will manage your own risk. And that is shayad if you have heard the word detection risk. We'll discuss that one today's lecture. Okay, today's lecture chapter 4 ka starting point will be there. Detection risk will be there. But technically this is how the concept works. 315. 315, okay, more calculative. 315, those who are giving both the groups, okay, both the groups are or IBS de rahe, those are giving IBS, they will be using the 315 there also. 315 and 330. So IBS, though second group, the person, he will be mainly using 315, 330 and 450 in IBS wala part. Okay, along with materiality also is there, but 315 is again emphasized there. In audit, there is no 315 ऐसा नहीं है भाई. 315 है, इसके बिना तो audit ही नहीं है. मतलब without this audit cannot be done. Okay, so 315. After 315, 320 materiality. Materiality. Okay, help me out. Okay. Okay, materiality. Please listen carefully about materiality. Materiality is basically a scenario. Materiality is basically a scenario where financial statement, if it is misstated, only material misstatement will highlight. If it is not material misstatement, will not highlight. But make sure you understand materiality very, very clearly. If it is fraud, even 1 rupee item is material. But if it is error, misstatement of small here and there, it's okay. Technically, example, if balance sheet is of 200 crore, balance sheet is of 200 crore, and there is a 10,000 error. 10,000 error, 10,000 over value. Inventory is over value by 10,000. Okay, technically speaking, you are not required to highlight because it is not material at all. But if it is by 10 crore material, 10 crore highlight, it is material. Now my question comes, what is the materiality? Okay, how to calculate materiality? Now this is the intermediate syllabus. 320 is not there in syllabus, but 320 I will be discussing with you. So while completing 320, I will be writing 320 altogether. But it is not there in syllabus, but you covered that conceptual point because it will also use in SRE and other element. So there are certain standards which will not help here, but other engagements also we require, na? So there will require. So in context of that, while discussing 315, I will discuss 320 also materiality. Okay. Materiality के बाद one more there is 330. 330 is response to assess risk. Now what is the meaning of response to assess risk? Okay, acha, where we calculated the risk? Where we calculated the risk? 315. Okay, whatever risk calculated. Okay, help me out. How the risk was calculated in 40, 260 and 40, na? Acha, after 315, what is there in my hand? My question is, ekdam aaram se. After doing 315, what is there in my hand? Acha, 315 का name क्या है? Identify and assess risk of material. So after doing 315, what is there in my hand? Identify and assess RMM. RMM means what? 260, 40. After doing 315, there are two things in my hand. One less RMM, one more RMM. Are you getting the point? Now 330 says respond according to this. Oh, 40, I will kill you. 260, okay. Okay, are you getting this point? 330 is that. 330 is basically doing substantive procedures. 330 says substantive procedure kariye. ICIR, ORR. You do, okay, if you are aware, verification vouching, what you studied in intermediate. Okay, verification vouching, okay, doing test of detail, doing substantive analytical procedure, you can do as a part of 330. So make sure 330 is basically response to assess risk. Are you getting the point? What is the meaning of response to assess risk? Response to assess risk matlab? Okay, substantive procedure, response to assess risk. Example, where you identified the risk? 315. What is the risk? 260, 40. Response, 40, more, less. Less work. Acha, where, starting ke lecture mein I discuss with you. Where you will appoint CA? 40. Who is telling you to appoint CA in 40? 330, not 315. 330 is response to assess risk. Are you getting the point? Okay, acha, DSR, do you remember what DSR? DSR full form? Direction, supervision, review. Where DSR will be more? 260 or 40? Who? 260? DSR, direction, supervision, review. 260 or 40? Acha, 260, 40, don't mix this with 260 standard. TCWG, oh my god, I am discussing from 300 items. So in 260 items, risk is less. 40 item, risk is more. Where DSR will be more? Direction, supervision, review? 40. Who told to do DSR more? 330. This is 330 what I told you. Samajh mein? Are you getting the Arthama India? Are you getting this point? So basically, technically, this is what the logic happens. Now my question, okay, tell me what will happen if I do 330, if I perform 330. Okay, again, listen carefully. I want this conceptually very correct. If I am telling you perform 330, it means 40 may you perform more, 260 may perform less. This is what exactly understood? But after performing, what I will get? My question is, after 330, what is in my hand? Acha, coming back to the point, make it this clear, ekdam clear hai. After 315, what is in my hand? 260 and 40. Clear? I will perform 330 here. After 330 performance, what will be in my hand? Evidence. Ghanta. Evidence. Evidence. Evidence I will be having in mind. Hey, Madak, everybody don't take it seriously. Huh? Hey, bhai, Mumbai आदमी. मतलब कुछ भी रहा तो don't भाई मैं अपने मतलब I am very comfortable while I am speaking. I don't use abusive words. This is not abusive words. अगर मतलब I am sorry मतलब वो हैदराबाद में कुछ ऐसा because in Mumbai this is very common. मतलब ऐसा कभी कभी ऐसा हो जाता है. Mumbai words may not be correct here. But definitely I am not using abusive words, but this is slang language. Okay, and to be very precise, I am also a chartered accountant. Okay, I'm making clear, this person is speaking toward this, or what is this word? What is this language? My God. Okay, I am a CA, I am a CS, I am a CMA intermediate, I am a DISA qualified, I am a CISA qualified, I am a CSM qualified, I am BCCB qualified, BCCE qualified, I am a MBA. I am MBA from Wellinger and BCom also. So I am with highly qualified. After becoming a CA, I joined PwC. I worked with PwC for 1.5 years. After that, I was in HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank, I worked almost 3 years. HDFC Bank's last position when I left was AVP, Assistant Vice President, IT Governance. Okay, and I left that and came in teaching. So 2010 was the era when I came in teaching. So 5 years I was in an industry, then I came in teaching. Okay, फिर वो अपनी teaching की life चलती गई, फिर तो चलती गई, फिर life चलती गई. That's how that's done. So if I'm using the word, it's a slang language. I'm not using abusive words. It doesn't mean that I don't use abusive words, but with friends वगैरह तो, but I don't use abusive words. I ensure that things are not done. It's a slang language. So अगर by chance, okay, rectify me if something ऐसा आता है, but nothing. मतलब because I am informed, because when I am in teaching now, I am engrossed everything. So the biggest problem is I am only interacting. And this is what exactly if I told you, okay, next 5 days if you do like this, na, everything will be that. Arey, mark this concept. Now if you understood this concept, the answer, now you can link with the answer. The answer link can happen with this base, Malik. So Tod Malik, coming back to the point, okay, Tod point, Malik. First point when I'm discussing it, okay, so evidence I told you 330, you take, in which evidence more will be taken, 40 or 260? In which evidence will be less? 260. And when I say less and more, okay, the example I'm telling you, it's again about sampling and 100% examination. So you tell me, okay, it's not about evidence, it's about something else more. So after performing 330, what I will be getting? I will be getting evidence, but what outcome I will be getting? After 330, after 315, what I got? 260 and 40, means what? That is material misstatement or risk of material misstatement? Risk of material misstatement. Now you perform procedures, you obtain evidence, now you are getting material misstatement. Now after performing 330, you get misstatements. Are you getting the point? Because you perform, okay, you perform more in 40, you perform less in 260. After that you got the evidence, on the basis of evidence you are saying misstatement. Okay, now my question is misstatement, how to deal with misstatement, and therefore this bring the BAP standard, the father standard, okay, and that is called 450, SA 450, and SA 450 name is evaluation of misstatement. Yani any auditor, when he start his career with audit, he will do first 315. After doing 315, he will get 260, 40. After 330, he will get, example 5. What is 5? Misstatement. Yani 5 item mein misstatement hai. Example, investments overvalue, inventory overvalue, debtors provision for doubtful debts not given to undervalue, profits not correct. Are you getting the point? This is I am getting after doing 330. Okay, now my question is, after getting 330, give me a good answer. After doing 330, technically speaking, if I do 330, I am getting misstatement. What I am getting, beta? Misstatement. So give me a good answer. After getting misstatement, I need to do 450. I need to do 450. 450 means evaluation of misstatement. Now my ekdam simple. Right now ekdam simple I am communicating with you. Now tell me, okay, if misstatement is less than material, because all misstatement I am not required to highlight. Which misstatement I required to highlight? Material. So help me out. If misstatement is less than materiality, okay, should I give unmodified opinion or modified opinion? Baat khatam. Okay, 450 says if misstatement is less than materiality, 700. Understood? 700. Go 700. Give unmodified opinion. Okay. Now what problem comes? When misstatements exceed materiality, 450 says, I am telling you what should be done next. Okay. Tell management. Management, correct. This is misstatement which is more than material. Please correct, rectify. Now there are two things. Management may rectify, management may not rectify. Whatever permutation combination, 450 will suggest. This is how 450 takes away. So 450 is evaluation of misstatement. Yani life may make it clear, this is your benchmark first of all. Every time auditor will be focusing on 3 elements, 315, 330, 450. 315 is assessing RMM. 330 is response to this RMM. And once after response, okay, you go to 450, that is evaluation of misstatement. यानी मेरा क्वेश्चन है, आफ्टर 330 व्हाट इज इन माय हैंड? अब क्लैरिटी के साथ, आफ्टर 330 व्हाट इज इन माय हैंड? नहीं मतलब व्हाट इज माय हैंड? मिस स्टेटमेंट. एंड हाउ टू इवैल्यूएट इज डन बाय 450. एंड आफ्टर 450 you may go into 700 or 705. This is how my life goes away. Now the question comes, okay, so who told me DSR karo? Who told DSR, perform DSR? 330. Who told CA lagao? Who told CA? Who told, in all CA should be done? In all items CA should perform the audit? Okay, 240 CA will perform audit. In 260 CA will perform audit, and 40 CA will perform. 260 article can perform. Who told this? 330. My question is, what he will perform? What? I understood CA will do, but what CA will do? Okay, substantive procedure. Who told? 330. But what are the substantive procedure? 330 says go with other standards. Therefore, the next standards comes into picture. 500 series comes into picture. Are you getting the point? Okay, so first of all 300 series, close it out. 300 की series close करो. 300 पहला 300 में 4 standards. 300, 315, 320, 330. 300 planning, 315 RMM, 320 materiality, 330 response. Once again, आराम से. Everyone. 200 objective. 210 terms of engagement. 220 quality. 230 documentation. 240 Cadbury. 240 I'll make you remember Cadbury for odd. Cadbury for child. Cadbury means chocolate. Cadbury is a company, Cadbury is a company. You are aware about Cadbury company, na? Cannot aware. Cadbury is a company. So Cadbury chocolates. 240 fraud. 250 child labor. Laws and regulation. 260 ऊपर वाला. TCWG. 265 DIC. Deficiency in internal. 299 2% joint auditor. Okay, 300 planning. 315 RMM. Only one word, RMM. Risk of material misstatement. 320 materiality. 330 response. Everybody clear? 400 mein you have done one standard already. 450. Perfect. Evaluation of misstatement. And second also you are aware, that is called 402. 402. Service organization. Yaad aaya? Okay. Yaad rakhna, I am discussing from PwC point of view. Aram se. Don't worry. 1 day, 2 days, you connect with me, automatically you will be in that era. What I am asking, how it is linked. I am discussing about this. If you remember Capgemini, I am discussing from PwC point of view. PwC will be using 402. Okay, but KPMG will be using 3402. So Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? So 400 mein how many standards are there? 2. 400 mein there are 2 standards only. We have closed both the standards. What are the 2 standards? 402. Entity using service organization. Entity using, my client is using service organization. So what I will do? In that case, what should be done? That is 402. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay, and 450 is evaluation of misstatements. So we have closed the first series altogether, and I do think the series are now comfortable with you. Okay, series you are clear at least till here. 200, 300, 400. What happened? See, whenever I enter in chapter, today we'll start with a chapter. It is a basic structure. It's a day 1, but a voluminous day. It is not a small day. Day 1, voluminous day. Once we start with the chapter, every time to recall a content, okay, it should be very easy. I'm not discussing from mechanical point of view, but I'm discussing easy point of view. If I'm discussing any element, example, if I say terms of engagement, you should, oh my God, 210. So whenever I'm saying terms of engagement, I will not be repeating terms of engagement. I'll say 210 ka compliance. I'll say quality control compliance. I say by 230 compliance. Okay, I will say by 315, did you do or not? So to remember the answers, okay, whatever you go ahead, okay, rather than remembering a length of the answer with an theory, you can remember with the concept of standard numbers. Remember with standard numbers, that's it. I'm telling you, because to remember with the standard number, things makes easy. And secondly, things make conceptual, because you can link how it's conceptually going on. Example, right now you understood in last 15 minutes also, how 315, 330 and 450 are linked with together. Now, how this will be applied in other point. tomorrow morning, okay, you will be having this similar cases in other elements also. Just comfortably apply this logic. How much comfortably you will apply this logic here, you will be very easy to complete the syllabus on your own. Dekho, I can help only, I can assist only during this 5 days. I can assist after the lecture also. You ask me any query, I am there till examination. You join my Telegram group, you will come to know on the date of examination itself, matlab night 2 o'clock also I respond. You go with the past examination guy express. If anybody is asking anything, condition I am awake. I slept, so फिर मैं I'll respond. But once I awake, मतलब जैसा भी है, I'll respond at any point of time. At any point of time. My response is, you will find out response, मतलब directly response है. मतलब I am not, you tell to Huli, okay, yeah. हाँ, if you, that is something related to technology, मतलब your software is not working, backup is not working, backup issues is there. That is not I am taking care. You send me if they are not listening. Okay, but that Huli will be taking care or the team will be taking care. But content related, I will be there every time. But exam you will be giving, Nari. And your results will definitely impact me also. Because your success is determining my success. Why? Okay, if I want to be successful, na? I want to make you successful, then I'll be successful. So, bhai sahab, please make sure whatever you understand very clearly in particular era, particular structure. Okay, so one linkage we created is 315, 330, 450. I do think we can close this point. 400 series we have done. 400 ke baad we are coming on 500 series. 500 copy paste of your intermediate. But again there is a syllabus. Gist has been given in the particular syllabus. There are 2 chapters, chapter 5 and chapter 6, which is of 500. But that is again not detailed covered. What is covered? Gist. But I will be definitely explaining, because see, institute module is clearly saying, we assume you have internal knowledge, which can be applied in case studies. Direct question will not be there, I bet. Okay, 500 series direct question aana bahut mushkil hai. It will be very rare. But that can be integrated with case study. Case study may be there, and how you need to apply case study. We'll discuss it out very logically, don't worry. Okay, I am not closing it out, okay, by how much it has been covered, I will be discussing that only. But I am telling you, you need to be clear. So while you are having a TRB book, or you are studying module, whatever, whichever book you refer, you ensure whatever I am discussing in the class, you make sure that you are writing that one for chapter 5 and 6. Because that will be an extra other than the content given in book, which will be applied, else the things will not be in your control, na Malik, make sure. Okay, so coming back to the point, 500 ki series. 500 is basically audit evidence. 501 is also audit evidence. Audit evidence. Audit evidence. But audit evidence 501 is about specific items. Specific items. So Malik, 2 things are there. One is audit evidence and one is audit evidence specific items. One is difference between audit evidence and audit evidence specific items. In audit evidence specific items, we have total 3 items to be taken care of. One is inventory, one is litigation and claim, and one is segment reporting. Yani for inventory, they say follow 501. For litigation claim, they say follow 501. For segment reporting, they say follow 501. Lekin don't assume directly like this. In inventory, when we are discussing, we'll discuss it out what elements of inventory they are saying to do in 501. Litigation claim, okay, they are telling it to go to 501, but what elements to be covered in 501? Be clear with that. Else you will be getting confused, Malik. So 501 is about audit evidence for specific items. Yani what is the difference between 500 and 501? 500 says audit evidence. Example, audit evidence should be sufficient, appropriate. What are the ICIR, which I discussed was from 500 only. Okay, sufficient, appropriateness. Okay, what are the factors for sufficiency and appropriateness is taken care in 500. Okay, 500 is basically audit evidence, kaisa hona chahiye, how it should be, what are the things. But for specific items, what you will do with audit evidence is taken care in 501. Everybody clear? In 501 ke baad, okay, you have 505. 505 is external confirmation. 505 is what? External confirmation. 505 is external confirmation. Sir, what is the meaning of external confirmation? External confirmation, matlab you are getting confirmation from outsider. Example, debtors, creditors. My client is saying, Ganesh is saying, debtors is of 2 crore. But how will I come to know whether it is 2 crore or more than 2 crore? So I will be doing external confirmation. Okay, please make it sure what I am making. Please be clear. You should perform external confirmation as a procedure. You should perform confirmation as a procedure, is a part of 500. ICIR. Acha, what is the full form of ICIR? Morning inquiry, confirmation, analytical procedure, inspection, observation, reperformance, recalculations. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Okay, now this 7, who told this 7 should be done? 500. Who told this 7 should be done? 500. Now question comes, confirmation, external confirmation. Who told do external confirmation? 500. How should be done? 505. So 505 is about process. So make it sure while applying whether this situation requires external confirmation or not. Answer is the 500. How should be done? 505. ये point आप ध्यान रखना. Make sure you understand clear. We should use external confirmation or not? 500. While using external confirmation, how should be used? 505. Okay. 510 is initial audit engagements. Very important. I can bet tomorrow or day after tomorrow mein, whatever your conceptual clarity is there with 501, okay, you will find out that by 510, you may be thinking 510 is very easy, sir, very easy, not a big deal at all. I bet 510, I'll make it confused. I made it complex. And I can show you direct audit evidence. Okay, yani question paper ke point aap dekho. You go through it and you will come to know by this is an answer how it has been expected. The biggest problem is 510 and 710. 510 and 710, how it is differentiated. 510 initial audit engagement opening balances. 710 comparative information corresponding figures. Even in 710, okay, it is discussed that way. So when we discuss about 510 and 710, we'll discuss it out. But this is to be done by initial audit engagement. Sir, what is the initial audit engagement or what is the recurring audit? These are two different concepts. Example, Ganesh has appointed me first time. This is called initial audit engagement. What does it mean? It means the previous auditor, I was not the previous auditor. Somebody else was previous auditor or previous year books were not unaudited. This is a situation of initial audit engagement. So whenever I discuss with you, what is the initial audit engagement? What is the initial audit engagement? Whenever I discuss with you, what is the initial audit engagement? Okay, so your answer will be initial audit engagement is an engagement where previous year books were unaudited or previous year books were audited by another auditor, predecessor auditor. Understood? What is the recurring audit? Previous year books was audited by me. So in case study, if you find Ganesh ke books were audited by Amit Tatre in 23, 22, 22, 23 and 23, 24, Ganesh appointed Amit Tatre once again an auditor. So this will be which engagement? Recurring audit, and you will not apply 510. Then in that scenario, sir, which standard will be applied? Okay, 710 for opening balances, corresponding figures. For opening balance, I will discuss with this, but I am just creating a logic base here. So whenever I am discussing, you are doing first time audit. Okay, example, earlier PwC was the auditor. Now Ganesh has appointed Amit as an auditor. Okay, so Amit will follow which standard? 510. Okay, this is very clear with you. Okay, earlier books were unaudited. Earlier books were unaudited. Now, okay, Amit Tatre has been appointed as an auditor. Amit Tatre will follow which standards for opening balances? 510. Okay, online पंद्रह लोग, everybody clear? Clear or not clear? Okay, मेरे ख्याल से clear है मालिक ये? नहीं. Initial audit and recurring audit clear? तो अच्छा, once again, 500 audit evidence, 501 audit evidence, specific items. Okay, 505 external confirmation, 510 initial audit engagement, 520 analytical procedures. 520 analytical procedures. My friend, give me analytical procedures. Give me Malik analytical procedures. Okay, who is willing to perform analytical procedure? 500. But how should perform? 520. Everybody clear? Acha, how much should perform? How much? How much? How much? Who is telling? 330. Understood? 330 says, should we perform more or less? What should we perform? 500 says. How should we perform? Different standards. Are you getting the logic? Okay, so right now when we are discussing about this point, So this is very clear at your end. I do think, I hope this is very clear. 520 analytical procedure. 530 is sampling. 530 is sampling. Can I use sampling method, sir? Yes. Okay, but for what? 260 or 40? 260. For 40, I will be doing 100% examination. Always. Okay, even I can go with sample, but you will be keeping your audit risk high then. So don't keep audit risk high. Always use 100% examination for 40 items. We'll discuss later on, but looking to 530 is about sampling. 540, this is only CA final syllabus. Huh? 540, very important. 540 is about estimates. 540 is about estimates. 540 is about estimates. 540 is about estimates. Estimate. Again, very important standard. Okay, very important standard. Chapter was told important standard. Chapter 3 will play a role for 540. What is the meaning of estimates? Estimates means, okay, where there is a amount which is having a high uncertainty. Okay, thoda sa thought process lagana. If we always we put thought process, okay, we always prepare a financial statement and we create some provisions. Suppose I am giving an example for provision. Think logically. I am creating a provision for rent. Provision for rent. Example, I may be paying a rent in coming year. Okay, suppose I am paying a rent in December for a complete year. So January, February, March, current year ka rent. I am comparing a financial statement from 1st April to 31st March. Everybody with me? Okay, so on 31st March, my 3 months rent is unpaid. Yes or no? So for that I will be giving provision for rent because I will be paying in December. So 3 months I will be giving provision for rent. This provision. Second, I can give provision for tax also. Okay, acha, can there be a contingent liability, beta? What is contingent liability? Contingent liability. Can there be a case against Ganesh? Can there be a case against Ganesh? Okay, case is of 5 crore. Do you think 5 crore is a liability or contingent liability? Okay, Ganesh may have given guarantee on behalf of somebody. Okay, to pay. Okay, is this liability or contingent liability? Contingent. If he does not pay, then he will liable be paying. So my question is contingent liability. Now my question, all these 3 are estimates in our balance sheet. My question, which is having more RMM? Which is having more RMM? Very easily you can crack. It is contingent liability. Acha, remove contingent liability. Which will be having, acha, RMM means? Which is having more RMM? Contingent liability. Remove this. Which is having more RMM? Provision for tax. How you are saying more RMM? Uncertainty. The item which is more uncertain, the item which is, okay, the boss RMM increases. Because the amount can be, okay, the amount which can be provided by management may be wrong. The example, okay, contingent liability, he may be showing me 2 crore, it may be 20 crore. Because uncertainty, estimation uncertainty. So in which you will be doing more work? Contingent liability you will be doing more work. Then you will do more work in? Then you will do less work in? Okay, who is suggesting this? 540. But 540 is completely for estimates. Are you getting the point? Oh my god, 1.11 small confusion, sir. 501, 501, 501, 501, 501. Audit evidence for specific item. In specific item, how many items are there? 3. Inventory, litigation claims, and litigation claim is nothing but contingent liability only. Oh sir. Now getting confused. 501. For contingent liability, we should follow 501 or 540. Litigation claim. That's exactly where you need to understand very clearly what exactly a standard saying. When we follow 501, we check for completeness of litigation claim, no other element. We check for completeness. Sir, what is the meaning of completeness? Okay, whether Ganesh, my client, okay, Ganesh told me, Ganesh, how many cases are against you? Ganesh saying 10 cases. This is a list of 10 cases. Whether there are 10 cases or more cases, if I need to find out this, I will follow 501. And the amount of cases, amount, 540. This is the difference between 501 for contingent liability. Okay, 540 for 501 and 540. Are you getting the point? Clear, Malik? Everybody? So if I say completeness of litigation claim, completeness of litigation claim, completeness of litigation claim, 501. If I say valuation, 540. Do that audit ban. Aram say, everybody clear? Okay, 550 is my Sala. My Sala means brother-in-law. My Sala is my favorite one. Because everything, Sala, everybody use word Sala, na? In English also I am using word Sala, is okay, na? Sala. Sala is aware, na? Sala. My wife's brother. You do anything for anything, but for wife's brother. My Sala, he's also CA. When I got married, okay, he was again in CA finalist. Okay, that time I was in, again I started ICIR classes that time. Okay, 2013. Okay, 2013, okay, he attended classes. Do you think he will pay fees? No, okay. Even if I ask also, it will be a murder for me. Okay, now my question, okay, think if you are a shareholder who invested in AT. Okay, there is a loss for you. This is a related party transaction. Related party transaction does have a RMM. When if it is not a arm length transaction. If my Sala pay the fees, you don't have any issue. Whether you are Sala or somebody else, doesn't matter, sir. Shareholder, you say, go ahead. But if I am saying my Sala, he is not paying fees. Now you ask, why he is not paying fees? He is using our resources. Then I will say, okay, your MD, I am your MD. Okay, you want this MD or this MD should be murdered. Okay, if you want this MD, na, please let him free. Okay, else ma kasam. So why you tell? Matlab imagine Mukesh Ambani is saying, okay, I'll be giving these resources to my Sala, brother-in-law. So why everybody will agree, oh, theek hai, sir. We want you as a MD, sir. Baat khatam. Technically, that's how 550 comes into play. So 550 related party. Is related party mein risk is there or not there? Risk is there or not there? Nahi. Yahi point, then you didn't understood what the example I am giving. Okay, please understand, if there is an arm length transaction, there is no RMM. There is RMM when? No arm length transaction. When arm length transaction, what is an arm length transaction? Market price. Arm length. इतना दूर रह के बात कर. Relative रहा गलते हो, गले लगेगा. Okay, इतना दूर. साला दूर रह के बात कर. Okay, मतलब keep stand there. Arm length. Arm length price मतलब whatever I am taking from you, if I am taking from my brother-in-law, there is no RMM at all. Even if the transaction is my brother-in-law, doesn't matter to you. No problem for our auditor. The problem for auditor starts when? Not an arm length. Everybody clear? 550, 560. Okay, 560 is subsequent events. I bet, okay, the day after tomorrow when I will be discussing subsequent events, 560, 710, 720, I can bet, okay, the concept which you are having, okay, you will be very high. Oh my God. Okay, 560, 710, 720, which very high in concept, subsequent events. What your understanding about subsequent events is there and how it need to be understood. This both big difference, Malik. Okay, so 560 will be about subsequent events. 560, okay, 570 is going concern. Going concern. And 580 is WR. What is WR? Written representation. So last three, just make it clear. Last three, subsequent events, going concern and WR. Okay, written representation. Who will be giving written representation? My question is, what is written representation? Assumptions nahi, even all responsibility, even what they have given, completeness of information. Example, okay, he has given the related party list, related party transaction ka list. Okay, give me in writing that you have given me complete related party list. That is called WR, written representation. I am asking you, give me this complete list. You have given me complete list. Give me in writing that you have given me a complete list. That is called WR. Now question is WR a one more procedure? How many procedures are there? 7. What are the 7 procedures? ICIR ORR. Arey base ready karo. ICIR ORR. ICIR. Institute. ICIR. ORR. ICIR ORR. Everybody clear? Is WR there? Then what is the WR then? ICIR ORR. Yaad rakhna, WR is inquiry. You do inquiry and he give WR. You do inquiry and he give WR for that inquiry. Are you getting the point? I'm repeating once again. Make sure whatever I am explaining right now, this may or may not be in an audit syllabus. This can come in review. This can come in assurance. Okay, so you have a review. What in review? How many procedures we do? Review Two procedure. What are the two procedure? Inquiry and analytical procedure. Inquiry. In review, we always take WR. Completely review we are doing on WR, Malik. Complete review we are doing in WR. Are you getting the point? Arey, hi Anna. WR का concept, WR का concept. Everybody clear? WR का point. WR. 580. 500. Audit evidence. 501. Audit evidence specific item. 505. Bar. Outsider. External confirmation. 510. First time. Initial audit. 520. Pattern. Analytical procedures. Pattern. Pattern is analytical. Analytical procedure is always a pattern. 530. Filter. Sampling. 540. Estimates. 550. Masala. Related parties. 560. Future. Subsequent events. 570. Lag गई मतलब लग गई in Hindi, but लग गई मतलब गया. What लग गया? What we say in Telugu? What लग गया? गया. Going concern. And 580, you will be giving something in writing. Written representation. याद रखना, make it sure ये clear है. Written representation is inquiry outcome. Written representation is inquiry outcome. भारत माता की everybody clear? अरे हाय आना. टेक ए ब्रेक लेते हैं 10-15 मिनट्स. चाय वाय पी के आ जाइए, फिर चालू करते हैं. ऑनलाइन पढ़ लोग विल मीट इन 10-15 मिनट्स. मालिक डेली वीडियो नहीं आएगा मालिक. ओनली फर्स्ट डे इज ऑन यूट्यूब. ओके सर, फ्रॉम टुमारो इट विल बी ऑन ऐप. Whatever app का requirement will be there. Okay, Huli will assist. You coordinate with A.T.Academy or Chiranjeev sir classes or whatever number you are coordinated. Okay, Malik. Hello, hello. What up? क्या? AC? नहीं ना, ठीक है. AC सेटल ना सब लोग. ओके, ठीक है. चल. So Malik, coming back to the concept, okay, where we have stopped the standard ka list. Let's complete first standard ka list, and then we'll start with the chapter. Okay. First of all, standard के list में we have already completed till 500 का series. 500 के series में we have completed 200, 300, 400 and 500. After 500 series, okay, we are having the next concept that is called 600. 600, we have total 3 series, 600, 610, 620. 600 is basically using the work of other auditor. This all standards are today's objective. We'll completing this all standards today. Okay, this 300 ki series, 600, 610, 620. Okay, 620 is not complete there, completely in their syllabus, but to the extent whatever the things we have covered, the syllabus is covering, we'll be covering that one. 600 is other auditor, 610 is internal auditor, and 620 is expert. Now, what all three standards suggest about? 600 is other auditor. Example, suppose you are auditing a company which is having a financial statement of 200 crore, and out of 200 crore, okay, assets of 200 crore, 25 crore are taken care by branch. Okay, the asset is total of branch. Branch is of 25 crore. Now, the 25 crore you are not auditing, and that is audited by some branch auditor, some other auditor. That is called a concept of other auditor. So, in that case, when I am giving an opinion on financial statement which is of 200 crore, which is having 25 crore of branch, which I have not audited. In that scenario, how can I give a opinion on 25 crore? So standard suggests, okay, you will be using standard 600, you will be using the work of other auditor, you will be telling him whatever requirement is there, you will be advising him, you will be assisting him in planning. You may ask him some documents, another element. You cannot access the working paper of that particular auditor, okay, but the questionnaires or some checklist kind of thing you can give it to him, and he will be submitting and he will be responding to you. This is something which is taken care in 600. 600 is about other auditor. 600 is about other auditor. 610 is about internal auditor. What is exactly an internal auditor? Internal auditor is means company's auditor. Company's auditor, company has appointed some internal person who will be taking care about all internal controls, responsibilities and other element. That particular care will be taken care by internal auditor. So, internal auditor is a person who will be performing internal control activities. Internal auditor is a person who will be performing internal control activities. Now, my question is very simple. Anyway, we will be doing the standards today only. So, I'm not discussing in more detail. I'm just giving a gist as such. Okay, my question, as an external auditor, as a statutory auditor, are you required to perform TOC? Today morning, previous lecture we have discussed. Are we required to perform TOC? Yes or no? Answer is yes. Okay, we need to perform TOC. Now give me an answer. TOC perform by, why we are performing TOC? Today morning we discussed 240, 260 and 40. That is the reason why we are performing TOC. Acha, as a statutory auditor, am I responsible to provide an opinion on TOC or provide an opinion on financial statement? Provide an opinion on financial statement or provide an opinion on TOC? Provide an opinion on financial statement. But then why I am checking TOC? Okay, then why I am checking TOC? I discussed this with you, yaar. Okay, so that I can understand where is the risk and where is the less risk. That is the main reason. Rather than I am doing TOC, it is taking my time. This TOC is already done by the internal auditor of that company. Okay, this TOC is already done by internal auditor internal auditor of company. Suppose he is having an internal auditor, he is the internal auditor of the company. Okay, your name? Ram is taking care of internal audit. Woman empowerment will take, don't worry. Okay, so right now, woman, sir, hashtag, stop discrimination, sir. I don't know, I'm not discriminating. Jokes apart, coming back to the point. Okay, so Ram is telling, Ram is an internal auditor. Ram is already performing TOC for him. So rather than I am performing TOC, I will be using the Ram's activity for TOC. But the question is, can I use RAM activity directly? Answer is no. Standard 610 will be giving a condition when I can use the work of RAM, okay, as a TOC, which is performed by RAM, but I will be using his work. So using the work of internal auditor. Okay, now think logically. What if RAM is Ganesh brother? Okay, now in that case, okay, to use his work will not make any sense, na? That is what exactly a context come into picture. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay, so RAM wala concept yaad rakhiye. After that 620, okay, work of experts come into picture. Now come to the point of work of experts, sir. Work of expert ka context is basically where we cannot apply our logic. Example, sir. Okay, example, my client is of Tata tea factory. He is manufacturer of tea. I told him, okay, show me inventory. He was, sir, don't worry, come with me. Where do we go? Assam. Let's go. So we are going to Assam. I was very happy. Since childhood, I was a dream. I will go in this Assam, okay, garden. All greenery. Okay, even he was taking me in car. I was smelling, going outside and smelling that oxygen. I was feeling very good. He stopped the car at one place. Okay, moved out of the car and told me, sir, get out. Kya hua, sir? Okay, sir, this is my inventory. Calculate. All garden. Okay, how will I calculate? 1 leaf, 2 leaf, 3 leaf. It's not possible for me. Okay, so here I require a work of expert. So here I will be calling an expert who will be doing this calculation for me, inventory calculation. An expert can be the person who can be this area. Even there are various areas, not only this area. Experts can be required everywhere. Okay, even in tax I can call for experts. But yaad rakhna, in 2 area you cannot call for experts. Again I am telling you very clearly, we are in audit of HFI. Therefore you cannot call this 2 expert. Once you go outside of audit of HFI, review, assurance, you can call any expert. In audit, you can call only 2 experts. Sir, what are the 2 experts? You can call any expert except 2 experts. Sir, what are the 2 experts? One is accounting expert and one is auditing expert. Okay, imagine you are calling accounting expert. Okay, Yani Ganesh has appointed me as an auditor and I am saying, Ganesh, I can't suggest Ind AS. I don't know Ind AS. I will call somebody to calculate. Ganesh is saying, okay, how the auditor, jump auditor, does not know anything. Okay, it should not happen. Therefore, expert, you cannot use the work of which expert? Accounting and auditing. Example, he is saying, okay, you want to call expert? Yes, which expert? Auditing expert. How to apply standard? I don't know. Are you getting the point? So, except 2 expert, you can use any work, any expert work. Sir, tax expert? Yes. Sir, we are expert of tax, na? You are not expert of tax. You are expert of only 2 areas. As a chartered accountant, we are expert of only 2 areas. What are the 2 areas we are expert? Accounting and auditing. Accounting and auditing. Thank you, Malik. Accounting and auditing. अरे यार इसको पेन लेना, कुछ पेन लेके खोलना. You are expert of 2 areas. One is accounting and auditing. Other than you if using. Now my question is, if I bring the expert, okay, what is the problem? Okay, suppose I am bringing an expert who is an outsider. Chalo, okay, the expert, madam, expert, ma'am. Sakshi is an expert. Woman, expert is male. So Sakshi is an expert. Now Sakshi ko maine bola, madam, okay, Tata tea calculation we need to do Sakshi. Okay, Sakshi is telling, okay, now give me an access of that tea garden. Now I am telling him, okay, give the access to Sakshi. Bole, why? It's my tea garden. I have appointed you as auditor. Why expert should be given an access? These issues may arise. How should we tackle these issues? Okay, suppose, what is the problem for him? The problem for him is, Sakshi is given the access to Tata tea expert. She can share the confidential information with others also. Because she is an expert in multiple areas. She will not be doing the Tata 2 evaluation only for me, Tata. She will be doing for other also. So what about that confidentiality? Everything need to be taken care in agreement. Okay, so what agreement should be there? What element should be there in agreement will be taken care in 620. Okay, so today's all 3 standards will be covered, don't worry. And this all 3 standards I bet is TOD LDR. TOD LDR matlab TOD LDR. I bet you will be getting either of that standard. I'm not telling all 3, but I bet out of 600, 610, 620, one question will be 100% sure. 100% matlab 100% sure. Okay, but it can be either 600, 620, 610 or 620. Okay, 620. Now, other way around I am discussing. Other way around I am discussing. One point, listen carefully. It may happen like this also. It may happen like this also. Okay, Ganesh is also a businessman. Ab Ganesh to calculate the valuation of inventory, my question is, Ganesh may not be expert in calculating of inventory of Tata tea. So he may appoint the expert. What if Sakshi is appointed by Ganesh himself to calculate a inventory for Ganesh rather than I am appointing? Now tell me, Sakshi is whose expert? Auditor's expert or management experts? Management. Can I rely on Sakshi in that case? Answer is yes. Again, we need to check about competency, capability, objectivity of expert. But I can rely. Answer is yes. But I will be not using a standard 620. I will be using a standard 500. If at any point of time a question suggests I am relying on management experts, I am relying on management expert, the answer remains same. Even management expert. If Sakshi is management expert, I will be checking Sakshi's competency, capability, objectivity. 101% sure. And if I am appointing Sakshi, I will be also checking competency, capability, objectivity. Okay, whatever work Sakshi has done, I will be checking that also. Okay, I will be checking that. But the only difference will be if the question comes, okay, Amit is using management expert, their reference standard will be 500. And if it's saying Amit has appointed an expert to do the calculation, your reference standard will be 610. Answer will remain same except 1 or 2 points. So 600, 610, 620. I told you, third important from final point of view. Okay, sir, are these standards not there in intermediate? हाँ है, but they are inter and final. दोनों में application is different. Inter में this is the general standard. In final, you may get the standards from application point of view. Okay, 600 ki series. And the last series, I do think to close with, is one of the favorite series of mine. Because 700 is again a very third series. You may be very confident in 700. You may be confident, but I bet, okay, tomorrow I will remove that confidence. I'll make you more confident in that, and you will get the clarity of that standard. Again, are we discussing only to please make sure you are discussing from application wise, then only you can understand how the standards are going. So next standard is 700 series, 700, 701, 705, 706. First of all, this 4 standard ki list. 700, okay, is opinion and report. 700 is opinion and report. Okay, provide an opinion and provide and report. Everybody with me. Provide an opinion and provide and report. Okay, sir, which opinion is given in 700? Unmodified. Which opinion, beta? Unmodified. I am not giving modified opinion. I am giving unmodified opinion in 700. Okay, sir, when I give unmodified opinion, when my financial statements are free from material misstatement. Okay, that's exactly what we are discussing here. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear with me? Okay, so financial statement opinion dena, and opinion ko kya karna? Report. Okay, here your syllabus is only on report. Once we start tomorrow we will be going in 7th. Tomorrow we will be starting 7th. Once we start 7th, you will come to know that in 700 there is only report discussion. But I am not interested only in report discussion. I am also interested in discussion of opinion, how the opinion is given. Because that is how application comes into picture. And make clearer, whatever I discuss today and tomorrow. Okay, even if you think that that is not part in book or not part in module, I will tell you once I start the content, I will tell you how to use the book, how we will be using, what I will be doing in marathons, revisions, 6 hours content, 8 hours content mein. Okay, this batch name bhale marathon hai, but it is not I am more in revision. Okay, mere khayal se you understood now how I am going with the logical application. In marathons or revision, I will just repeating a points. How that will be used, how you should use this book. And whether it is a replacement for main book or not, this is something I will discuss once I enter into book. But what I want to tell you is, if there is a content which I am explaining you, which is not in module, which is not in book, okay, but it is relevant for you, make sure. Okay, so I will not be discussing anything which is not relevant from your examination point of view, I bet. Okay, so make sure you have that agenda. Okay, so I will tell you when to write, which color should be used. Because I want that 3 colors should be there at your end. Okay, red ho, 3 colors, any colors, but my favorite colors are red, blue and black. But black is basically outside the box, but red and blue, these 2 concept colors should be used, because that is why how book made black and white and how to be used in these batches. तो उसको context wise कैसे आपको highlight करना है, कैसे revise करना है, because if everything is colorful, so you will not do any work. So make sure you highlight that keyword, कैसे word पे कौन सा highlight करना है, कौन सा point ध्यान रखना है, which point to be remembered, which point to be focused, and then you can remember easily. So your 2 agenda right now is, okay, understanding this. Secondly, you need to ensure after 2 months also you remember this. And third, during 2 to 5 examination, you need to omit this. Okay, and after 5 o'clock, okay, you can come and home calculate how much marks I will be getting. Okay, in examination, after examination. But make sure, okay, if you follow my approach, I am your doctor. If you follow my approach, because I will be giving you a medicines, yeah, follow my approach. I am telling you, I'm not telling you, bhai, you will get 100%, 100 marks or something like that. I am telling you, your hard work will be optimized. Without hard work, results is not there, but your hard work will be optimized. Otherwise, you will be doing the hard work in any other direction. So, hard work in correct way, optimized way to get a maximum results. Now, what is maximum? Depending on how much optimization you do. So, first point, okay, 700 may, I am telling clearly, you will be discussing some frameworks which is not given in your syllabus. Okay, so 700, I will be discussing some opinion ke framework, Malik. So, 700, you will be having some out of the syllabus content, but which is relevant to you. Second, 705, I am directly discussing. 705 is modification. There are two circumstances when, okay, auditor will modify the opinion. There are two circumstances when the auditor will modify the opinion. What are the two circumstances? One, if financial statements are materially misstated. Or second, if you are aware, unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. I'll give the example, don't worry. Okay, but these two things very conceptually you should be clear. Acha, okay, from which standard you shift to 700 or 705? 450. Perfect. Okay, after 450, after evaluation of misstatement, if misstatement is not greater than materiality, you enter into 700. If it is greater than materiality and management is not rectifying, 705. This is what is scenario. Either you go 700 or 705. Okay, along with brother and sister are 701 and 706. 706 is about EOM and OM. EOM, OM, emphasize of matter and other matter. It may be a revision point, revision batch, but I will be downloading one report. Okay, I will download one report from online. Okay, so one audit report, Reliance audit report. Because now Reliance is taking care of animal and other elements. बहुत अच्छा भाई है भाई, हम बहुत अच्छा लगा 2 दिन से. Our heart is happy. Okay, but to the extent we'll download Reliance report, any report, whichever you say, only one report because I don't have time. So constraint wise, but I will match you whatever you study, how it is linked with that report. Okay, and you can download any report whatever you want. Okay, you will come to know, sir, ऐसे तो draft है. Okay, sir, in examination, please be ready to get the content draft audit report. Okay, so if you want to do that draft audit report, will answer very smoothly. I'm not telling ekdam blindly you can do it out, but smoothly. Okay, you just need to have the content of this all 4 very thoroughly. Okay, so EOM, OM. What is the full form of EOM and OM? Emphasize of matter and other matter. Once again, emphasize of matter and other matter. There are 2 matter. One is emphasize, one is other. There are 2 different matter altogether to be taken care of. And last concept is 701. 701 full form is key audit matters. What is key audit matter? Basically, matters where auditor has done some work or some task very effectively. What he has taken care of or not. That has been taken care here. So 700, 701, 705, 706. Is that point clear, Malik? These are the 4 things which need to do. After that, 2 more standard will be there. 710, 720. 710 is comparative information and 720 is other information. Please make it clear you are aware about the names, because when I enter into 700, I will be discussing about other information, something about other information also. So right now at least you are aware about these 2 things. Basically, listen carefully. 710, comparative information. Comparative information means, okay, do you think last year closing balance should match with current year opening balance? Yes or no? Last year closing balance should match with current year opening balance or not? Trial balance. Okay, think logically. Okay, if management is bringing, you will do the audit of current year completely. Current year transaction, you will take invoice, everything. But what about opening balances? Okay, if I am appointed auditor for a current year, my scope is only current year, na? I cannot check the past year ka evidence, na? But I need to ensure the opening balance should be correct. But opening balance should match with last year closing balance. If I am first time auditor, I will do this under 510. If I am a recurring auditor, I need to do this, but as per a 710. 710 mein and comparative information. I need to compare this information. But it is larger in scope. Okay, aram se. 710. When you do 710, I'll do this along with 560. 560, 710, 720 will very conceptual and linkage standards. Okay, it will be very integrated and you will come to know very logical points. But nevertheless, right now comparative information. So right now keep in mind, if the same auditor is checking opening balances, a recurring auditor, same auditor is checking opening balances, 710. If my first time audit is there, 510. But technically, you keep this point in mind. Everybody clear? And the last point is 720. That is called other information. Sir, what is the other information? I do think you are an auditor of financial statement. You are auditor of Malik. You are auditor of financial statement. You are auditor of financial statement. Okay, you will be checking balance sheet, P&L, notes, cash flow, and changes in equity. These are my common repeat points. Huh? Okay, this file I will check. This all is put in annual report. Along with this, in annual report, again accounting ratios are there. Graphs are made. Graphs, pie charts, management, what management is doing. These are given in annual reports. Now the question comes, are you giving opinion on financial statement or ratios? Financial statement. You are not giving opinion on ratios. So make it sure. First of all, do you think where ratios are mentioned, it should be mentioned unaudited? Okay, sir. If ratios are there, it should be mentioned unaudited. Okay, yes or no? Where charts are drawn, it should be mentioned unaudited. See, if you don't mention that, what will be the interpretation for shareholders? Everything has been audited. So are you required to mention unaudited there? That is a part of 700. 700 says, whenever along with audit report, wherever along with financial statement, if there is a supplementary information or other information, it should be segregated from financial statement clearly. What is the meaning of segregated? It should be written unaudited there. That is 700. And 720 says, auditor, it's your responsibility to check for consistency. You are not required to do the audit. You are not required to do the audit. Please make it clear. Other information is not in my scope, but you need to check the consistency. Example, if the ratios are given by Ganesh, I will be checking sales amount 1 crore, data's amount 50 lakhs. I need to check accounting ratio of sales to data is 1:2. I need to check this consistency. If this is not consistent, I need to deal along with 720. Are you getting the point? Okay, there are two things for supplementary information or other information. First of all, what is the other information? Along with financial statement, management may give more information which may not required as part of financial statement, but the management want to give. Understood? Okay, so first of all, this other information should be segregated or not? What is meaning of segregated? On that particular information, it should be mentioned unaudited. Who is telling to segregate this one? 700. Make sure you clear. Okay, who is telling to check for consistency? Both should be consistent. 720. That's it. To make it sure, okay, whenever examination question comes, okay, paragraph wise, other information is there, other information is attached, and other information is not mentioned as unaudited. What auditor will do? Which standard reference will be given? 700. Okay, if the both are inconsistent, what auditor will do? 720. So 720 should be checked for consistency. 700 for the same item should be for segregation. Bharat Mata ki hai. Everybody clear, Malik? Other information. What is an other information? Once again I am telling you. Any information which is added in annual report other than financial statement. That's it. 700 key series over and standard on auditing over. Standard on auditing is over. Oh my God. So standards essays are over? No. There is a big surprise. This was the previous year syllabus. Now more standards has been incorporated. Sir, what are those standards? 800 series. Okay, now you also have 800, 805 and 810. Now what are these three standards? This is the last portion before starting a content. I'll be explaining this last three. After that, altogether I have explained today morning, but I have not make you understand, remember standard number. Whenever I go in that chapter, I will make you remember the standard numbers. Which one? SAE, SRE, SRS. I will make you understand standard number. Remember standard numbers. Kaise yaad rakhne ka? How need to be remembered? I will make you understand there. So right now, the last numbers to be remembered. What are the last numbers? 800, 805, 810. Okay, so total number एक बार फटाफट बताइए. So start from 200. 200. First of all, clear this one. 200 overall objective. 210 terms. 220 quality. 230 documentation. 240 Cadbury fraud. 250 child labor. Okay, 260 ऊपर वाला TCLG. 265 Cooley is not checking. DIC, deficiency in internal control. 299, 2% together. Joint auditor. 300, planning. 315, identify and assessing RMM. पर उसको RMM याद रखो. 315, RMM. 320, materiality. 330, response to RMM. Assessed RMM. याद रहेगा. 402, service organization. 450, evaluation of misstatement. 500, audit evidence. 501, audit evidence specific item. 505, bhar. External confirmation. 510, first time. Initial audit engagement. 520, pattern. Analytical procedure. 530, sample. Sampling लेने का. 540, estimates. 550, my sala. Related party. 560, after 31st March. Subsequent events. 570, lag gayi. Going concern. 580, you will give leaking. Writing में. Written representation. Written. Acha, is written representation procedure? No. By which procedure you get WR? Inquiry. ये clear रही है. By which procedure you get WR? WR is evidence. WR is a evidence. By which procedure you get WR? Inquiry. Okay. After 580, 600, 610, 620. 600, other auditor. 610, internal auditor. 620, experts. Everybody clear? And next आता है 700. 700 की series is easy. 700, opinion. 701, key audit matter. 705, modification. 706, EOM and OM. 706 आएगा. 706, EOM and OM. 710, comparative. 720, other information. मेरे ख्याल से everybody clear? The last concept, last 5-10 minutes to discuss something more element. Sir, Ganesh is coming to me. Ganesh is approaching me. Ganesh is saying, sir, please do the audit. I was like, okay, I'm ready. Okay, Ganesh is saying, these are my financial statement. I was like, show, I check kar raha hu. I was checking that financial statement. Then I came to know which framework you have followed. AFRF, if you remember AFRF full form, applicable financial reporting framework. Which framework you are following, Ganesh? Ganesh is saying, this is German GAAP. Oh my God, German GAAP. Nola, why you are following German GAAP? He says, I am a subsidiary of one of the holding company which is in Germany. Now that holding company in Germany want to prepare CFS. To prepare CFS, I want to prepare my financial statement in accordance with that framework. Therefore, I need to prepare, okay, financial statement in that framework. Please audit that. Now my question is, can I accept such audit? See, understand, one more example. First example. Okay, he's coming, okay, to me and saying, Amit, okay, I am my financial statement audited. मैं बोला, which framework is there? He says, INDAS. Okay, everybody in industry is following INDAS. He is working in one industry, he is one business. He is working in one industry. Am I audible? Okay, he is working in one industry. Okay, in that industry, everybody is following INDAS. Okay, I told, okay, I'm ready to accept and I'm done. Now my question comes, German GAAP. Is everybody in industry following German GAAP? Only he is following. Now my question comes, okay, can I accept this engagement? This is a question, very big question for you. Now somebody may say, sir, okay, do you have knowledge of German GAAP? First question may come in your mind. Okay, gaya telene. Leave it that point aside. Okay, I will gather that knowledge. Okay, anyway, I am right now have only one knowledge about Germany. That is German Shepherd. A dog, which is very like a fox. Baki other than that, no idea about German GAAP. Okay, but to the very precisely if I discuss with you. Okay, theek hai, assume I am having a knowledge. Now my question, can I accept? Assume I am having a knowledge. Can I accept? Arey answer yaar, kuch to answer. Hi, there are two answers only. You can say either yes or no. There is only two answers in life. There is no third answer, don't know. Okay, there is no concept of don't know. There is either no, yes or no. If you don't know, it means no. At least yes or no to bolo. Arey bhai, I can't spend 120 hours here. Okay, at least responsible something. You answer anything now. What will happen? I will give the answer ultimately. Are you giving the answer from morning? You say, so answer to मैं बोल रहा हूँ. I am repeating the answer ना. तो भाई तुमको खाली बस ये करना ताकि you will provoke me. Oh my God. Oh, फिर मैं बोलूँगा. Okay, भाई साहब. Okay, can I accept the engagement? You are saying yes. Okay, but the problem is, okay, I cannot accept the engagement in 210. 210 was terms of engagement. Do you remember this? 210 says the 210 engagement can be accepted only if it is general purpose framework. There are two framework. One is GPF and one is SPF. One is general purpose framework and one is special purpose framework. Sir, what is the meaning of general purpose and special purpose? Every industry, pura industry jo follow karta hai, wo complete industry is following and he is following that one. It is called general purpose framework. Industry is not following that one and he is alone following. That is called special purpose framework. So, if it is a general purpose framework engagement, you will accept in 210. Everybody, listen carefully. You will accept in 210. Isiliye in 210, I don't know how many of you may recall this one. In 210, when you are in intermediate, the first question was determine whether AFRF is acceptable or not. The first condition of 210 is always determine whether AFRF is acceptable. If it is acceptable, then ask the second condition whether management, financial statement you will prepare, internal control you will prepare. So first of all, whether AFRF is acceptable. Which AFRF is acceptable in 210? Okay, acha. How many framework are there beta now? Now clear? There are two framework. What are the two framework? GPF and SPF. GPF and SPF. Everybody with me? Yes or no? So GPF and SPF. Two frameworks are there. Okay. Two framework. GPF is which framework? Oh, full form. Oh my God. GPF is a framework which is applicable to industry, not entity. SPF is applicable to entity. Okay. It may happen one entity is following both the framework also. Example, HUL. HUL, had you listened this company? Hindustan Unilever Limited. Hindustan Unilever Limited is actually a Unilever Limited subsidiary. HUL is not an Indian company. It is a London-based company. Because when Britisher came, they formed this company. We are not the shareholder in that company. Even aaj ki date mein, today also, it is a subsidiary of Unilever Limited, which is in London based. Okay. So technically speaking, now HUL is preparing two financial statements. One financial statement is 1 April, okay, till 31st March. Okay, and this is Ind AS. And one is preparing 1st January, 31st December, which is UK GAAP. These are the two financial statement sets they are prepared. But tell me, okay, which financial statement sets are given to everyone? First or second? Everybody. Why it is given to everyone? Because it is general purpose framework. Special purpose framework is given to everyone or only to Unilever company? Only to Unilever company. Are you getting the point? Therefore, this is called which framework? Special purpose. So tell me in which my audience is restricted. Special purpose framework. Therefore, 210 cannot be an engagement where special purpose framework will work. So standard suggest, listen carefully. If it is a GPF, standard suggest, everyone online clearly, standard suggest, if it is a GPF, except in 210, perform the audit, what you have discussed, what we have discussed since morning. But, if it is a SPF, okay, accept the engagement in 800. And that is called SPF, special purpose framework engagement. Okay, accept this engagement. Undoubtedly, okay, mark custom square, mark custom raised to square. Okay, undoubtedly, 800 may you will find one of the easiest and smallest standard. 800, they will say, follow standard on auditing, relevant standard on auditing only. Even report is according to 700 only. Report is according to 700 only. The only acceptance route is different. While reporting everything is the original standards only. But acceptance route is different. So tell me acceptance route. Okay, yani if I say you German GAAP, 800 or 10 to 10? 800. Okay, so UK GAAP, Ind AS, accounting standard, 210. Yani there are only two things which is 210. Okay, that is Ind AS and accounting standards. Okay, that's it. And make it this clear. Sir, how much complicated GPF, SPF, they should have used the Ind AS and accounting standard only, na? See, these standards are internationally accepted. Even we have, actually we have copied the standard only. Okay, this was standard which were international. We have, actually our institute is there. So we can't say copy. We are inspired. We are inspired. Okay, our ICIR we inspired. They are doing better. Why should we should do better? So our ICIR is inspired. Control C. Okay, standards. Standards are like this. So they are using the same word GPF and SPF. Now think logically. If nowadays because of multinationals, okay, it's globalization, okay, now you can also practice in London also. You can even practice in Australia. Even Canadian Institute, we have MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. Now, suppose after becoming a CA, you think, I will not work in India. Okay, I spend my life, 20 years of my life, 25 years of life in India. That's it. Now, balance life, I will spend in London. Boss, those who ruled us, I will rule them. Okay, agenda. Okay, you go there. Now, to be very precise, these standards can also be logically applied there. How? Because when you discuss this concept there as a GPF, it will be UK gap. When you are in London and you are accepting an engagement of UK gap, it will be 210. Are you getting the point? So GPF and SPF is globalized concept. So when you go in London, GPF will become what is SPF in India. And what is GPF in India will become SPF there. Are you understanding? So you are using the word GPF, SPF from the context of application of standard wherever you do the audit. Wherever you do the audit. Suppose tomorrow you go to Australia, your GPF will be Australian gap. Okay, then India's will be SPF. So right now understood. So to accept the engagement of GPF is 210. They will never use the word INDES and AS. But that is what now you are clear how it is coming into picture. Everybody? Okay, one more example of SPF. Okay, he want a bank loan. I'm not discussing projected informations. He want a bank loan. Banko, he gave the last year financial statement. Okay, last year financial statement in depreciation, he has used the WDV. Bank saying, don't use WDV, use SLM and then show me the financial statement. Now, he is not following INDES now. For the financial statement which is prepared only for bank, now he will be using SLM. Okay, he is putting SLM method, calculating, okay, is going to the bank. Bank says audit. He comes to me. He says, sir, audit. मैं बोला which framework? बोला भाई, no INDES, it is bank framework. The bank framework, there is a bank framework. So my question, which framework for you? It is GPF engagement or SPF engagement? SPF 800. Bank के लिए framework. SPF means, what is meaning of SPF? Please listen carefully. Special purpose which you are only, no industry is complying. You are complying. Acha, why it is called an audit? Why did I go in assurance engagement? Because HFI. See, understand, if I discuss with you HFI, first, मेरे को बताओ, audit, review, assurance, how you will divide? Since morning, माँ कसम हो, how you will divide audit, assurance and audit, review and assurance? HFI or not HFI? First question is HFI or not HFI? HFI? Okay, it's going audit and review. Not HFI? Assurance. Okay, audit and review, mein audit coming. HFI. HFI hai na? Yes. Now HFI can be of two parts also. One is GPF, one be SPF. Now what is question of GPF and SPF? Okay, GPF which is applicable to industry. SPF which is taken care only by entity. Okay. Acha. Suppose he is entering into a material contract with श्रावण ना बरोबर ना ओके एक थोड़ा सा टाइम लगता कभी कभी नेम सम टाइम इट मे टेक टाइम टू कभी कभी रजिस्टर द नेम सम नेम्स रजिस्टर इमीडिएटली सम नेम टेक्स टाइम कभी कभी इट हैपेंस ओके तो ऐसा श्रावण भाई तो श्रावण इज हैविंग ए मटेरियल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट विद हिम ओके ही सेज आई विल बी गिविंग ए कॉन्ट्रैक्चुअल पॉइंट कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स टू यू ओनली माय सम finished goods he will be supplying to him. He says I will allocate the contract but I want to see your financial statements. So okay, these are my financial statement, audited financial statement. Last year Amit Tatheda was audited. Amit Tatheda has audited. Oh, financial statement. Okay, now he is checking it out. He says no bhai. Okay, Ganesh bhai, Shravan is saying this. Ganesh bhai, okay, I like everything but this inventory method is LIFO. It's not suggestible. I want weighted average method. Recalculate weighted average method. Okay, go to your chartered accountant, take a signature, do the audit and show it to me. Then only we'll enter into a contract. Now he goes with the calculation of inventory with a weighted average method. He comes to me, he says I prepared the financial statement. Okay, now please do understand, okay, this framework is INDES or Shravan's framework. Now this is Shravan framework, it is nothing to do with INDES. Okay, is Shravan framework is applicable to everyone in industry? No. It is only Ganesh is following. My question, can I accept the engagement? Yes. Audit engagement? Yes. But the only thing is, accept not in 210, 800. Please understand. Okay, it's very important criteria here. Are you getting the point? Okay, and I'm telling you, this 3 standard, mark my words. Okay, let's go with May 24 or November 24, either of it. Whichever student is watching this lecture, I bet, okay, this question will be at least there in next 2 attempts. Okay, 101% sure shot. Okay, I'm not discussing 800, I'm discussing 800. I'm discussing on 800, 85, 810. Ye 3 series. Very important to understand because this is something exceptional auditing points. And what is the problem? The problem is, okay, sir, what is the problem in auditing? Why it is given in 800? Reason simple hai. If I don't go 800, 800 will have certain restrictions. If I don't go in 800, I'll be following 210 for anything. Now I'll be giving how many report to him? 2 reports. One will be of GPF, one will be of SPF. If I don't follow the restriction, if suppose in GPF I have given a modified opinion. In SPF I have given unmodified. He will share with everyone which report? Unmodified or SPF. I need to ensure that restriction is there on SPF. The problem is on restriction of that report. This report should not be shared with shareholder. This report should not be shared with any other person except, example, now you are preparing for LIFO and FIFO, na? Weighted average, you will share this only with Shravan. Shravan. Okay, Shravan, you will share only with Shravan. Nobody else this report should be shared. Are you getting the point? Acha, in that report, suppose what if he shares, I need to clearly mention in that report that this report is only for Shravan. Ye cheeze right. These are the things which need to be taken care, which will be making you understand in which standard? 800. 800 wala point. Are you getting the point, Malik? So make it sure from today onwards, very clear. GPF 210, SPF 800. GPF 210, SPF 800. What is an SPF? Industry is not following, only that entity is following. Can it be German GAAP? Can it be UK GAAP? Can it be bank requirement? Can it be contractual requirement? It is an SPF. Audit aap chodoge nahi. You are not required to leave the audit. Let audit come. But the only thing is acceptance of audit is in different standard. You will be complying which standard? 800. Okay, in examination, suppose question come and ask acceptance should be done in which standard? So best make it clear. I do think now it is clear. Now when I go in chapter, I will not be discussing this all things. I will directly start with standard ka logics. Because background I created everything. Everybody? Okay, 800 is clear, 800 is clear? Okay. 800 standard ka point framework, special purpose framework. 805 is basically individual item audit. Individual item audit. Very important. Third point. Audit of individual item. Audit of single financial statement. Audit of individual item. Audit of single financial statement. Okay, acha, how many items were there in financial statement? 300. Okay, in normal audit, I provide opinion on financial statement or one item? Financial statement. Now client I want to do the audit of only daters. Audit daters. I asked him why you want to do the audit of daters. Now your mind will come, or sir, why he will do the audit of daters? Example, he is having daters of 10 crore. He is approaching the bank. He is saying bank, okay sir, take my daters. 10 crore, you take factoring and give me 8 crore now. You obtain how much crore? 10 crore. But give me right now how much crore? 8 crore. Bank says, okay, but give me audit report. He says, this is audit report. Bank says, this is audit report of 300 items. Where I will come to know the confidence on data? Because as a whole, data may not be material. I want opinion on data. Go to a chartered accountant. Do the audit of data. Make sure, I do think in morning discussion, you may get confused with one of the item. I'll make that clear. Here you are coming to audit the data. I am saying audit the data. Audit means reasonable assurance. He is coming and asking, sir, data, audit karke do. Now, okay. This is 805 engagement. Okay. Only P&L audit karwana hai. Only P&L. He want to do the audit of only P&L. Only balance sheet. Sir, is such engagement possible? Therefore, standard is there, na? I will discuss the example where these things are required. Only this one. See, understand, when we are doing, sir, pura audit, complete audit done, na? Mere bhai, when your complete audit is done, yani your opinion on group 1 is done. But what about the opinion on audit paper? I want this opinion. When we discuss on this group 1, Okay, so you are pass. Technically I understood. You are pass when we discuss about 150. But don't you think 40 also matter? You are not required to consider only 150, na? So 40 वाला point. Okay, लेकिन जब मैं overall देखता हूँ, I may ignore some item which may not be material from overall financial statement level. So therefore, individual item I need to get audited. It may happen separating it. Therefore, it is called special purpose framework, na? Therefore, it is called special purpose framework. Special purpose. Purpose will be there, which is special purpose, not general purpose. Generally, everybody does not do like this. I do think Bharat Mata ki jai. Samjha Malik? Artha Maindya? Everybody? Okay. So technically, this is 805. Now in morning, if you remember, agreed upon procedures. Remember agreed upon procedures? Okay, this was agreed upon procedure. See, understand. If I ask you, prepare a report for debtor. Prepare a report for, which is on the screen. He comes me and says, aging of debtors though. Prepare a report on debtors. This is not an audit of debtors. Audit of debtors means what? Reasonable assurance on debtors. The two engagements are different. One is agreed upon procedure where he says, prepare a report on debtors. So this engagement is a part of which engagement? Which engagement? Related services. If I ask you debtors ka khali audit karke do, only audit debtors, only audit debtors. Okay, 805. 805 is okay, is audit of single item, single financial statement, single account balance, whatever it may be. Single. P&L, okay, P&L pe disclosure. P&L pe audit karo. Sir, can a auditor who has audited complete financial statement, can he give opinion on individual item also that I have completed? No, this is a separate engagement altogether while taking this one. So, day after tomorrow morning, when I am discussing 805, make sure you are clear with this point. Ho sakta hai tomorrow also I start this one. It's my mood point after 700 ke series. Okay, but to the extent, just make sure 805. And 810 is the last standard to focus on summary financial statement. Last point to remember, summary financial statement. What is summary financial statement? Okay, if you are aware about the sections 135, 136, 137 of Companies Act, where you are required to give financial statement to your shareholders before the meeting, AGM. You are required to submit financial statement to ROC, 137, annual returns. Shareholder, before coming to the meeting, AGM, I need to send you 21 days before a financial statement. Listed company do have an option, rather than sending a complete financial statement, I may send you a condensed form of financial statement also. Section is giving, I am not telling. That condensed form is summary financial statement. Now that summary financial statement should also be audited. That is a requirement of SEBI. Yani listed company mein actually you have bahut sari engagement. If you are a listed company or client, you enjoy. You enjoy because you will be having multiple engagement. Multiple engagement. So listed company case mein summary financial statement should be audited. Now my question is, what is a summary financial statement? Acha, summary financial statement is a part of which summary? This summary is from which? It's extracted version, na? Acha, summary financial statement is an extracted version of financial statement which were audited. Okay, in summary financial statement our opinion goes like this: whether summary financial statement is a good summary, fair summary of audited financial statement. So this is separate engagement altogether, 810. So in 800 series, how many standards are there? 3. What are the 3 standards, beta? 800, 805, 810. These are the things which you need to do it out. So these are the list of standard. Hopefully आपके पास standard की list आपको समझ में आई. Now we can enter into the chapter. Okay, so before starting the chapter, okay, I'm just going with a particular point. आपको मैं समझा दूँ the format which should be followed by you. These are total number of chapters which has been given in your syllabus. Okay, which is as per module. Now, when I am preparing this TRB, okay, when I kept in mind TRB, understand. Okay, how many versions of books I am having available with me? Worst version of book available with me is my main book. Main book means exactly a replica of module. Malab, what I did, Control C of module, Control V in my book. That's it. We can't go ahead beyond the module, boss. If you are going beyond the module, swaha. Okay, so first of all, first is main book. That is the main batch. Because main book would require more time. 120 hours, 100 hours, 120 hours required for main book. After that, one more version comes, that is called TRB, which is definitely which you are holding it out. Okay, which is actually, or some those who are online, soft copy is shared on Telegram channel also of not complete book but on chapters. So the chapter which will be used for today and tomorrow, soft copy has been shared. So technically speaking, this is TRB, which is an edited version of module itself. Matlab my main book. I have kept all the questions. No single question has been deleted. The only thing is the content which is required to remember. I made that point to be remembered. That's it. And if you understood, I removed the masala content. Masala means the narration content of that particular explanation. So whenever we are going from this book point of view, please make it sure you understand clearly. This is a revision book. So right now when we are revising, I want, because we are taking care of every element, I want whenever I am discussing, I will be discussing few words against with you. Okay, this particular question. Example, I start with one question. After that I discuss, this element should be covered, this element should be covered. You should have a habit. If you want, this book should be a base book. Okay, and you can use as a base book. You have a habit that writing the keywords. The second point, you can also do this if you are not writing it out. Okay, second habit you can do this. Whatever book you are referring, either you are referring module or something like that. Okay, compare with that module and whatever missing content is there, you missing. Missing content means what? I'm not telling question missing or point missing. That narration content which I am explaining in the class. So to make that concise and precise, I have done this one. Okay. Tod Malik, mere khayal se everybody clear? Understood kya? Are yes or no? Okay, and third, one more book will be there which I'll be using during marathon. Okay, that book name will be Gyan Astra. That will be 100-page book, only head points. Because in marathon to revise the content, revision point, I need to only recall the head points. I will not be explaining the all content there. My main agenda will be this question, this 5 points. That's it. This question, this 5 points. This question, this 6 points. This question, this point. How to remember that point? Method will be there. That's it. This will be a one more book. But you are not required to go ahead with that book because you are having that TRB. If anybody is having a TRB, he can rely on that only. You should use this book also for revising the content. Whenever I am going with marathons, marathon means understood marathon for one day. Even before your examination, okay, one day before examination, I will be doing a marathon. Depends on which day examination is there. If examination is during the first 15 days only, whichever time schedule has been done, which I doubt, okay, but if it is that day, I will not be there because I am not present during that time, I am traveling. But I will be responsive to the WhatsApp and messages. And even marathon content I will be recording in March, which I told you. So that is already available. But if it is in end of May, I will be there and I will be even taking marathon after your AFM examination. After your AFM is completed. Okay, night you just come to the YouTube channel, sustain with me. Next day almost your portion is done. Next day only whatever you are not able to recall, focus on that. Approach. Okay, if anybody is studying first time, can I refer this book? I have not studied audit at all. Now this is somewhat risky then. If you have not studied audit at all and you are referring this book, then it's a risk. See, understand, if you take a risk, you get a returns. That's technically a point. But how much risk you should take, that's a questionable point. So here I would suggest certain chapters you should go through a main book. After reading main book, come to this book. Okay. So technically if anybody is doing directly a first point, so you need to do that hard work here. I can't completely go with that particular 250 pages and you can go for 100 marks of CA final audit. And after that you will be signing an audit report and you will be charging by 20 lakhs rupees. By 250 pages. But 250 pages by this class, I can assure you to sign that audit report, the capability which is required, competency which is required, you can get that one. So right now in our class, I'll be using this book. Our main agenda will be, whenever I am discussing the question, I will be discussing the question with you. I will be giving a background. I will be linking that material. Initially, once we start, okay, the content will be small. But once the content become exhaustive, any probability by tomorrow, okay, all things will start integrating and one case study will become. Our competency is to crack that one. Okay, See, I can't have a control of your writing a theory. Somebody may be good in writing theory, somebody may be not be good in writing theory, somebody may be good in practical. I can't control that one. Na? Example, I am very versed at direct access. Nobody else can control till date also. Okay, it was impossible to control. Possible ही नहीं है. If somebody is good at practical, what I can tell, how much to be revised. Even whenever she start reading book also, na, she will think, what utter waste I am reading. It will happen. Somebody may have that approach. Doesn't matter. I am not telling you to do the best in every subject, but I am telling you by giving a minimum time, you can get maximum return. So first concept, by inserting 40 hours approximately, you can crack that 30 marks very, very easily. First thing. Secondly, after that, those 70 marks portion is there. How to write and how to kill it out, that is also cracked here. Yani here in this lectures, I am covering every element of concepts, Malik. So make sure you are active in involvement. मतलब आप समझोगे involvement is basically you interact. Okay, whenever you feel sleepy, interact. Start repeating, start writing something. It may happen. Because every time I can't have a power joke थोड़ा ना मार सकता हर time. Every time can't be a joke every day. मतलब complete day lecture joke only. But make sure this is exactly what an agenda you can cover from a batch. And if you want a maximum return, you need to crack it out, and I told you revise it out. But the only thing is, I can't tell you to revise after going at home. Reason you are already spending me with 7-8 hours with audit, completely exhausted. After that also going home and reading audit, sir. Yes, so I will not suggest you that approach. Okay, unless until you are very determined, focused. Okay, but after the batch is over, the approach should be clear that you should complete. Once batch is over, on 5th, 4th or 5th, the next day you should sit and completely washed it out, this one. And when you are in marathon, you get that comfort zone with me. Okay, so to start with, just I am showing you the chapters. Okay, your chapter 1 to 11 is completely standard based. And out of 11, okay, check out what 8th, 9th and 10th and 11th. 8th chapter, 9th chapter, 10th chapter, 11th chapter. Tell me what is the 8th chapter? Which is the 8th chapter? Which is the 8th chapter? Specialized area means which? 800, 805, 810. These three are there in 8th chapter. Are you getting the point? Okay, this is 800 ki series. Okay, what is 9th chapter, beta? Which is 9th chapter will be SRS. What is 10th chapter? SRE. And which is 11th chapter? SAE. Why do you think you understood? Okay, what is 8, 9, 10th, 11th? Okay, then what is 1 to 7? Standards on auditing. This is our major crunch to cover it out. Okay, so out of which, okay, just make it sure. Okay, out of which, even you focus on 1 to 4, rather than I will be very clear, 2, 3, 4, these are biggest chapter. 5 and 6, this is your intermediate chapter. These both are inter chapter. Okay, 7th is also inter chapter, लेकिन biggest chapter. 7th भी inter chapter है, लेकिन biggest chapter है. So, which are the biggest chapter in this all 11? In this all 11, which are the biggest chapter? 2, 3, 4 and 7. These are the biggest chapter altogether. Sir, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, biggest chapter? No. It's a part and parcel. Matlab, I am telling you, 2 hours, 1 hour, khatam. Standard over hai. One day, this all 4 chapters is basically can be done with other syllabus, other wala point. The main part is your blunder here. This is approximately your 55%, okay, which marks can be expected. So to be very precise, if your paper is of 105, 10 marks, the standard syllabus itself can be of 60 marks. Where I can completely bet with you, 20-25 marks will be MCQ. Mark my words. 20-25 marks will be MCQ completely on standards. Your 5-6 marks will be MCQ on code of ethics or something like that. Okay, code of ethics will be more of theory. Okay, standards, what judgment you will apply, how judgment will apply. And to be more precise, if you are not clear with concept, the problem is you are not required to clear only concept. You need to apply the logic or judgment what examiner has put into while drafting the question. And the question will be, out of the following, which is most, okay, appropriate? Any, matlab in MCQ, if I ask you which is most appropriate, I'll show you the question also. Don't worry, from main book, matlab module. Out of the following, which is most appropriate? Means all four are appropriate. Are you getting the point? All four are appropriate. But which is most appropriate? Now, most is a definition of examiner. So your judgment should apply according to get that 30 marks. And I'm telling you, 30 marks, 70 marks is not in your hand. Even if you write exact to exact also, there may be a deduction of some marks. But 30 marks is incomplete in your hand. So make sure wo understanding point. So 55 marks portion is this one. Out of, I can guarantee you, this is sure shot. I can guarantee you this is sure shot. I can guarantee you this is sure shot. These are sure shot content. Okay, out of the balance, question may come in case study form or something, a different form, but that's a part and parcel here. So mere ख्याल से everybody clear till here, Malik? Ekdam down. Last one is your professional ethics. Professional ethics is code of ethics. Code of ethics is completely 1 day we'll spend in code of ethics. Okay, almost 1 day where we'll focus on first schedule, second schedule, because you have already given the examination. Okay, so almost everyone. So you may be aware about the first schedule point, second schedule point, but fundamental principle they have include more. They have also included code of ethics more. They have included guidelines, very detailed one. Earlier there were a few guidelines. They have included more guidelines nowadays. So every elements will be covering there. So code of ethics, 101%, 16 marks nowhere gone, and it can go up to how much marks? 25 marks. Okay, so code of ethics can go up to 25 marks. But code of ethics ka 25 marks depends on in which other chapters the compromise will be done. Okay, then 2 more chapters. This is digital audit and one is ESG audit. Dekhiye, one is 12th and one is 19. 101%, 5 marks, 5 marks. It can be thoda sa less than 5 marks also. More than 100% question is there. 100% question. Digital audit. Okay, and ESG. 100% question is there, Malik. Everybody with me? Okay, Baki balance which is not highlighted is basically a 20 mark syllabus. Now which chapter can come for whichever marks, I am not sure. It can be anything. You just need to study all and focus on a separate element altogether. Okay, so this is with respect to your chapter sequence. So current chapter which I am starting is basically your chapter 3. Chapter 3, what is the name of chapter 3? Chapter 3, audit planning, strategy and execution. What does it say? First of all, just clear it out. Then we'll start with the chapter wala point. Okay, what it says? Audit, planning, strategy and execution. So chapter 3, okay, is going on 3.1. Now, first of all, create a structure. Okay, how much questions are there and how the questions are linked or which parts are there to be covered. So sir, in particularly audit planning or this chapter, even whatever chapter name it is there, doesn't matter to you, because it can be any name, but your chapter should be covered very thoroughly. Which are the parts which are covered in this chapter? So sabse pehle, first of all, we'll be covering essay 300. Then we'll be covering, okay, essay 600. Then we'll be covering essay 610. Then we'll be covering 620. Then we'll be covering, okay, BAP standard 540. And then we'll almost covering 520 ka part. So how many standards are there in chapter? Okay, technically speaking, six standards. Once 6 standard done, your chapter is done. Okay, so just go slow by slow. It is a revision. I told you how it is working it out and you are very clear. I'm just telling slow by slow. When I'm saying slow by slow, I'm not telling 1 word, 2 word, 3 word. Slow by slow, ensure you are having a deep understanding of each question. Because make sure you may be thinking that I may not be so correct, and God, I'll pray God that I may not be so correct. But from May 24 examination onwards, because 25% syllabus is deleted from your overall structure, definitely they are not eager to make you easily pass, that for sure. It is not like that, by your 25% syllabus and now chalo, let's pass immediately. Now the things will be more tricky with a minimum syllabus. Earlier the problem was everybody was complaining syllabus is more, it is difficult to complete. Now 6 papers, it is easy to complete. Okay, complete it out. But now the question will be application wise. Prepare your mindset. Okay, everything I will be watching a case study. Okay, before starting question, I am very clear. In this particular batch, I am covering a complete concept. Even this, when you have a backup of this particular lecture, you will be having access to these lectures. Okay, face to face, live batch, whatever they are watching. On Google Drive link will be there. On Google Drive also I will be sharing a charts for summarized version. Okay, that's how I am drawing. Here I am not having a time to draw exactly formally, because I will be saving that time which I did in main batch. So I will be sharing that screen sheets. I will show you that one. So suppose sometime you forgot what is the structure of chapter. So to visualize that chapter structure, you have complete chart but made by hand. So if you want or likhne ka practice, you can use that approach. Second, only doing the revisions doing the class will not make you capable to go in examination. Only doing this batch will be make you capable to solve that 30 marks easily, I bet. But that 70 marks easily nahi hoga. You will able to remember. But one more, yani what I am creating with this 5 days, with 40 hours, I am creating a competency. Capability need to be created. I am very clear. Sir, how capability we need to be created? By going through questions. Sir, question bank, which question bank I should refer? You refer the question bank of module only. Sir, you will be doing, I told you, for all batch I will be doing a combined question bank on YouTube. That is a point. You can sit that, you can either do along with me. But whatever it, you go through a question bank. Because if you are not going through a question bank, I am telling you, you may be knowing a question. Oh my God, oh why, yes, superb, answer yaad rahega. Okay, question aaya, apne ko, it will not be easy to make you apply that question ka answer. So it will create a phobia. Are you getting the phobia? Okay, the fear that you will be forgetting everything. So, 2 things. First, create a competency. Second, create a capability. Competency is created during the class. Capability will be created by doing the question bank. Okay, am I clear this one? Okay, so for question bank need to be taken care. Now, there may be one approach where student may, out of you or online, somebody say, sir, do one thing, do question bank only, don't go with the concept. Then there is not an agenda of this revision then. Because my agenda of this revision. Now, sir, then do question bank. Where I am telling I will not do. Had I told I am not doing. Thus I told you I will be doing for all batches. I do always, when I do the question bank, okay, when I do the marathons and other things, I will doing the question bank. You do that one. Sir, do you have a compilation of the question bank? Answer is yes. Everything will be available on Telegram channel. But that is a separate batch. This is not a part of batch. I do think you are getting the point. My agenda of batch is making you every conceptual clarity. But during this discussion, I will making you understand this question may come like this. Oh, everybody listening carefully. I will be telling you this question may come like this. Just make sure. And whenever you solve that question, you will come to know, oh my God, sir told like this. This is the answer. I will be creating a question. Now you understood also how I create a question. Ganesh is telling me like this. I am doing like this. What should I do now? Suggest. And then your answer will come. This I will be discussing. So don't worry about applicability. But individually you yourself need to go through that particular phase. Then the things will done. Sir, any test series will be option available for me. March end. Okay. 3 test paper I will upload on Google Drive. These questions will have other question than what I solved on module and what I will be compiled from past examination. 3 tests will be of 50% mark of standards on auditing. Standards only. 50% will be for other chapter and code of ethics, and 100% paper, okay, based on the pattern which institute is giving, 55% and other element. Okay. To check the paper, I can't guarantee you right now, but definitely I'll try my level best that my team or that checking wala point. Okay, one more allocated team is there. They will give you. Okay, how it will be proceeded, I will discuss that later one. But definitely 3 test paper will be there in August, March end. But on your drive, I'll this mention in your group. WhatsApp group will be there. In that group, I will be mentioning. Okay, now this revision is there. Please attend. This is there. Okay, uploaded. Do solve. So once you do all this all alone, you are getting the point. Okay, without me, then by Saab, okay, you are having a good comfort zone in audit. So first of all, just make sure you are comfortable with that particular point. So in chapter 2, chapter 3, which we are studying right now. So मेरे ख्याल से everybody clear? Clear ना? So my question, okay, अरे ready है कि नहीं hard work के लिए भाई? देखो, if you need to clear, okay, it requires an hard work, that for sure. Okay, your competitors are those who are reading this first time. And they are very comfortable because they are reading this first time. They are well motivated because they will be giving first attempt examination. We are giving the repeated examination where our motivation is already gone or exhausted. Second, we have tried multiple times. Okay, multiple times I am saying, I am just giving an example for repeated student. So where our motivation is already exhausted. Okay, our agenda, you are fighting with a young generation of yours. मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ you are become old, but are you getting the point? Okay, see, giving the first attempt and giving the second attempt makes a big difference. Well, when I am giving a first attempt, I was well motivated. I was well, imagine about yourself when you are giving the first attempt. But अभी attempt देना है, तो आपको है ना, you need to fight back, man. And you need to gather that all motivation and hard work. And best time is this. Why? Why best time is this? Because everything with you is new. Reading the same content creates a cumbersome. ठीक है यार, last time भी ये read किया ना यार. Last time I read this only ना रे. What is happening with me? This attempt is everything new for you ना. Go with the zeal. Do that hard work, भाई. तो भाई साहब, okay, Malik, please gear up because now we are starting with the chapter. Conceptual clarity लो and चीजें close करो. Okay. So first of all, chapter 3, and I being very frank enough, fair enough. I am your well-wisher, and to the extent I told you, your success is my success. How will I be successful? Who will recommend me? Who will tell other to, हाँ भैया, you can join Amit Ate? It's only you, no? But it will be only after success, no? So after results, after completion of batch, many elements are there, man. Please make it sure. Okay, make it sure we achieve this success feat together. What do you require? You tell me more. I'm telling you, you have everything now. You have that particular batch, which is altogether revision batch, which is a conceptual batch. Second, you have a marathon. I told you, you will be having question discussion. You have a test paper. Arey bhai, crack. Okay, the first point, chapter 3, we are starting with your chapter 3. We are starting with respect to your planning. The first standard is 300. The first standard is 300. 300 ka planning ka standard. Before going on 300, let me discuss with you. There are 3 elements which will be covering. One is plan, one will be strategy, and one will be program. Program is limited answers in your. Acha. Okay, in this particular chapter, my friends, in this particular chapter, how many standards are to be done? 6. Out of this, I am doing now 300. Then we'll go on 600, 610, 620, 540, 520. Okay, I hope you remember the numbers. Yaad hoga what we are discussing. So it doesn't matter also which chapter is there in your syllabus. It is about standards. So first of all, standard 300 we are discussing. In 300 we are discussing three elements. What are the 3 elements? Planning, strategy, program. Listen carefully. You tell me. Okay, first of all, please prepare this concept and then I can start with this content. Now everybody is aware about how the audit is done. So first of all, sabse pehle, when I start the audit, what should I do? What should I do? Planning. Matlab, he has not appointed me also, not sent engagement letter also. First I will do planning. Wow, my good. I am going with the starting point. Okay, he has sent me which letter? Engagement letter. Wow. He is sending me engagement letter. He is engaging me. He is sending me appointment letter. I am sending acceptance. Engagement letter. Two letter. Okay, one is appointment. He is telling we are eager to appoint you as an auditor of a company for this year. Then I am sending him which letter? Engagement letter. Everybody clear? Are hi Anna. देखो, if you want a news channel, I can be a news channel also. Then I will sit here. I'll just read this content. I will explain conceptually. I will not. If you want, मतलब जैसा मैं हूँ, this is my original Amit Ated. If you want that original Amit Ated there, you be original Amit Ated के साथ interlink. My first question. First of all, he will appoint me by sending me appointment letter. Then I will send engagement letter. Lekin, do you think directly I should send engagement letter or should I do background screening about him? Okay, example, he may be involved in drugs. He may be involved in money laundering. Do you think such engagement should be accepted? Not at all. Bhai sahab, you will say, we will give a modified opinion. Arey bhai, there will be audit risk. He may give you a fabricated evidence. He is already involved in money laundering. Okay, so should we accept such kind of engagement? So first of all, keep in mind, kaan khule, ear. Khule, open. Kaan khule, ear open. Once he send me appointment letter, I should do his background screening. I should check about integrity of the management. I should check about integrity of TCWG. Sir, who is telling to do this? SQC1. SQC1, SA220 is telling me, Amit Tater, before accepting the engagement, don't go directly. First, do the background checking. Integrity. Amit Tater, before accepting engagement, ensure whether you are independent or not. Before accepting, Amit Tater, ensure you have CCRT. CCRT, capability, competence, resource and time. Capability, competence, resource and time. Okay, are you having this all? Amit Tater is saying, yes, I am having this all. His integrity is no problem. Okay, pehla question, his integrity is problem? Do not accept. Baat khatam. Do not accept. Do not accept. Khatam. Then standard over. All standard over. No standard, other further standard is required. Lekin integrity, good. Amit Tater, do you have CCRT? Capability, competence, resource, time? Okay, I'm in Hyderabad right now. I'm having time. So therefore, I'm spending a time. But if I'm not having time, I should not accept the engagement. Okay, do you have a time? Okay, accept. Okay, let's go ahead. Who is telling me to do this? SQC1. Who is telling me to do this? SQC1. इसको अपन SA220 भी बोलते हैं. If you remember, I told you SQC1, SA220 is in alignment. Remember SQC1? अच्छा, SQC1. आराम से. Don't worry, you will come to. I'm telling you, मस्त कर दिया. I will close. How I will close ना? You will मतलब एकदम आराम से बैठेगा. बस तुम मेरे साथ रहो. Okay, मतलब you stay with me. Okay, my question is, SQC is quality control for firm. SA220 is quality control for audit. So technically, SA220, because we are doing audit, so SA220. But SA220 say, I am in line with SQC. But while this chapter is discussed, they are discussing from SA220 point, because we are in engagement. So technically, should I directly accept the engagement or should we consider about integrity? Baki I am not considering, I should consider CCRT, ethical requirement, that's done. But concept samjha? The first appointment letter, what should be done? Okay, so who told to do this? SQC and SA220. It can be some chapter you will find SQC, some chapter you will find SA220. So we need to be skeptical. Where we need to write what? Okay, is good boss, good. Principal person, ethical person, integrity person. Okay, now I accept? No. First, I will send him engagement letter where I will tell him, okay, accept this condition first. I am giving some condition to you. What is that condition? Okay, first condition, financial statement you will prepare. Internal control you will put. Okay, access you will be giving me. Additional information you will be giving me. Unrestricted access to this all you will be giving to me. Okay, sign this, then I will start the audit. So there are two elements. One is factor before acceptance and one is condition before acceptance. One is factor before acceptance. One is condition before acceptance. Factor, okay, is integrity. Okay, now tell me, money laundering may involved hai. How much is involved? Again, it may decide, you need to decide. If he is involved in money laundering, but you think, okay, you can continue the engagement because his involvement is less in entity, you can accept. Factor is not compulsion. Factor is to be considered. Factor is to be considered. Condition is compulsion. If condition he does not select, does not do, okay, it's coming back again. Okay, I told you two things. Appointment letter, wapas. Appointment letter, come to me. What I do? I mean now answer. Factors. Factors में integrity. Now integrity में it's your decision. Okay. if management integrity is doubtful, do not accept. Not doubtful, accept. Accept. Engagement accept. But how? What is meaning of doubtful? Is a subjective point. You decide, auditor. Understood? Next I come with condition. How many condition? 5. Financial statement, you will prepare. Internal control, this ratify, this point. Financial statement, you will prepare. Internal control, you will give. Access to books, you will give to me. Additional information, you will give. Unrestricted access, you will give. This is condition. If any of the condition he is saying no, he is saying I will not give the access. He is saying I will not give unrestricted access. Do not accept the engagement, because this is limitation of scope. This is what? Limitation of scope. Do not accept. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear? Do not accept the engagement. Do not accept the engagement. This is what technically point he is here. I do think first point clear, point second point clear. So there are two questions. What are the two concepts? Question matlab two concept. What are the two concepts? Factors, condition. Factors, condition. Okay. What is compulsory? Factors is judgment. Okay. Who is telling factors? Who is telling two factors to be complied? SQC or 220. Make it sure ये दोनों याद रखे. Both you remembered. Who is telling two factors? SQC or 220. SQC? SQC? Okay. Who is telling condition? 210. 210. Condition is telling by 210. Pakka clear? Everybody? ठीक है. Okay. अच्छा. Should I check ethical requirement and independence also? Yes or no? Who is telling this? Factors. 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 Factors कैसा है? Ethical requirement, condition, CCRT. Factors, factors, factors. Everybody clear? Because see, understand, independence is a matter of judgment. Okay. See, law will be giving you certain criteria of independence. I cannot be shareholder of the company. But can he be my friend? I'm not telling relative, friend. He's close friend of mine. And he want an auditor for his company. He told Amit, yaar, do you audit kar le? You know how I am. Do it audit. Is it okay? Can I accept the engagement? Can I accept my friend's audit engagement? How ethically wrong? But that is not ethical requirement. Independence is a separate requirement. That's what I am making you clear. Ethical requirement are 5 points. Confidentiality, integrity, objectivity, professional competence, and professional behavior. Individual, perfect. Familiarity threats. You need to understand there is a familiarity threats, but it doesn't mean that familiarity threats I cannot accept. Family threats can, if it is an acceptable level. Which level? What is meaning of acceptable? If, okay, there would be some third party, he would be giving a same opinion, and I am giving the same opinion. Okay, threat is at acceptable level. Threat is there, but it is at acceptable. So this is need to be checked by whom? Okay, which standard? Coming back to our question, factors or condition? Factors or condition? Factors. This cannot be condition, na? Because independence में family threats, how much family threats are there? It's a factor point. It is not a conditional point. मेरे ख्याल से everybody clear till here? So first of all, मेरे को बताओ, should we start with planning first? Somebody told, madam told na planning. Should we start with planning or for factors? अच्छा, सबसे पहले what will happen? We'll get which letter? Appointment letter. Okay, Bholenath, Om Namah Shivaya. Appointment letter. Okay, after that, okay, accept? No. First, nahi, mere saath, you stay with me with my sequence only. First, factors. Condition. When I'm discussing factors, two things. Judgment hai. Integrity, ethical requirement and independence. And along with CCRT. CCRT? Full form? Competency, capability, resource, time. Competency, capability, resource, time. Who is telling these 3 points to be done? SQC or SA220. So how many points are there for factors? How many points are there for factors? 3. Integrity, ethical requirement, CCRT. Done, Malik? Okay. Then we are coming on next condition. How many conditions are there? 5. 5 condition. What are the 5 conditions? Financial statement, internal control, access, additional, unrestricted access. Who will be giving? Management. You need to take a signature. Therefore, we are sending which letter? Engagement letter. He will sign engagement letter and he will send to me. Okay. Did he sign the engagement letter? Yes. Okay. Now start. Now tell me, what should we start? Should we start planning or should we start with strategy? Should we start with planning or strategy? Planning or strategy? Planning or strategy? Strategy. Okay. So what strategy should be there? What is meaning of strategy then? What is the difference between plan? Plan or strategy? Matlab kya? Very my favorite concept. Strategy. What is a strategy? Industry analysis. Is this planning or strategy or knowledge of business? Knowledge of business. Industry understanding, his understanding, client understanding is knowledge of business. Re. My question. Okay, what is strategy? Acha. Why? My question. That same thing that if I explain, I'll be answering the question only. So, thoda sa 2 minutes. Help me out. What is a strategy? Strategy for me as an auditor. And I am not discussing your past knowledge. Huh? Okay, nor I am interested at all in your past knowledge. I told you. Since today morning, I am involved. So, in your life, I meditated today morning. Okay, recall something. Strategy. What is the strategy of audit? Perfect. But where? You are near about time allocation, resource allocation. Online punter, anybody answering? How about 260-40? Blunder you are doing. In 40, I need to do the hard work. In 260, I need to do the less work. Strategy. Where I need to do more work, where I need to do the less work. This is my strategy. Why did you join the class for audit? Because you're finding difficult. Strategy. You joining the batch is strategy. 5 days is plan. Strategy. Joining, taking a decision is strategy. So 260, 40, where resources more? 40, 260, where resources less? Samajh mein aaya? That is called strategy. That is called. So my question is, okay, to decide where resources should be applied more, to where resources applied less is called strategy. It's called strategy, na? You applied, or see here, you applied article here. You applied article in printing. Okay, strategy. That is a strategy. That is a strategy. But question hai, okay, when you come to know, okay, so think logically. So directly you can start with strategy. 260-40. How the things are starting in organization. I want that completion of audit. I want that phase of audit. Okay, how I come to know 260-40? Okay, which standard? Link with the standard. 315. Okay, so my question is, after doing 315, I will come to know strategy, or start only I will come to know the strategy. Okay, directly I can come to conclusion of strategy that here resources more, here resources less, or should I perform 315 first? 315. 315 is called as risk assessment procedure. Which procedure? So my question, risk assessment procedure should be performed first, or strategy should be determined first? Technically, risk assessment, before risk assessment, you can't determine the strategy. Strategy means where we will put the resources. Okay, so risk assessment base will put the resources, beta. Everybody with me? So, give the logically. So, risk assessment procedure. Okay, do we start? Okay, coming back to the point. Should we start with risk assessment procedure, or should we start with the strategy first? Risk assessment procedure. Yani strategy will be determined after risk assessment procedure. The risk assessment procedure to identify the RMM is how many days task? Approximately, I may say 15 days task, not more than that. Yani suppose auditor is appointed on 19 June. Sir, why 19 June? Okay, AGM. AGM date is 19 June. Auditor is appointed 19 June. I am an auditor. Okay, 19 June se lekar 15 days I will do risk assessment. Acha, on 19 June what I have done? Acha, stable. Aram se. On 19 June what I have done? He sent me appointment letter. Factors, condition. 19 June over. After that, what I will start now? Strategy, or I will perform risk assessment procedure. Pakka, how much time it will require? 15 days. Do you think risk assessment procedure I should go blindly, or should I go in plan way? Plan means 15 days. Jab main bol raha hu, it is a plan. Okay, when you go blindly, you don't know only. So my question is, first is plan or then strategy? Or strategy first or plan baad mein? What is first? Plan is first or strategy is first? Plan is first or strategy is first? Online punter log, anybody, what is first? Both are interlinked. Okay, sometimes plan is first and strategy is next outcome. Okay, now tell me, okay, the risk assessment procedure. It is a planning. We'll go with a plan. Example, in risk assessment procedure, we'll do some inquiry, we'll do perform TOC, we'll check controls, we'll check policy procedures. Okay, we'll go in Cadbury factory. This is I can go directly as it is or with planned way. Planned. I need to go with a planned. Okay, I'll discuss with TCWG also. Suppose management at TCWG. Okay, sir is at TCWG. TCWG, I'm coming tomorrow. Alright, I need to discuss this everything with TCWG here. Because otherwise, next day I'm coming to audit and door is locked. Nobody is there. I'm calling management. Management only, we are on picnic. You are not aware that you are coming. Boss, everything should be well planned, well communicated. If you don't do the planning, kaya. So, मेरा point है risk assessment procedure. Okay, directly we should go or with a planned manner? Planned manner. So, पहले क्या बनाएंगे? First, what will prepare? Plan. After planning, doing risk assessment procedure, what will be in our hand? 260 and 40. Now, I can determine strategy. In 260, I'll put more resource. In 40, I'll put less resource. Arey yaar, shit. 260, hyper. 260, less resource. 40, more resource. Yani, whenever I discuss in audit, strategy means what? Allocation of resources. Strategy means what? Allocation of resources. Acha, okay, how much resources I should require in that particular area? 40? Okay, experts are required. Okay, or number of resources more required in which? 40. Number of less resources required in 260. Okay, expert required in 40. Okay, and number less expert are required in? Everybody with me, na? Synchronizing, na? If you discuss ekdam fluently and understanding very correctly, na? Okay, I will close this very in a clear manner and I will go in a particular flow manner. Okay, so my question comes, acha, when this resource is required? When this resource is required? Acha, my question, my appointment is done on date. Take a date only, date. 19 June 23. Assume karo. Okay, I came, 15 days I did. 15 days I did. Risk assessment procedure, 315. After that I started 330. So 330 is from 5th July. 10th July. 10 July I started at 330. 330, okay, in 40 I will do more work. 260 less work. Mera question hai, when I say 260 less work, it means what? Example, take one of the item of 260. In that, I will do the audit in July itself and I will rely on that and I will give an opinion on 31st March also on that evidence only. I will not audit again. I will not check item again in a month of December or January, February. Not required because there is less RMM. Controls are very effectively operating. Less RMM. Material nahi hai. But the item which may be more material, I may need to check every month. Example, in month of July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, I'll be doing every audit, every elements of audit. Sir, which one will be checked every month? 40 or 260? 40 and 260? It can be checked during the period also, year end also. Yani my question is, which item will be checked during the period as well as year end? 40. Which will be checked during the period or year end? 260. Clear? This is strategy. What is strategy? Listen carefully. Bhai. What is the strategy? Strategy means, okay, listen carefully. Which resource required? How much resource required? Okay, when this resource required? Suppose I required an expert. Okay, I will call the expert. Sakshi, I will call the expert. But I will not do inventory count today, na? Inventory count in 31st March. Okay, she should be available on 31st March. Therefore, I am communicating with her in August. So, I require expert. Are you getting the point? Okay, I require expert. But I require expert immediately or on 31st March? So, second point, getting the point. Okay, experts required. When it is required. These are the things you need to take in strategy. Whenever I discuss about study, make sure, okay, your answer should be which resource required, when required, how much required, and how this resource will be DSR. Direction, supervision, review. Okay, so जब भी मैं बोलूं, whenever I suggest you that I need to determine the strategy, I need to determine a strategy. Okay, factors, what things you will consider? 4 things. What are the 4 things? Which resource? Okay, how much resource? When? And how this resource will be DSR, managed. How this resource will be managed. Are you getting the point? Okay, first point. Which resource? Which? Qualitative. Qualitative point. Okay, how much resource? Quantitative. Okay, so when it is required. And most important, how they will be managed. 4 point. What are the factors for strategy? Which resource? How much resource? When this is required? Okay, everybody clear? Okay, aram se. Later on I will come to that point. Okay, determine this point. Okay, 3.2. 3.2 pe aaye. Come to page 3.2. Okay, benefits of overall audit strategy. Benefits of overall audit strategy, read mariye. Read the benefits of overall audit strategy. When we determine overall audit strategy, what are the benefits? First, employment of, allocation of, timing of, and last point. I don't think Malik samajh mein aaya. So whenever we determine strategy, what are the benefits? What are the factors we'll consider? We'll consider benefits of strategy. Anyway, make sure you are writing clearly. Okay, this benefits of overall audit strategy. Whenever company, okay, whenever CA firm is preparing a strategy, okay, do you think preparing a strategy will help CA firm in something? It will help CA firm in? Okay, no. That's only point. Timely completion is a planning ka hissa. Don't mix out the question. Okay, if I'm asking you, please listen carefully. Okay, if I'm asking you, acha, should we prepare a plan or not? Should we prepare a plan or not? Should we prepare a strategy or not? My question, what is the benefit of preparing strategy? Understood? Now question is, what is a plan next? Next, what is the meaning of plan? Listen carefully, listen carefully. What is the meaning of plan? Which area should be covered when? Okay, 240 will be covered. 260 will be covered. Year complete year end also, yeah, anytime. 40 will be covered throughout the period and year end also. Okay, so help me out. What is the plan? In month of July, I will do this. In month of August, I will do this. In month of April, September, October, November, December, I will do this. In month of January, February, March, I will do this. This is called plan. Okay, my question. Okay, think logically. My question. Ekdam aaram se jana. Why I am taking so much time on explaining the starting point? Make it sure you clear. My question. Okay, I planned it out. What was our RMM ka decision? RMM was, difference was RMM. How much is RMM? In which item RMM are there? 240. Sorry, 260. In which less RMM are there? 260. In which more RMM are there? 40. Everybody clear here? Okay. Now, accordingly, I am planning the audit. Okay, start it. Framework mere saath framework pe aaye. Framework matlab understand. First, he sent me appointment letter. I checked the factors. Then I checked the condition. After that, I started the engagement with RAP, with risk assessment procedure. Okay, do you think I did risk assessment procedure without plan or plan? So what was the first? Plan. Based on plan, I prepare. Risk assessment plan pe hua, but after plan, I determine strategy. Now, based on that strategy, I prepare the next plan. Understood? Nahi understood to exam aaram se. Okay, tell me, 19 June my appointment has been done. After that, till 10th of July, I did the work or not? Okay, unplanned or planned? So base plan was prepared. On 10th July, I had 260 and 40. Okay, what I determined? Strategy. Yani on 10th July, I determined the strategy. I'm just going with a timeline. Okay, help me out. From 15 July, I started the work. Okay, in 260, I will do less work. 40, I will do more work. Do you think I will be starting the work? It will be unplanned or planned? Yani after strategy, again I prepare a new plan. Are you getting the point? Yani my question is, what is dependent on what? Strategy is dependent on plan or plan is dependent on strategy? Both are interdependent on each other. Abhi technically coming one more point. Now tell me, I am in month of August. Okay, I was very clear 40. 40 is okay. I am very clear 260 is okay. But in 260, when I was doing the work, 260, why I was telling less RMM? Controls were good. Na? Uli was checking. Are you getting the point? Segregation of duties, internal checks, internal controls, very good. Uli was checking. I was happy. Okay, I thought, Ma kasam, I will be doing less work. Then I did, but I will do the work, na, but. So in 260, let's take an example. One was salary. Okay, in salary, I was thought I will take less evidence because no RMM. A, B, C, D. I was very happy. I took the sample. In sample, I came to know, ma kasam, there is a fraud. Sample, I came to know fraud. Now tell me, now salary is a part of 240, 260 or 40? Shifting happens. This was initial RMM. This was initial RMM. Okay, when you started the work, initial RMM. Life does not go like this. Na? Okay, so aage, in month of August, now the list change and list comes 270 and 30, 230 and 70. Did you understood this? What happened? What happened here? Here, 30 more items where I was thinking controls are good. 30 more items where I was thought controls are. But later on I came to know controls are not operating effectively, or I came to know evidence is misstated. Are you getting the point? So now they shifted to 70, matlab 40 wala item. Now my question is, for that new 30 which has been added, will I do less RMM audit or more RMM audit? So my question, okay, whatever plan was there, because of that plan, is my strategy change? Is my strategy revise? So my question, my strategy revise, is my plan change again? This is a continuous process. Plan and strategy, plan and strategy. Acha, whenever I discuss with you strategy, one thing should be kept in mind. Strategy means, नहीं strategy जैसे ही मैं बोलूँ audit में strategy means resource. Unless until resource का discussion is not there, it is not a strategy. Resource is a ground of discussion for strategy. Huh? Make it clear. Resource is a ground for discussion of strategy. Huh? Resource is not discussed, it is not a strategy. Then it may be a plan. Okay, and plan ke baad, one more point is there, that is called a program, which we will be discussing later on. But mere khayal se right now here structure is very clear. So my question, what is the benefits of strategy? Everybody clear? So come to the point, what is the benefits of plan then? First question. Benefits of plan. Sir, how many benefits of plan are there? 6. First benefit of planning. Okay, first question, page 3.1. Everybody with me? Acha, okay. Right now, make sure you are, if you have not brought the colorful pen, it's okay. Okay. Make sure you are using completely one color pen. Whenever I suggest you, this is LDR. LDR means last day revision. Or I suggest you, okay, very important question. I suggest you, boss, this answer should be kept in mind very thoroughly, even if that does not come in examination also. That should be taken care by red color. Red color, avoid everywhere. Red color is alerting color. Use red color. Other than अभी तक आपने रेड कर लिया होगा ठीक है मतलब but this is not an alarming situation, it's very easy answers. And I do think once we understood the concept, after that go with 3 page, you will come to know it is a matter of few minutes to complete this concept. So where conceptual clarity after done also you require efforts, that is a red color. The second color is basically with blue color or whatever which color you want. Okay, that is a benchmark color, your benchmark. And one more color will be black color. Sir, black color is what? Black color where I would suggest you, at any cost, you need to check the questions. Even if class discussion has been done, you should do the questions at any cost also. Example, after 300 series is done, I would suggest, okay, question nahi bhi dekha. If you didn't watch the question, you are in comfort zone because I have explained all questions here. That's why I told you. It doesn't mean you are not required to watch. But suppose you are missed 1 point or 2 point. But some black color question, which I'll be making you understand. In a module, there are certain questions like this which are very tricky, or the answer is outside the box. The answer is not in line with what we discussed only. That is black. Black matlab, okay, abhi wo, I always discuss in Hindi, okay, but that English mein kaisa aayega? Hindi mein main bolta hu, kalik pooch do. Kalik, black, put black on its mind. Because this is something worst. Okay, matlab wo, apna, I use that in Hindi. But that basically like this. This question can be framed in any manner by examiner. So even if you did here, you know answers, you know the concept, then also the new question can come into picture. Okay, and this can be a best example which the question which are not there in syllabus can be asked. That is black color. Example of black color. Today morning I told you 700 mein. Opinion I will discuss with you. Opinion. If you remember opinion, okay, there are certain syllabus which is not there, certain point which is not there in syllabus, but there is a question or examination part. I'll discuss with you. You just need to check the question of examination module. Why module I'm saying? Because module mein there are questions which has been covered, that part which is not covered by the theory part. Got the concept? 3 colors mein, 2 colors I will determine. Red and black. Black I will tell you to write because I will write that sheets. I will tell you write this. That is a black color. Red color, most important. Important means important. Don't go with my colors. Huh? My color can be any color. I don't know, I don't have any control. When I am teaching, I don't remember only which color I am using. But when I am telling you to remember, red color is an alert color. LDR, I am telling you, if God's grace happen, okay, maximum, 70-75 marks will be done with red only. I bet. Okay, but again, it's a luck. So if my luck survives, your luck survives, then things happen. But so red color doesn't mean you are not required to read other chapters. Huh? Bas, understood na? It's like ABC category re. So commonly use this one. So benefits of planning, sir. Benefits of planning. Any color, huh? Koi bhi color mein. Benefits of planning. Sir, what is the benefits of planning? Okay, 6 benefits. First, can I focus on important areas? Yes. Acha, how planning is helping me focus on important areas? How planning me helping in important areas? To 60 and 40. Near about. You are on near about. My question is how planning assists me in focusing on important area, because this is one of the important questions whenever I discuss this point. Fatapat. You will be hungry now. Yeah, I know. From your soul you are saying, oh my God, leave na sir, stomach. Keede pade tatid. But I will not leave unless until my target is not over. Matlab 5 minutes, 7 minutes, but you answer it out. How I am able to focus because of planning on important areas? Huh? Risk assessment is a procedure. You perform risk assessment based on plan. Procedure, I am not telling procedure, I am discussing benefits of planning. Acha, Renzo, I will tell, suggest. Whenever I am discussing 300, standard 300 ka name is planning and audit. Standard 300 does not say planning, strategy or program. Standard 300 clearly mention planning. And whenever planning word is considered by 300, whenever planning word considered by 300, it includes strategy also. So strategy is a part of plan. That's what I explained you in last point. So whenever 300 comes, don't underestimate. Okay, they are discussing only about strategy separately. Even they are saying planning of audit of financial statement includes two things. What are the 2 things? Plan and strategy. Program nahi hota hai. Program separately concept hai. So whenever I say planning and audit, it includes planning and strategy. So इसीलिए अब मेरे को बताओ, जब मैं benefits of planning, when I am discussing benefits of planning, will I consider the benefits of strategy also incorporated in that? The first benefit is because of strategy. You can focus on which areas? Important areas. So by planning also. Second, timely resolution of potential problems. So I can resolve timely potential problems. Everybody clear? Teesra point, proper organization and management of engagement. Any engagement I can properly manage here. Next point, मेरे को बता fourth point क्या है? Now this is what? This is strategy na? Selection of engagement team. Selection of engagement team is strategy or plan? Strategy. That's how the concept works. So selection of engagement team. DSR. Direction, supervision, TV. Yaad hai na? Okay, that can be done because of planning. And last point, okay, the coordination can be done between components of auditor of components and experts. What is meaning of auditor of components? Any idea what is meaning of auditor of components? Okay, oh my God. Okay, components के auditor भी you are not aware. Auditor of components मतलब branch auditor. Okay, branch auditor. Okay, branch auditor or subsidiary auditor. This is taken care by which standard? 600. Perfect. 600. Other auditor. Okay. Huh? No. Internal auditor. Okay. Internal auditor is not compulsion to be used. It's my choice. I'll be using you or not. Ram, I may not use you. Okay. Internal auditor. Okay. Internal auditor, I will reduce my work. But branch is compulsion. Because I'll be giving opinion on 200 crore. Out of 25 crore, the opinion is given by the branch auditor, which I have not audited. And I am giving an opinion on 200 crore. Acha, everybody is in my same line, na? Whenever I am having a financial statement, it will be of 200 crore, which is 25 crore is taken care by Mr. B. Mr. B, who is taking care of branch. How much I have audited? 175. But my opinion will be on? It is not on 175. So how I can give an opinion on 200 without auditing 25 crore? Because there is a compulsion I will be using a other auditor. उसको बोलते हैं branch auditor, मतलब other auditor. So 600 I will be using there. Everybody clear? Suppose Mr. B is there, who is a branch taking care of branch. I will ask him, had you done the work properly? Have you covered these areas? My risk assessment is this. My 40 items are this. What are your 20 items? Give me, because branch level materiality may be different. HO materiality will be different. I will consider this every element. So there are two questions of benefits in this particular first standard. Standard 300. What are the two questions? First question is benefits of planning and benefits of strategy. So what is the difference between two questions? अच्छा, benefits of planning strategy समझा क्या? अपन ने दो क्वेश्चन किए अभी तक. This page and next page. One is benefits of planning and one is benefits of. So what is exactly the difference? In benefits of planning, it's a wholesale answer which includes strategy also. When I am discussing benefits of strategy, I am discussing only from resources point of view. So in examination, if any question comes only on strategy, you will be writing from resources point of view. Any question comes on planning, don't consider only plan, because 300 say planning and audit of financial statement includes strategy. I think everybody clear? And don't worry, after the break, when we do the question, you will come to know the logics behind that. But मेरे ख्याल से first base ready है? Everybody? Okay, so मैंने जो भी क्वेश्चन, whatever question I developed here, okay, that will be used again in every, मतलब if you want to have a control of this 3 page, okay, 3 page done, okay, उसके बाद अपना काम खत्म, okay, then program is outside the easy point है, then our done. तो technically देखा जाए, 3 page is about plan and strategy, 4th page will be on program, our control will be done. Okay, am I here to ratify the answer? No. Okay, please make clear. ये वापस एक last point बताओ. Sir, अभी मैं now when I'm studying benefits of planning 6 points है, benefits of strategy 4 points है. I will try my level best to make sure that you are ratifying also, but we are not putting time in that. So sir, how should I do this? This is what I told you to do marathon. So in marathon lecture, what you will do? Ratify. और कुछ नहीं होगा. Even I can send you the revision lecture. Okay, you will come to know by revision lecture, which are already uploaded on YouTube. Okay, actually my all revision ratify, but they don't know the link of that concept. It's only abba dabba chabba. Okay, that's how the concept works. But you will know the link because you are going with that flow. So don't worry about ratify. Once again, I'm telling you, don't worry about ratify. Ratify second step. First step. Okay, and I do think you are now clear. Whenever I use word planning, planning includes study. Whenever I use for study, strategy. Atma clear? Take a break. Okay, after food, we'll meet. Okay, eat less. Eat more also, doesn't matter. But interact. Okay, it's more interactive. The things will done at your end. Tod Malik. I hope you are compatible now, with understanding. You are understanding my flow clear na? Some words I may fumble up, but that is what I told you in morning also. But tomorrow and after tomorrow you will see that improvised version of Tod. Okay, but that's, I hope, understanding. Tod man. We'll meet in 2:45. 2:45 to एक 5 minutes आगे पीछे 45 minutes का आप रखो ब्रेक. ठीक है? Okay, after that you want to take a short nap ले लो. After food वगैरह जो भी है, take it and चलेंगे. Okay, Malik. Malik, welcome back with respect to your content of auditing. Basically, what we have discussed before the break was about planning and strategy. If you remember planning and strategy, okay, planning and strategy. I told you whenever we discuss as a word planning, planning will include strategy. Just make sure you remember this point that planning is a part, strategy is a part of planning. So strategy as a separate word is altogether taken care by our institute or something individual item. But when I say planning, planning includes strategy. Okay, two questions we have discussed about planning and other things. Now the going ahead and additional content we are covering is basically depending on under individual circumstances. Now the next question comes is, sir, should we do the planning or not? When I say should we do the planning or not, you need to understand, should we consider strategy also? Should we do a planning or not? Answer is yes. Without planning, there is nothing, Malik. Planning is very important element of any audit work. Acha, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Without planning, you should not do any audit as such. This is what exactly discussed from the standard point of view. Is planning compulsory? Answer is yes. If you don't do the planning, you are non-compliant with standard. So if I say, if I'm doing the planning, I am complying with the standard on auditing altogether. Standard auditing, which standard? 300. Which standard, Malik? 300. So to comply with 300, we need to understand, we need to perform the planning element or planning element to be covered here. Now the question is, how much planning should be done? How much, sir? How much resources should be put as a planning? Okay, planning is required more time, planning should spend less time. Okay, what are the factors to determine how much planning should be done? The second question conceptually covers like this. The second concept says, okay, nature and extent of planning. Okay, how much? Okay, what should be covered in planning? How much should be time given to the planning? How much plan should be covered? Should we go with exhaustive planning? Should we go with a very small planning part? Example, when you go with a main batch, example, if I go with a main batch, I'll be doing exhaustive planning. But if I am in revision batch, I'll be doing a less planning. Acha, if I'm doing a marathon batch, I'll be doing a very minimal planning. You understand this one. So depend on engagement. The question, next question comes is factors. Okay. To be very precise. Okay, these are the factors word which need to be taken care of. Factors to be considered to determine nature and extent of planning. Factors to be considered to determine nature and extent of planning. Let me give an example. Suppose you are doing the audit of A.T. Okay, A.T. You are doing the audit of A.T.Academy. A.T. My Academy. Okay, academy which is based on Mumbai and other element. Okay, now you are doing the audit of that academy and you are doing the audit of HUL, Hindustan Unilever Limited. In which planning will be more? In which planning will be less? This is what exactly question comes. These are the factors which need to be required to consider how much nature of planning is required, how much extent of planning is required. Are you getting the concept? First of all, did you understand the question? So there are three factors. They say first factor is very basic factor. That is what we discussed. First is size and complexity of auditing. I do think a very basic point. Okay, this is what example I discussed with you. So if whenever I discuss this type of example, if you want to write it out, so you can mention there. Like to the extent this is what a concept comes into picture. So sir, size and complexity of auditing. Any example, AT ke liye planning will be small, HUL planning will be more. Acha, there may be instances where you were the auditor previous year only. You are the auditor previous year. So current year also you are auditor. Means which auditor? Recurring auditor. Okay, and you are first time auditor. Help me out. In which planning will be more? Second point. Second factor. Are you getting the point? The second point, past experience with the client, past experience with the auditee, how much elements are there? Okay, expertise how much required. And the third scenario, okay, suppose you are recurring auditor only. Lekin circumstances has changed. The circumstances where the client has been working, that has been changed. Now tell me, do you think I need an elaborated planning? Yes. The third point is change in circumstances. So my question is, what is the question? The next question is what are the factors? What are the factors? Question, make sure you understand. What are the factors to determine nature and extent of planning? Nature and extent of planning. Okay. Now the question in examination, how it will come? The question in examination is that Ganesh has approached Amit Tated. Amit Tated is doing initial audit engagement. For Amit Tated to perform this initial audit engagement, need to do the planning. Okay, while covering this planning element, okay, Amit Tated need to understand what are the factors to be considered while determining how much planning should be done by Amit Tated. Are you getting the point? Okay, मैं वापस बोल रहा हूँ. Once again, I'm telling you what I told you in the morning. Every concept के बाद I'll be discussing a question, and this question you check it out module or past examination. That's it. But the only thing is I'm not formally reading a question and spending time on that. I told you already everything I'll be covering. But the only thing is you be interactive with the logic. The question will not come directly. Explain the nature and extent of planning. The question will be like this. Somebody is approaching auditor. Auditor is doing the planning. And auditor is worried how much planning he should do. So now you suggest how much planning auditor should do. Or what are the factors? So how many factors you will suggest? 3. What are the 3 factors? Keyword. Size. Second point, past experience. And third point, change. Size, past, change. Size, past, change. This is how we revise the content. Okay, so size, dekho, past, dekho, change, dekho. Okay, based on that, you can decide the planning is how much planning is required. Everybody clear? Okay. Then the question comes, is very favorite question. Do you think planning is one-time activity or continuous activity? Okay, perfect. The planning is a continuous activity. Now, coming on the planning point, now the question comes, while doing the planning, what are the factors to be considered? I am very clear with my question. While doing the planning, what are the factors to be considered? Sir, before also factor question and this also factor question. Yes. Before was how much planning I should do. Should we do more time on planning or should we keep less time on planning? This was the second question which we discussed. Now I am discussing while doing the planning, whether it is of A.T.Academy, whether it is of HUL, whether it is Chiranjeev sir classes. Any audit you are doing, what are the factors you should consider? The 5 factors are there, very basically factors. First of all, okay, the basic factor is, okay, you will perform, please make sure you understand risk assessment procedure. Kya perform karoge? Risk assessment procedure. So risk assessment procedure, 2 things will be there. One, in risk assessment procedure, you will perform analytical procedure. In risk assessment procedure, you will perform the analytical procedure to be applied as RAP. One analytical procedure you will be performing is basically with respect to RAP. Okay, so the question which comes into picture when we are deciding about the factors. Okay, listen carefully. Now my question is that what is the risk assessment procedure? If you remember risk assessment procedure before the break we had discussed, risk assessment procedure will give 260 and 40. The risk assessment procedure, one of the procedure is analytical procedure. So if you study 315, not in final, intermediate. In 315, the risk assessment procedure would include doing the inquiry, doing the analytical procedure. Example, inquiry with TCWG. TCWG, tomorrow I am coming for an audit. What are the areas I need to take care? TCWG say, oh, bhai, okay, these are the areas. Then that 40 list comes into picture. So one more point is analytical procedure. So analytical procedure. So even in analytical procedure, please listen carefully. This I am discussing, one pointer, but I am spending 5 minutes on that, Malik. So please understand, when I am doing risk assessment procedure, and risk assessment procedure ka one procedure is analytical procedure. Risk assessment procedure ka procedure is analytical procedure. Risk assessment procedure ka procedure is analytical procedure. Now please understand, when I discuss about analytical procedure will make you understand whether there is unusual circumstance or not. Example, when we are doing risk assessment procedure on 19 June, I am appointed on 19 June. After that, which procedure I am starting? RAP. And I will be completing till 5th of July. This was the example we discussed. Now in 5th of July, in all these 15 days, what I will do? I will do multiple elements. I will do inquiry, vagera. Even I will do analytical procedure. So analytical procedure, okay, is one of the elements by which you will decide how much planning should be done. My question, I am repeating a question again. Planning includes the need to consider the matter as. This is also a question of factors. This is also a question of, sir, 1.2 and 1.3, these both questions are of factors. Then how both are different? 1.2 is about factors to be considered while determining nature and extent of planning. And 1.3 is factors while I am determining the planning. I am doing the planning. Suppose you are doing the planning, you consider whether analytical procedure, how it has been performed. Second, other procedure you have performed as a part of risk assessment procedure, consider that. Yani two answer will be from risk assessment procedure. Two answer. One is this one and one is last one, the performance of other risk assessment procedure. Yani while doing a risk assessment procedure, you need to consider this effect. So can anybody tell me out, this planning, whatever the answer 1.3 is going on, this planning is what part? What exactly I am discussing here? Planning a strategy. This is mainly of planning a strategy. So if I am doing a risk assessment procedure, analytical procedure of risk assessment procedure will give me some item which will be having an RMM. The other risk assessment procedure will be giving an area where is RMM. Okay, certain RMM will be determining materiality for me. Okay, help me out. All 300s are material or all 300s are material or some of the item are material? Which are the item which are material? 40. 260 are not material. Less material. So that materiality is also an element which is discussed in planning. Okay, acha. Does we require experts also? Does we require experts also? Experts, example, experts should be considered in planning or not? Acha, मेरे को बताओ. Madam, name Sakshi. Sakshi will come on inventory counting on during the period or year end? Year end, 31st March. But her appointment should be done during planning only, na? Okay, or on 31st March, should we wait? Okay, Sakshi, milte. And Sakshi is saying, I am not there because I am going on some other assignment. So, do you think the planning for experts should also be considered during? Planning for experts should also be considered whenever expert kabhi bhi aao. Whenever expert kab. Do you think planning of experts should be done during planning only? The planning wala point. Okay. So, materiality and involvement of experts. Okay. And most important, do you think legal and regulatory framework also help in planning? Answer is yes. Why legal and regulatory framework help in planning? How? Can anybody explain? How laws and regulations will help you to understand? Legal framework will help you to understand in planning. Okay. Yani which obtaining a general understanding of legal framework is also helping in planning. Acha, first of all, did you understood that both the question? मैं all question एक साथ में sequentially बनाऊंगा. 1.2 and 1.3 में difference क्या है? अच्छा, I am on first page only yet. Okay, what is my first question? First question is benefits. See, benefits. First question is benefit. Straightforward question. But I told you what is the logical difference here is the question is benefits of planning, which also includes. Bas. This was the only point I highlighted. Clear? Second, 1.2 question is nature and extent is word. The question is factors. The question is factors. But when you should consider these factors? Before planning, how much planning should be done? Before planning, Before planning. The third question is coming. Okay, what are the factors when I am considering during the planning? So what are the factors when I am planning the element of audit? What are the things which I will consider? So factors which should be considered. Okay, during the planning, what are the factors? Did you understood? So how many factors are there? First of all, I am creating an answer. Okay, two answer, easy answer. RAP. Short form. RAP. What is RAP? Risk assessment procedure. So one is analytical procedure of risk assessment procedure. One is other procedure of risk assessment procedure. Next two, materiality and experts. And last point is legal regulatory framework understanding. What are the 5 points for planning? What are the 5 points for planning? 5 points for planning. What are the 5 points for planning? First is RAP. Analytical procedure of RAP, other procedure of RAP. 2 points, materiality, experts. And last point is legal regulatory framework understanding. My question is coming back to square again. Why? How understanding will help in planning? Legal framework will help in planning. Dekho, whenever I will take a marathon, I do think you understood now. In marathon, what I will do? Benefits of planning. 6 point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Second, okay, this is the factors. Third one, this is factors. This is what marathon will happen. This will help to revise, not conceptual clarity. Are you getting the point? Okay, so in that marathon, we'll be focusing on revision. Right now, we are into conceptual clarity, man. But the only thing is conceptual clarity in speed. So I am not having it at 15 days point, Ray. So answer, unless at least something, whatever. Don't you think legal regulatory framework should be considered or not considered? Now the question is, if you are saying consider, then answer na why. Why it should be considered in planning? Okay, huh? Then it is a part of RMM only. Risk assessment procedure. In risk assessment procedure, you will consider whether there is a compliance or non-compliance. You will ask with inquiry with TCFG. Okay, and you will come to know there is a non-compliance. So that will be in 40 item. Na? So then understanding of legal regulatory framework, how it helps in planning. Scope of 250 doesn't help. Scope of 250 need to be done anyway. Then all standards should come here then. Why not 240? Why not 540? Why only 250 should have all the enjoyment? To plan which? Okay, effectively. Probably, okay, I don't know. Whether you are aware about Caro report? Okay, now question. Some client may have a Caro applicability, some client may not have. Now tell me, if client is having Caro applicability, resources are more required or not required? That is exactly what legal understanding. General understanding of legal will make you understand whether in this case resources are required or not. Okay, please understand, we are doing the planning part. Planning means some initial version. Once we enter into program, then you can discuss about 250, we can discuss about 540 individually. Unless until initially, we'll discuss an overall structure. So this is your third question to be focused on. I do think everybody clear? So third question is factor. So second and third is factor. Second is nature and extent. Timing nahi. Nature and extent. And this is nature and extent of, don't put every time blood circulation. Okay, nature, timing, extent of audit procedure. Here complete life of audit is nature and extent only. But only audit procedure is not there. Complete life is nature and extent of planning. There will come, and I am not discussing timing of planning. When should be planned? I told you already before the break. Starting, every time planning will be required. Na? Therefore, they are not writing nature, timing, extent of planning. Okay, in second question, why they have not given nature, timing, extent of planning? Because planning is continuous process. Okay, the question is suggesting nature and extent. Why I am explaining so logically? This is way how you will come to know conclusion on third day. Oh my God, am I suggesting any point? Why it is that point there only? Why not other? So why timing is not covered in planning here? Planning is continuous. So timing ka koi discussion hi nahi hai. You do A.T.Academy audit, you do HUL audit. Planning is continuous. But nature and extent can change na? Same logic, planning can change. I do think everybody clear? Bharat Mata ki jai, everybody clear? Acha, who is determined for planning? Who is responsible for planning? Auditor or client? Pakka? It is not client responsibility. Okay, next point 1.4. MCQ may help it out. Okay. Acha, tell me, should I discuss the element of planning with client? Break ke I have discussed everything. Should I discuss with client? Planning element should I discuss with client? Oh my God. If I don't discuss, next day I come, door is locked. Arey, forgot. Yaad aaya? Recalled? Arey, nahi. If you remembered, I discussed this before the break. Should I discuss the planning with TCWG? Should I discuss the planning with management? Why? Arey, they should be aware when I am coming. But only one thing is give me a detailed point. Huh? Okay, give me a good answer. Should I discuss completely plan with them? No, don't compromise effectiveness and efficiency of audit. If you're telling, hey, I am checking 40 areas more, huh? 260 areas less, huh? You, okay, 240 areas. You aram say 60 or 40 areas. Oh, why? Enjoy. Okay, don't compromise. Then why should I discuss the element of planning with client? So that our audit is conducted in efficient manner. Quickly, we are not required to wait. Understood? Acha, am I discussing planning with client or not? Who is responsible for planning? My client, na. I am discussing with him, na. Clear cut. Standard 300 say whether you discuss or not, you should discuss. But you should discuss only an overview. Don't compromise the quality of plan. But while discussing, make sure the responsibility of plan is with auditor. Okay, that's your 1.4. I do think everybody clear, Malik? 1.4 read. Although discussion often occurs, but the overall strategy and audit plan remains the. So my question is, although this discussion often occur, with whom? Management, TCWG. I do think now you are understanding how we are going with the flow of content. So first question, second question, third question, fourth question. Okay, after fourth question, most important question, which is the favorite question, and I do think we should be very clear. Okay, my question comes is the question is saying What are the preliminary engagement activities? The next question comes is preliminary engagement activity. Listen carefully. Sir, what is the meaning of preliminary engagement? Before engagement. Acha, when I start planning, once I engage, I start planning. When I'm engaged? After engagement, kya? Oh my God, don't take so much time. Okay, when I'm engaged? Acha, when he send appointment letter, I'm engaged? No, na. Acha, appointment letter ke baad what I see? Factors. After that? Okay, and after that, he okay. Then I'm engaged? Okay, now, do you think after engagement, am I starting the planning? Now my question is, what is a preliminary engagement activity? Matlab, before planning, what you do? That's it. This is your answer. The next answer is. Are you getting the point? One factor, if you remember, there are two factors. If I discuss very clearly, one factor was ethical requirement and independence, and one was acceptance. Acceptance basically integrity of management. Okay, so three things are there. So what is the question? Acceptance and continuance of client. The auditor shall undertake following activity at the beginning of the current audit engagement. Question. I am highlighting the question. Everybody with clear the question. Read this question. I am highlighting in green now. Read this question once again. The auditor shall undertake following activities at the beginning of. So this should be done where? After planning or before planning? Before planning mein nahi. Before engagement. Before current audit engagement. Are you clear, Malik? Yes or no? I am not having a feel factor, man. Yes or no? Ah, man, yaar. Read all 3 points. 3 points are very easy at your end. 3 points. Performing procedure required by SA220 regarding continuance of client relationship. Okay, can anybody give any OFU here? What will be the OFU here? No, only for OFU is only for understanding, but can anybody give an example of this point? What I need to check? What I need to check as per 220 continuance of client? If I need to continue this client, okay, what I need to check? Integrity, nature of business, integrity. That I'll be checking. Are you getting the point? And integrity of client, etc. Whether he is involved in money laundering or not. Whether the person is fraud or not. Whether he is in news or not. Whether he is in news channel or not. Whether he is India Today or not. Okay, but first point. Second point, help me out. Second point is clear. Second point, what I need to evaluate? Ethical requirement including independence. Again, 220 it's suggesting. And last point, establishing understanding terms of engagement. This is as per SA 210. So tell me, what are the 3 points which need to be considered before, okay, before acceptance I am not discussing. Yeah. Before acceptance I am not discussing. If any point of time I discuss like this, okay, Ganesh is appointing Amit Tatir as an auditor. Before accepting, what Amit Tatir should consider? Factors, SQC, SA220. Understood? Chapter 1. Right now I am discussing. Ganesh appointed Amit Tatir as auditor. Amit Tatir is required to do the planning. But before starting the engagement, what are the activities Amit Tatir will do? These are the activities. Examination point. Blunder na ho jaye. You may be knowing all the answers, but clicking the logic of correct question, applying the correct answer is very clear. If I ask you, before starting engagement, factors, chapter 1. Before starting engagement, terms, SA 210, not in your syllabus, inter. But I recall you 5 points. What are the 5 points before FS, internal control, access, additional, unrestricted access? Remember, na? This is as per 210. Not there in syllabus, but 210 ke hisab se tha. And the third question, what I am discussing is, before starting engagement, what I will do? So before starting engagement, I will do these 3 things. So these are activities. Oh, my friends, my brothers, my sisters, my punters, my punteries. Okay, I am discussing here activities. Okay, the question can come. Okay, what are the factors to be considered before acceptance? Chapter 1, SQC. Understood? And here it is not factors, it is activities. Just make sure. मतलब sir, answer अभी आ गया अपने को. Answer is clear. Revising the answer is not a big deal now. But the problem is applying the correct answer at correct place. Acha, how many factors will be there? I explained you before the break also. How many factors are there? If you remember, 3 factors. What are the 3 factors? Integrity. दूसरा point is CCRT. And third will be ethical requirement and independence. These are, sir, where this blue color answer will be there? In chapter 1. So when we start chapter 1, okay, so if you want to check in chapter 1, if you want, Are bhai, Amit Tate explained barobar or not. Let's see, chapter 1 pe, you can go on chapter 1. Ek baar chapter 1 pe dekho. I'll just close it out chapter 1 pe. I'll just make you clear. And just please make it sure you are very, very tod clear. Page number 1.2 पे आइए. 1.2, page 1.2. 1.2. You are on 1.2? Page number 1.2. Come on, page number 1.2. Page 1.2. In page 1.2, 2.1.3. Everybody on page 1.2, 2.1.3. Acceptance and continuance of client relationship and specific engagement. While accepting and continuing client engagement, what are the factors should be considered? Such information help firm to decide. What are the 3 things which firm decide? First point, integrity of client promoter, competence including CCRT and ethical requirement. Understood? Okay, so if I ask you factors before accepting, ये 3 points. Activities before, bas. So activities before engagement, this is one of the activity. This is one of the activity. One more activity, student ki activity. Now you will say, sir, ye to SQC1 ka hai, but I told you SQC1 and SA220 is the same line. So here, okay, in page, come back to the page number wapas, again on, 3. 3.1. 3.1, 3.2 actually. I do think, my friends, everybody comfortable or not? Acha, comfortable se zyada chhod do. Are you understanding how the things, leave the comfortability? Are you understanding where we can go wrong? Even after you are comfortable after 40 hours, even after everything, you are aware about the answers, you may end up writing wrong answers. So make sure, now tell me where you need to take care. And not only remembering the answer. Remembering the answer, understanding the answer is one task. Question reading. And after reading the question, understanding whether they are asking activities or factors. Okay, and the same thing happened in 1.3 and 1.2 also. And this is only because first day I am going I will highlight everything. Even I will highlight exactly what is happening here, what is happening in another chapter. Okay, I will make sure that is done. But it cannot be done with, I will be in thoda speed. Are you getting the point? But samjha, understood na things? ठीक है, done. So भाई साहब, first question, second question, third question, fourth question, fifth question, we are done. Fifth question is activities. So how many activities we have discussed? 3. Okay, now after activity, oh my god, I am preparing a plan. After activities, I have done activities. This is a which activity? Preliminary engagement activity. Okay, either लिख दो, write the name here, either write this name, star mark, preliminary engagement activities. Actually, what happened yesterday? I was in flight. The flight was delayed, and it was Air India. So that vacuum is there in my ears. So I am not able to understand whether my voice is coming or not. So coming, na? I am not comfortable with that, my listening capacity, because that vacuum is there. After I did everything, but vacuum is not out, is not going out only. It happens sometime after a long journey, long time, after marriage. This is the best option. After marriage, no listening only. Okay, let's speak. Why speak? I am happy. I am always happy. Okay, joking, huh? Hashtag stop discrimination. Okay, nevertheless, coming back point, logic clear. Now question is coming. Okay, now I am discussing with you a content of plan. I am discussing, if I tell you this is a plan, listen carefully. Okay, this is a plan. This is a document which is a plan. This I am giving you a document. This is a plan. Now question is, if I open this plan, while doing this planning, what are the factors? We discussed 1.2, 1.3. Okay, before this, what I should do? I discuss preliminary engagement activity. Now I did the planning. Planning, this is a plan. If I open, what will be written in this? That is my question. The next question. Okay, the content of audit plan. The content of audit plan. And this audit plan, the content is very simple. Okay, the plan will have what procedure you will perform. Okay, so it will have risk assessment procedure. Second, it will have further audit procedure. Who will decide further audit procedure? Acha, risk assessment procedure with standard. Risk assessment procedure with standard 315. Risk assessment procedure with standard 315. Further audit procedure with standard 330. Don't tell me 500. Based on risk, which procedure should be decided? 330. And to be very precise, if you are following 330, everything is good. Okay, so 330 follow karne ke liye, they say perform substantive procedures. They say perform substantive procedures. Right now, just understand there are two things. One is performing test of detail, and one is performing substantive analytical procedures. One is performing test of detail, and one is performing substantive analytical procedures. Test of detail, substantive analytical procedures. Okay, test of detail, exactly what does it mean, sir? Test of detail exactly means I should check, okay, whatever is required. A best example, okay, for for particular item, suppose example you are saying salary, what I will check? Salary, what I will check? What you will check for salary? Payroll, exactly, payslip, and then okay, TDS, vagera, every etc, whatever things is. But this is not the question. This is not the concept which you are discussing it out. What need to be checked when you are discussing a salary? When you are doing TOD, what need to be checked? It is basically OCACC. Okay, sir, what is OCACC? Occurrence, completeness, accuracy, cutoff, classification. Occurrence, completeness, okay, accuracy, cutoff, classification. Once again, occurrence, completeness, accuracy, cutoff, classification. First question, you should check whether salary was occurred or not. Second, you should check salary is complete or not. Third, whether salary was accurate or not. Fourth, whether salary was in cutoff period or not. Yani example, salary of February should not be posted in Jan. And classification, okay, any other has not been, okay, under the head of salary. Example, okay, Ganesh is saying, I spent 1 lakh salary this month. First of all, okay, how many employees? 12 employees, 1 lakh salary. Okay, first question will be my question, whether salary is occurred. Yeah, whether 12 employees has worked or not. Occurrence. Second, I will check completeness, whether 1 lakh amount is for 12 employees or there may be more employees which salary has not been included here. Completeness about numbers, whether all salary is covered or not. There may be more salary which has not been disclosed by him. That is completeness. Accuracy, the amount is 1 lakh or not. Okay, amount may be more, amount may be less. Okay, that is called accuracy. Cutoff, okay, month of January has not been posted in December. December has not been posted in Jan. Cutoff, period, cutoff. Suna hai na? Listen. Cutoff is, you have soon heard na, cutoff. And last is classification. Example, I paid the bonus 1 lakh. He paid the bonus 1 lakh. For example, he has did advertisement of 1 lakh and he is telling it is salary. It should be marketing expenses, not salary. Check for classification. This is OCACC. This is called TOD. This is called TOD. Test of detail. Who is telling me to perform test of detail? Once again. Okay, concept building. Concept building is happening here now. Concept building is happening here. Please make sure you are technically clear. Who is telling to perform test of detail? 330. Who is telling to perform TOD? Acha. Who is telling to perform RAP? 315. After RAP, okay, how should I respond? 330. So exactly further audit procedure is told by whom? 330. Further audit procedure include two things. Substantive procedure. One thing, substantive procedure. TOC is also there, but TOC and substantive procedure. But substantive procedure is having two things: test of detail and substantive analytical procedure. So test of detail में we have, okay sir, for P&L item we have OCACC. So he is telling OCACC check करो. Which standard is saying check OCACC? Which standard is saying check OCACC for P&L item? 500. 5? 5? 500. Technically yes, technically not. Okay, sir. Technically yes, technically not. Why it is? Because 500 will be giving a procedure to check this. 500 is giving this particular point, but technically perform, listen carefully, how it is done. 330 says perform TOD. 330 says perform. Acha, in 40, how much TOD should be performed? In 40 items, how much TOD should be performed? More TOD or less TOD? In 260, everybody clear till here? Everybody? So 40 mein TOD will be more, 260 mein TOD will be less. Okay. Now what I am discussing is, in TOD what I should perform? Who will tell? 500. So 500 ne bata diya. Okay, you perform, you achieve OCACC. But how I will check occurrence? How will I check occurrence? How will I check completeness? Okay, so you need to use procedure ICIR. ICIR. Remembered, Malik? Everybody? ICIR. Okay, the ICIR. Example, to check occurrence. Okay, I will do inquiry. To check occurrence, I will do inspection. To check cutoff. Cutoff means date, na? Date. I will do inspection. Inspection of document. Inspection of which document? Salary slip. Give me salary slip. I will inspect and I will ensure cutoff is there or not there. Everybody clear till here? Yes or no? Okay? So my question is, okay, so who is telling further audit procedure? Further audit procedure, who is telling further audit procedure? 330. The further audit procedure is determined by 330 and 330 is saying go to 500. 330 is saying go to 500. So in 500 they are saying to do this. Everybody? ठीक है. 501 recall. Specific item में which items? Inventory, litigation claim and segment. In inventory or litigation claim, okay, we are not checking all items. Okay, only specific item. Jaise what I explained you before the break. In litigation claim, I am checking completeness, but I am not checking valuation. So there may be other audit procedure also, which is not part of further audit procedure. Example. Okay, sir. What are the other planned procedure which is required by essays? Example 250. What is 250? Laws and regulation. Laws and regulation के लिए. What 250 will be giving to us? 250 will be giving to us 1 procedure, 2 procedure, 3 procedure. What to laws and regulation na? So my question is, when I am already complying with 330, when I am already taking care of 500, then why 250 is coming into picture? Therefore, it is called specific audit procedures. It is called specific audit procedures. So that is again a third point. So please listen carefully. Content of audit plan will have total 3 elements. First point, okay, it is saying nature, timing, extent of planned risk assessment procedure. Second, it is saying nature, timing, extent of planned further audit procedures. And third, it is saying other planned procedures. Okay, you can put like this, as required by standards. Which are other standards? This is as per essay. This is as per essay 330. Everybody clear? This is something which you need to understand with respect to your plan. So I do think content of audit plan, if I open a content of audit plan, what does it mean? Content of audit plan, what does it mean? It means, okay, the plan may kya kya rahega? What will be there in plan? First, it will be having RAP. Second, it will be having FAP. Third, it will be having other procedures. Yani whenever you open a plan, whenever you prepare a plan, Okay, see, understand. Plan is a very subjective concept. Okay, I need to plan. Okay, you plan. While planning, what factors I should consider? Yellow wala portion I discuss with you. What factors I should consider? Yellow wala portion I consider with you. Okay, planning ke pahle, before planning, what should I do? Green portion I have covered with you. But now my question is, I prepared the plan. Now if I open the plan, what will it will include? It will include total 3 things. What are 3 things? RAP, FAP, other procedures. RAP, FAP, other procedures. What is RAP? 315. FAP, 330. And other procedures? Other standards. Example of other standards? 250, 240, 540. These are the other procedures. More detailed, we'll discuss later on. So, मेरे ख्याल से इधर तक clear है? अच्छा, can there be a changes in plan? Okay, my question. Once I prepared a plan, can there be an unexpected events? Okay, because of that, you may require to change a plan. Okay, can there be a changes in condition? Yes. Okay, you may require to change in plan. So there is one more question, which is a direct question. What are the once again the question, factors. What are the factors which affect, okay, the planning decision, changes in plan? So what are the factors which will determine changes in plan? Changes in plan. So what are the factors which are determining changes in plan? 3 factors. What are the 3 factors? Results of which events? What is the example? Can you give me OFU of this? OFU only for understanding, I know. Can you give me OFU of this? Result of unexpected events. If you remember, I discussed with you. Okay, earlier it was 40 only. Okay, now it is 70 and 230. Okay, earlier salary was there in 260. Now you are shifting there. Unexpected change. Unexpected change. You are not expecting events. This one. Okay, next, change in condition. What is in condition? Change in condition. Example, there may be instances where audit scope was earlier different. The scope has been changed. The condition have changed. Because of that condition, the things have changed. So planning may be changed. And most important, okay, again, the audit evidence obtained from the result of audit procedure. This example again goes with the same example of salary. So there are 3 points. One is unexpected. Second, change in condition. And third is audit evidence obtained. Because of that audit evidence, you are changing the plan. My question, when I change the plan, do you think there is any change in strategy also? If I change the plan, acha, here there was a salary item which was earlier in 260. Now you are shifting it to 40. Okay, my question, resource allocation will be changed now. So my question, is strategy change? So my question, if I change my plan, do you think strategy is also changing? Okay, that is deemed. But they have not written this one. Planning includes strategy. So if I ask you, when strategy is changed? Same answer. If I ask you, when strategy is changed by an auditor? Same answer. Everybody clear? So there may be 3 things because of which you need to change the strategy, you need to change the plan. Unexpected, condition and audit evidence. Unexpected, condition, audit evidence. I do think first planning is very clear at everybody's end. Okay. Now going ahead with the next concept, which is purely now strategy. Now restrict yourself to strategy only. Acha, when I was discussing planning, was I discussing strategy? Okay, now I am discussing strategy. So restrict yourself to strategy. But make it sure, you need to be very clear. When there is a strategy, there is, okay, resources. That is the question clear. Like when I discuss strategy, does it have an impact on plan also? If I change a strategy, will I change a plan also? Yes or no? Okay, what is example of change in strategy? Example of change in strategy. My example only. Don't create a new examples. Example of change in strategy. Earlier it was 260-40. Now it is 230 and 70. There is a change in strategy. Earlier it was 260-40. Now it is 230-70. Are you clear? 230-70. Now there is change in strategy. Okay, now my question, if there is a change in strategy, is there a change in plan also? Yes or no? So anything, both are interrelated. Therefore, before discussing second question 2.1 or 2. This one, I'll be coming on most important element. Page 3.4 पे आइए, 3.4 पे. Come to page 3.4. Read 2.5. Page 3.4, para 2.5. Is that point clear? Acha. Now tell me, planning is one-time activity or continuous process? You understood? One change plan, change strategy, change strategy, change plan, change plan, change strategy, change strategy, change plan. This is a continuous process for you. Okay. Now we are going on the discussion of this strategy element. First of all, the question is on what are the factors to be considered while establishing overall strategy. Acha, my question is, what is the meaning of strategy? Strategy means allocating. While allocating resources, what I should consider? What I should consider? That is a question. Are you getting the point? While allocating resources, what I should consider? While allocating, what I should consider? Okay, so they say determine the characteristics of audit. What is the characteristics of audit? Determine that one. Second, they say reporting objectives. They say team efforts. They say consider results of preliminary engagement activities. And they say nature, timing, extent of resources. My question coming aram se. Okay, go with slowly. My question is, what are the factors to be considered to determine strategy? Almost last, standard 300 is over now. Almost, because ye done, program you need to notify. Planning and strategy. My question is, what are the factors to be considered while determining overall strategy? So they say, while determining overall strategy, first of all, think which characteristics of audit engagement is this. Okay, second, you think about reporting objectives. Okay, third, you think about team efforts, how much team efforts will be required. Fourth, you think about result of preliminary engagement activity. What is the result of preliminary engagement activity? Acha, what is the preliminary engagement activity? Okay, 3 points. Okay, SA 220, ethical requirement, yaad hai? And last, integrity of client, ethical requirement, independence, terms of engagement. Nahi aaya, recalled? Where it is written? Preliminary engagement activity. Aram se. Okay, on which page this preliminary engagement activity I have written? I told you also preliminary engagement activity. Okay, 1 point, para number 1.5. Para 1.5 mein understood na? So para 1.5 mein, after you do preliminary engagement activity, integrity of client, you come to know the integrity of client is compromised to the extent, not completely compromised. Now help me out, more resource or less resource? Integrity of client is compromised to the extent, not completely compromised. It is okay to go ahead with engagement, but it is compromised. More resources. One, integrity of client is very good. Less resources. Consideration. They are saying results of preliminary engagement activity. Are you getting the point? So results of preliminary engagement activity will help you to understand how to determine the strategy. Usi tarah, first, characteristics of audit will help you to determine the strategy. Reporting objective will help you to determine strategy. Sir, how this two will help to report the strategy? Don't worry. Okay, aram se, last part of strategy. Last part of strategy. Now, my first question goes is factors for planning. Factors for planning. Factors for planning. Factors for planning. First page. Okay, risk assessment procedure. Risk assessment procedure. Analytical procedure. Other. Okay, but materiality, experts, and understanding of legal. This is 5 points. First page. Factors for planning. First page. Remember? First page pe aayega. 1.3 pe. 1.3 para number. Everybody? Okay. Now my question is, what are the factors for strategy? Either. Aram se, because I need to link something. This is factors for planning. This is factors for strategy. How many factors for strategy are there? Again 5. But 5, which 5? First, audit. Second, reporting. Third, team effort. Fourth, result of preliminary engagement. And fifth will be nature, timing, extent of audit, nahi, resources. Nature, timing, extent of resources. Now my question, okay, sir, reporting objective. Help me out. If Caro is required, resource more required or less required? Reporting objectives. Consider that. Team efforts. How much team efforts are required? Consider that. Which team is required? Consider that. That is a strategic factor, man. Man, these are the factors for strategy. Okay, once again, factors for planning, 5. Factors for nature and extent of planning, 3. Bas. Okay, this is all twist and turns. Are you there or gone? There or gone? There or gone? Factors for nature, extent of planning, 3. Factors for planning, 5. Factors for strategy, 5. This is the answer. Difference between earlier question and this question. Factors for planning, 5. Swaha, end. Factors for strategy, 5. Not end. 1 point, I will give more factors. Second point, I will give more factors. Fourth point, I will give more factors, which has been discussed also. Okay, this is something which you need to understand. Yani this is an elaborated version again. Yani this question is not itself, this question is one question, but itself it will have multiple questions, which is beneath. Okay, focus on 2.3. 2.3, consideration in establishing overall strategy. Are you getting the point? Which first point is what? Character of engagement. So where is the character of engagement if you focus on the first point? Where first point? Oh my God. This is characteristics of audit. This is characters of engagement. Acha, second point क्या है? Acha, मैं सब मिटा. I will just close down. Okay. Oh my God. My favorite. This is all my favorite pastime. Okay. My question. Factors. Everybody on the screen. मेरे को बताओ. Everybody is able to look, check out factors. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. How many factors are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now this one factor. In this, which factors are there? This is your last question. Next question. 2.3 wala. Reporting objectives. Oh my God. Agla point. Reporting objective. Mila next page. Yes or no? Then preliminary engagement activities. Significant factors. Preliminary engagement activities. Or knowledge gain from other engagement. These are significant factors. Which factors? Significant factors. Which is a part and parcel of everything. Okay. So make it sure you understand. Rahe. And last point will be nature, timing, extent of resources. So what is your next page answer? What is the next page answer? What is the next page answer? What is the next page actually? Next page क्या है syllabus का आपका? 1, 2, 3 and 4. Before going ahead, let me explain once again clearly. I ask you a question in examination. Amit Tate doing the audit of Ganesh. Ganesh case mein, okay, Amit Tate want to determine the strategy. While determining the strategy, what factors Amit Tate will consider? How many factors will consider? 5. Is that point clear na? Okay, don't write the next wala answers. Next wala answers, next page wala answers. While doing the audit engagement, Amit Tate is doing the audit engagement of Ganesh. While doing this audit engagement, Amit Tate is considering the factors for strategy, which requires multiple factors to be considered. Out of one of the factor is, okay, characteristics of engagement. What do you think in characteristics of engagement, what Amit Tate should consider? Understood? Taking care of this point. That's it. But remembering the answer is okay. That link I will be creating conceptually. But did you understood the question ka point? So my question, when you will write 2.3 wale answers, 2.3 mein you have A, you have B, you have C. D ignore. D ignore. A, B, C. When you will write this A, B, C? But how question will come in examination? First, factor for strategy will come. First factor for strategy will come. In strategy, this keyword should be present. Then only be responsible to write the next answers. Else, you are not required to write any answers as such. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Understood or not understood? Paka? So how many factors? Last time, factors for study. Name. Characteristics of engagement. Audit. Characteristics of audit. Reporting. Team efforts. Preliminary engagement. Paka? Now I am considering now the fourth point. Fourth point is what? Fourth point is what? Screen pe fourth point. Result of preliminary engagement. Now my question with you comes like this. Everybody catch the ball. My question is, explain preliminary engagement activity. How many preliminary engagement activities are there? 3. Okay, it's already done. 220, ethical requirement. And last point, to 10 terms of engagement. This is clear? By doing that 3 activity, you have got some results. Using that result to determine the strategy. So I am going on that answer. So preliminary engagement activity say results kya hoga? Here the sequence may be upar niche, okay, but I am going with very easy answer first of all. This is something significant factors, preliminary engagement activities and knowledge gained on other engagement. Yani you may have worked with multiple points, okay, that can assist in the planning of this client also. To determine the strategy on this client also. So first of all, okay, look out the below 3. Significant change, significant, significant. Ye 3. What are 3? Significant, significant, significant. What significant? Significant business developed, significant industry developed, significant financial reporting framework developed. And last, one more change is that other significant, okay, yani other development. So my question, last 4 factors. Ekdam aaram se, you can remember very easily. Last 4. What are the last 4? Business, okay, industry, FRF, financial reporting framework, and others. 4 points. I say yaad rakhna bhai. And these are, make sure these are statement answers. Easy to remember. Nothing masala or something. Detailed content, elaborate content is not there. So 4 factors. Everybody clear? Are yaar, yes or no? Theek hai bhai sahab. Okay. After that, most important. Do you think volume of transaction will depend? Now next 2-3 points will be there. Take care of that. Volume of transaction, results of previous audit, and internal controls. Volume, internal controls, previous audit. How much volume of the work is there? Previous audit mein kya output aaya tha? Internal control kaise the? Next 10 point. These 3 points are there to be taken care of. Now these are the 7 points. After that I am explaining 4 points. Whichever answer you may remember, 8 points remember. So to remember 8 points, okay, to remember 7 points is much easier. What are the 7 points? Significant, business, industry, FRF, others. After that, volume of transaction, internal control, previous audit. Volume, internal, previous audit. Volume, internal, previous audit. That's it. And last point, you can either use materiality, you can either use preliminary identification areas, you can either use RMM wale area, you can use inquisit. The engagement team should be inquisitive. What is the meaning of inquisit? Curiosity. Inquisit, curiosity. You should be always curious to perform the work. So depending on curiosity, you can help in that preliminary engagement activity. So my question, oh my God, when you will write this answer? When you will write this answer? Question, factors for strategy, okay, and using results of preliminary engagement activities. Anything समझा? अच्छा, factors of strategy आया तो you will write only this answer. बस उससे बाहर गए तो ये है. Next point आता है. Okay, next आता है. The next question is the first point only. Sir, what is your objective of this engagement? Characters of engagement. Which engagement is there? So first point, okay, the engagement, financial reporting framework. Characters of engagement. Can anybody help me out? Characters of engagement का example. A financial reporting framework. कौन सा एप्लीकेबल है? which one? Ind AS AS only. GPF SPF. Characters of engagement, whether it is general purpose or special purpose. तो मैडम का क्वेश्चन आया, सीरीज वी आर डूइंग इज अबाउट GPF, but my friend, I told you when you go in 800, while acceptance of engagement you will do 210 or 800. बाकी doing the audit is all standards what you are discussing. Remember in morning I told you in 800, okay, tell me if it is SPF, which standard will be used for acceptance? 800. And if it is GPF, 210. But how to do the audit? Standards. How to report? 700 only. Are you getting the point? Oh bhai saab, okay, I don't think clear. So this is helping, this planning is also used in SPF. Yani 800 will say, okay, bhai saab, do the planning of audit, SPF ka audit, but it will say it will do as per 300. Yani who is bringing toward 300? 800. When you go in 800 बोलेगा go to 300. अरे यही तो मजा है. Wow, standard is integrated. Once you understood this logic, this is one of the best point to write the answers. फिर अपने को समझ में आता है, हाँ भाई, how the logic comes into picture. And to be very precise, you just make it clear. Acceptance is different standard. Are you getting the point? Even reporting 800 ka reporting is given in 800 also, but 800 say reporting is as per 700. Okay, planning is given in 800, but 800 say planning is 300. Do the audit everything as per your original standards. So Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear? Malik clear? Oh, online पढ़ लो. Clear करे? Online पढ़ लो. Are you clear? Hopefully you are capable of sitting. तो मालिक मेरे ख्याल से आई डू थिंक एवरीबडी क्लियर क्लियर ठीक है. ओके, फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग फ्रेमवर्क वी आर डिस्कसिंग अबाउट द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स ऑफ एंगेजमेंट, इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक रिपोर्टिंग रिक्वायरमेंट, whether industry requires certain specific reporting. Okay, expected audit coverage, how much audit will be covered here. After that, nature of control relation between parents and its components. What is parent and component? Holding subsidiary or branch also. Okay, the extent to which components were audited by other auditor. Example, how much branch audited are done by other person, not by me. You need to consider this. The entity using, okay, again, make sure you are understanding from strategy point of view. This all will help you to determine the strategy. Okay, expected use of audit evidence obtained in previous audit, technology used in audit procedure, and availability of client personal data or something. There are multiple points. Again, to remember rectify, I always I'll be telling you, okay, simple method will be there. Simple method में क्या होएगा? First of all, FRF, second industry, okay, third component, fourth component auditor, fifth service auditor. 5 points आराम से याद रख सकते भाई. Okay, FRF, industry, component auditor, service organization. Then, okay, next 3 point में, okay, make sure IT means information technology, and if information technology is there data concept also, data availability, and this all things will be used as evidence. Answer is over. 8 point you can remember aram se. This is my sequence to remember. Okay, but this is how the structure works here. So Bharat Mata ki jai. Okay, when you will write this question, when you will write this answer, factors for strategy. In that characteristics of engagement, what are the factors to be considered? Yani factors ke factors. These are factors to factors. Okay. Yani now we are coming on granddaughter, grandson. We were on earlier on only on son and daughter. Okay. Now going ahead. And this brings to the last question, which will end your strategy concept. To end with strategy concept, sir, reporting objective. Reporting objective means what? Listen carefully. Okay, very easy. Remember the word communication. Remember the word? How many times I need to communicate with my client? What are the communication required? What is the nature, timing, extent of communication? What is the nature and extent of communication? What is the frequency of communication? How many reports I need to give? Acha, listed entity. Okay, are you aware the listed entity, they require review reports to be given? Listed entity, every quarter review report will be there, and year end audit report will be there. Okay, in unlisted entity, only audit report is there, no review report is there. So in which reporting frequency is more? Later. In which reporting frequency is less? Resource, you will understand. Resource ka point. Reporting, understand this one. So sir, what is there? What is the focusing on here? Focus item here. Timetable, what is the timetable of reporting? June, September, December, March. Okay. Second, organization meetings with management. How many times you are meeting with management for that reporting point? Okay. Time and timing of reports required by management. Okay, communication of status of audit work, communication with components, nature timing of communication with engagement team, and any other expected communication. You understand these factors. Once again, to remember this answer will be a challenge. To remember this answer is very, very clear challenge. Sir, what is the challenge here? The challenge, yaar, ye factors hai. So again, remember, ekdam easy. First of all, remember communication. Communication. Now remember, first point, communication with, okay, management. Communication with, nahi, management TCFG ek saath mein aa gaya. It has been done together. Communication with component. Communication with team member. Other communication. How many communications are there? 4. Last 4 communication. Check last 4 communication. Last 4 communication. Communication with management TCFG. Communication with other auditor, component auditor. Communication with, okay, team, engagement team. And last point, other communication. These are 4 communication. Okay, along with this communication, you remember one more point, frequency. Frequency. Okay, along with frequency, timetable. And last, if timetable frequency is there, meetings should be there. Meetings of management. This 3 is additional point to be remembered. All 7 points can be considered very easily. Just you need to do thoda sa efforts to remember the answer. But first of all, you need to crack the question. If you are able to crack the question, the things are done. It is in your hand. Just able to crack the question basically requires the concept, very simple concept. And that simple concept is basically whether we are considering factors for strategy or factors of strategy's point. If the question is coming on factor strategy's point, then you need to come to this point. Else, this answer is wastage. This page point. Atma clear? Yes or no? ठीक है. My question. Overall strategy. Page number. You are on page number, beta. 3.2. Come to 3.2. 3.2. Come to 3.2. Overall audit strategy. Help me out. Para number 2. 2.1. Factors to be considered. Is that point clear? How many factors? 5. After that, benefits are there for study or not? How many benefits are there? 4. We have discussed before the break. Qualitative, quantitative. Okay, when it is required. And last point, how it is managed. Qualitative means which resources. Quantity, how much resources. Okay, when. And just an example I discussed with you, when she will require an year end. And last point will be, okay, how that will be managed. Okay, after that 2.3 we have covered. 2.3 A, B, C to be remembered as answer. D wala you can ignore it out, not a big deal. Nature and extent of resources we have discussed. Okay, that is example. Nature of extent of resources means qualitative, quantitative and other things. So nature and timing and extent of resources is basically quantitative, qualitative, when resource required and how this resource will be managed. So the same answer will be there logically, but that's it. And this brings to the last concept. My question comes is, once I end 300, okay sir, program is there, but program you need to ratify. Next to pay, matlab ye wala answer you need to ratify. Program mein. Okay, program is not to worry. Plan and strategy is worry for you. And I bet if you, matlab I spent almost an hour on this. Okay, and last mein 40 minutes approximately, matlab 2 hours on this particular standard. Definitely I spend on more link also. But if you are able to crack, okay, I am telling you, there will be biggest problem for other to crack this one. Because this is not so easy. You thinking, bhaiya, theek hai. But it is not, once the person open the book for this point, he will shut it down. Because he don't, link hi nahi samajh mein aayega, bhai. How you will understand this link? And it is not easy. Now you will say, sir, I will be having a practical experience of this. Okay, nobody will be having a practical experience even if we become a chartered accountant. After also doing the audit will not have give the experience of pure audit planning. Planning can be done anytime. That is the biggest problem. Planning can be done by anybody. Plan will be done by engagement partner. Plan can be done by their assistant. Plan can be done by articles. So you will know that one element of planning, not complete set of planning. But I do think now complete set is clear. Okay, my question. If I say you, this is a plan, this is a plan, this is a plan. If you open, what is the first page? Content means what is the first page? RAP. Second page? FAP. Third page? Other procedures. Now the question is next, what is the question? Next question is, standard 300 is ending. What are the documents which are prepared by standard 300? Please understand, don't interpret this question wrong. The question is very clear. If I ask you, what is the documentation of this plan? Documentation of this plan and content of plan both are different. Content of plan, open the plan, okay, content of plan. Document, when I am discussing of 300, what are the documents I will do? First document, I will document the plan. Second document, I will document the strategy because plan and strategy are same. Third, can there be changes in strategy? Can there be changes in plan? Any changes, I will make a documentation of that. Acha, do you think change can be done as a automatically? Chalo, let's change today. Or it is a key decision. So why you change? What is the reason for change? That should also be documented. Your reason for change. Okay, so first of all, documenting audit plan. Make sure you are very clear, मेरे भाई और बहनों, my brothers and sisters. What is the difference between documenting plan and content of plan? What is the difference between content of plan and documenting plan? Content of plan and documenting plan. What is the difference between these two? Content, I will give you plan. You open what is inside. And documenting plan means once I do the planning, what are the records I'll be getting? So one record I'll be getting of plan. Second, I record strategy. Third, changes. Changes is because of three reasons. Right reasons. What are the key decisions you took for the change? Next, okay, record of nature, timing, extent of RAP. Because of change, there may be a change in RAP also again. Okay, and last, record of reasons for change in audit plan. So three reasons. So while documenting audit plan, how many points we need to write? How many points we need to document? 3. What are the 3 points to be documented? Strategy, plan, changes. And these are the 3 changes ka reasons. Okay. Kaan khule. Amit Tatir is an auditor of Ganesh. Okay, Amit Tatir has documented the audit plan, which is also including strategy. There are some issues arises because with Amit Tatir need to change the strategy, because of which there is a change in plan. Can you help me out? What are the documentation process to document reasons for change? Documentation process to document reasons for change. Reasons for change का document process क्या होगा? Key decisions, nature, timing, extent for RAP and anything understood? Yani this can come alone also. Okay, can I create a twist now? Shall I create a twist now? Okay, Amit Tatir is doing the audit. Okay, Ganesh is giving the evidence. Amit Tatir did the planning. Okay, Amit Tatir did the strategy. Everything was wonderfully going on. One situations arise and Amit Tatir need to change the strategy. Because of strategy change, Amit Tatir need to change the plan also. Can you give the reason why there is a change in plan? Perfect. Initial answer. This is documenting the changes. One answer is reason for changes. Initial. Unexpected. If I discuss with you why change in planning, page earlier, second page. Go on the second page. Change in plan. Understood? If I ask you why there is a change in plan, second page. Documenting change in plan, this answer. 300 done, Maya. 300 done. Okay. So the main reason to start 300 always. 300 being very much, everybody thinks it's a very much easy standard. Okay, but I told you 300, by doing 300, you understood what blunders can be created by 300 itself. So 300 itself is not a big point. Are you getting the point? 300, agar ye itna easy okay, if it can create so much hurdles, so imagine other standards need to be taken care of. So 300 need to be taken care of and aram se done. So 2 questions. One is reason for change. One is document the change. Close, Malik? Everybody? Yes or no? Okay. The second point, a relationship we have discussed. One audit program is there. Sir, audit program, what is the meaning of audit program? Audit program, rectify the answer. Okay, no conceptual logic installed. Audit program, just I am telling you. Audit program is basically a detailed program by which, detailed procedure by which you will obtain evidence. Example, what you are coming for 5 days is a plan. 5 to 6 days is a plan. Okay, is a plan. What you are doing right now, okay, I am telling you, next 1 hour I will be spending on 600, 610, 620. Is nothing but program. What evidence you will be obtaining is nothing but program. That's a program ka point. Everybody clear? So program mein, the question is how to formulate the program. So what they again say is to formulate the program, okay, what are the factors? To formulate the program, what are the factors? Again, remember easily, rectify, not linked at all. Okay, first, nature of business, overall plan kaisa hai? Acha, what will be developed first, program or plan? Plan. Program is based on plan only. Okay, acha, strategy first or plan first? Interlink. can sometimes strategy first, sometimes plan first. It can be anything. But program may always plan first. Okay, without planning, the program cannot be developed. The plan should be considered. Internal control should be considered. Size of organization should be considered. What information is required should be considered. And what are the accounting policies should be considered. Yani, suppose article is going to gather the evidence for my client, from my client. Article is going to gather evidence from my client. What are the, while formulating a program, what are the things which I will consider? So these are the things which you should consider. Business, what is the business, nature of business? Second, what is plan I have developed? What are the internal controls are there? What is the size of organization which has been done? What information is available or not available? Okay, and what are the accounting policies? A best example, while developing a program, okay, I should consider whether they are having purchase order or not. Example, Ganesh, while suppose this classroom is of Ganesh and Ganesh requires the camera. Now while purchasing a camera, Ganesh should send the tenders. He should invite the quotations, and after quotation he should process the order. Okay, this is a process. But question is whether there is a purchase requisition or not. In the process, nowhere written purchase requisition. Purchase requisition means somebody should tell him that we require camera. Who told Ganesh camera is required? Example, I told. So sometime one employee will say, I require computer. Will you give the computer to every employee? One employee will say, I require a laptop to go away with home. You will give laptop to the employee to go home. Possible, not possible, Malik. So you need to have purchase requisition. But organization policy procedure does not have purchase requisition only. Okay. So how you can add in program? So please understand what information as regard to organization of business. Consider that also. What information is required while considering a program. And most important, while drawing the program, okay, you should develop in 3 stages. First of all, broad outline. Acha, एक चीज ध्यान रख लेना. One thing, just keep in mind, this program is used by article only. The program is not used by engagement partner or something like that. This is used by article who is going there, okay, obtaining evidence from the clients. The program is whose work is field work. The program is developed for that. So simple the logic. I will be giving a broad outline. Go there, ask for this document. Second, okay, after internal and accounting procedures have been reviewed, the details should be filled up in consideration of deficiency. An example, okay, quotation should be order or not. Okay, in Ganesh policy procedure, okay, was it written quotation should be order or not? Tell me, Ganesh ke policy procedure mein, it was written like this. He should call for quotation, then only he should process the order. So my question, should he receive the quotation or not? Okay, now when you go there, you come to know he is not calling quotation only. He is bringing anything without quotation. Is there DIC or not? DIC means, is there deficiency or not? I am not getting the point. Is there deficiency or not? Yes, deficiency is there. Now my question, based on deficiency, what you will do is the next step. Lekin, do you think there is a change in program? In program you have written, article ko bola hoga, article go and bring quotation ke copies. Deficiency is there. How she will bring quotation ka copies, yaar? So my question, what program you prepared? Can that program be changed also? Second point, they say. First, broad outline banaiye. Prepare a broad outline. Prepare a broad outline. Prepare a broad outline. Second, okay, after review, okay, consider career deficiency and update the program. And last point, okay, after complete procedure is over, any specific procedure to be done, just say initial audit engagement or corresponding figures, okay, verify that one as per program. So in program, after detailed checking procedure is over, the extent to which special procedure, first time opening balances that are required to be applied should be determined. Okay, because opening balance and other things will not be considered again and again. This is consideration for the program. Program you read once, ignore it out, not a big deal. But plan and strategy stands to be very important. 300 over. 300 ka link is over. But 300 itself is not over. We'll be using 300 tomorrow also. 300 ka logic I'll be using again and again. After 300, there comes one more standard that is called chapter 2 ka standard, chapter 3 ka standard. Okay, acha, once again I'm making you clear. Chapter 2, 3, 4 and 7, these are big chapters. Okay, if you start to do a chapter 5, 1 hour, one and a half hour, chapter 5 is over. 1.5 hour, chapter 6 is over. 1.5 hour, chapter 9th is over, 10th is over. Your major time consumption chapter, 3 chapters, 4 chapters here. And in the one more part is code of ethics. Code of ethics is basically a complete day lecture. Because that is again a complete code itself, and it's again important from your examination point of view. 25 marks, 16 to 25 marks. So these are the chapters I'll be spending more time. And the other chapters I'll be spending less time. Based on pages also you can look logically apply this one. Okay, so technically if you understood RMM based approach. So in this chapter, your risk of material misstatement is more, we require more time. Okay, other point is that we require less time. Yes, sir. Strategy? No. Checklist, yes. Audit program can have a checklist. Okay, if I give you a checklist, it is a part of program. But program is what we say, I am giving you a checklist. You obtain this evidence. Program will be after obtaining this, what you should do will be next part. But checklist will be only for one task. Suppose you are checking purchases. In purchases, checklist is there. And purchase ke baad sales. Okay, program will be having purchase, sales. That's it. But part of checklist only. Clear, Malik? Are any doubt? अर्थ माइन दिया everybody मतलब everybody understanding what I am trying to interlink is, are you able to understand that linkage? ठीक है, the 600 is the next standard which is again very important when we will doing the CFS audit also. CFS audit later on, small chapter ka point. So the next standard start with 600. Before going on 600, background. Every standard I'll be starting like this only. I'll be discussing with you a background first. After discussing a background, I'll be going in that standard ka point. Acha, before that, fourth point is given. Okay, if you want to read, else delete. Okay, audit execution. Sir, when we'll be discussing this one? In chapter 4th. Don't worry, risk-based audit. I am directly on this one. Okay, and now you will be saying these are only head points, sir. This is not masala. Are nothing. Okay, one line. You ignore this one. This is only about sequence. Once we complete chapter 4th, I will create a linkage here also. This is how the process should be there of audit. We are discussing about that one. Okay. So my friends, now I am starting with 600. 600 ke baad, I will be starting with 610. Now 600 is very small standard. 600 is not a very big standard. 600 is very small standard. To be very precise, for 600, okay, 2-3 things you should be aware. First of all, I am discussing about other auditor. I am discussing about. Now question is, who is other auditor? Other auditor can be a branch auditor, can be a component auditor. It is actually used the word component auditor. But who is a component? Component can be branch, component can be subsidiaries, component can be associates. Now to be very precise, okay, if I discuss with you like this, ऐसे क्यों आ रहा है? बुक में it is correct ना, मतलब हाँ, software issue will be there then. Okay, so discussion about component is, what is the discussion about component is like this. Suppose Okay. What I want to explain is, when I'm discussing about component auditor, component means what? Component means a branch. Components means also a subsidiary or associate. Okay. Now suppose I am an auditor of HO, head office, where I am auditing 200 crore ka balance sheet. Out of 25 crore is of branch, and I want to provide an opinion on 200 crore. I don't have any option that I will sell management. I will say management, okay, prepare a balance sheet of 175 crore, 25 crore separate balance sheet, you prepare them, you sign with them. No, HO auditor, I am there na, I'll be signing a 200 crore balance sheet. But while signing a 200 crore balance sheet, okay, so what about 25 crore where I have not audited? So standard 600 says, my first question, suppose here one more component auditor is there. Okay, this is component auditor. Let's understand component auditor. Okay, that is Mr. B. This is component auditor, Mr. B. Now standard says, okay, AT, you are HO auditor. AT, Amit Tate. AT, HO auditor. Okay, now please ensure, okay, while you are providing your opinion on 200, you get the confidence of 25 crore also. Now my question is, to get the confidence of 25 crore, am I required to do the audit? No, that is not in your scope at all. You are not a branch auditor. That is not in your scope at all. You are not required to do that audit. You are not required to do that audit. That is very clearly mentioned. Then what? Please be interactive with B. Discuss with B. Okay, advise B. Do the planning with B. Tell him what are the areas of risk assessment procedure, what you have identified. Get the data of B, what risk assessment procedure he has identified. Something may be material for him, may not be material for you. Because that branch may materiality amount, are you getting the 25 crore may, 1 crore can be material. But 200 crore, I may ignore 1 crore. So something which is material for him may not be material for you. Consider this. And while doing all this element, Yani, you need to advise him. You need to advise him on planning. You need to advise him on execution also. You are not responsible for execution. He is responsible for execution. Who is responsible for execution? Branch auditor is responsible for execution. You are not responsible for execution. You are responsible only for advising him. Again, he does not do it, it's his choice. But if he does not consider and you get the suspiciousness, what is suspiciousness, sir? If you get suspicious that B has not done his work properly, you get the suspiciousness that B has done some fraud element, something like that. Please make sure you mention this in the report. You will not be using his work. And when I am saying I will not be using his work, what does it mean? I will be giving opinion on 200 crore. Yes, but I will be in that opinion point. I will be in 705, if you understood. 705 may unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence of 25 crore. Of 25 crore, I am unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit because I cannot rely on him, because he is entered into fraud. He is not doing his procedures correctly. This is only if you are suspicious. If you are not suspicious, you don't have any doubt over that branch auditor. Mr. B, you think he is done very correctly, bulky, whereas Mr. B has not done work correctly. Mr. B has removed certain procedures. Mr. B has not done anything. Assume that one. Mr. B has not done anything. Assume that one logically. Assume. Okay, but you are not aware only. You are not aware only. Mr. B has skipped some procedure in branch, but you are not aware only. Okay, you are not responsible. Don't worry. Amit Ade, you are not responsible. Who is responsible? B. But if you are aware that B has done this, responsible. I am again explaining this point again and again because this is most expected question in your examination. And this is most expected concept in CFS audit. Group audits. When I will be coming on group audit, I will be discussing the same concept again. Everybody clear? Okay. So 600 mein, what are the things I need to do? Acha, 2-3 things give me an answer. 2-3 things give me an answer. First of all, tell me, am I responsible for branch report? No. Who is responsible for branch report? Branch auditor. But will I use his work? Yes. Okay. Now when I'm questioning using his work, does it mean he is giving me access to his working papers? Can I access the B's working paper? Not at all. But can I ask some checklist to be filled by B? Can I ask some data from B? Is B responsible to give that information to me? That's important. B is bound. Acha, am I required to advise B? Yes. Okay. On planning? Yes. Am I required to advise B on risk assessment? Yes. Am I required to consider B's materiality while considering my materiality? Yes. Are you getting the point? 600 over 600 में यही तो देखना बस. You need to keep in mind. Sir, examination question कैसे आएगा? Amit Tated is an auditor of Ganesh company, HO, where Ganesh is having 250 branches. Out of 150 branches are audited by Mr. B. Okay, Mr. B has not done his work properly. Okay, Amit Tated has interacted with Mr. B numerous times. But Amit Tated didn't came to know that Mr. B was not working properly. Okay, during the audit work, Amit Tated gave the opinion on the full HOK report, where complete financial statement, where Mr. B's work was actually not adequately covering the things. Is Amit Tated responsible? Is Amit Tated responsible? Answer is no. When Amit Tated will be responsible? If he knows. Okay. Acha, one more point. Am I required to, if I know only, then only I am responsible? If I am not aware, I am not here to check complete his work. But if I am having a doubt, I will send him checklist. He will fill that. Baki or other element, I will not consider that one. Okay. In my audit report is on complete financial statement or part? Complete. In my financial statement audit, am I required to report? In my audit report, am I required to mention that some part of financial statements are audited by some other auditor? Yes. Okay. And this is mentioned in other, if you remember 706 EOM paragraphs. We'll discuss then tomorrow onwards. Tomorrow point. Okay. But right now, is the point clear, Malik? 600 close kariye. First point. The first question. While accepting the audit of HO, if there is a branch, page number is 3.5. Everybody on same page number? 3.5. When you are accepting the work as a principal auditor, who is the principal auditor? HO auditor. You need to consider something. What are the consideration? This is a direct thorough answer. Consideration. What is the consideration? First, materiality of the portion which is audited by other auditor. Second, the principal auditor's degree of knowledge. How much knowledge I have about component. See, if I am having a complete knowledge of that component means branch, I will be using work of other auditor less. Everybody clear? Third, the RMM and the most point, performance of additional procedure. So my question is, before accepting, what are the principal auditor considerations? Before accepting, what are the principal auditor consideration? Okay, materiality, knowledge, RMM and performance of additional procedure. Anybody who can help me out, what is an additional procedure? This is what I discuss with you right now. Additional procedure. Example, I need to advise him. I need to understand. Can I take a checklist from him? Additional procedures. Understood? Okay. These are the 4 considerations you will consider if you are accepting a principal auditor engagement. Acha, mere ko batao. Tell me, everyone. If Ganesh is having a branches, but all branch audit I am doing, is this standard applicable? Not applicable. So why I will consider this? Okay, this should be considered when one or more component is audited by other auditor. That is called other auditor. Everybody clear? And other auditor का नाम क्या दोगे आप? What is the name? Component auditor. Other auditor component, and component includes branch, subsidiary, associates. Joint venture भी आ सकता है. Joint venture, associates, subsidiary, branch. Clear, Malik? क्या हो गया मैडम? Done? So my first question, principal auditor, Amit Tated, before consideration, what are the consideration? 4 consideration. Second, मेरे ख्याल से this is easy. The next question now, additional procedure I am discussing with you. So what is the additional procedure? First, write a principal auditor to visit and examine books of accounts of component. My question, can I go to the branch? Can I ask for books of accounts of branch? Nobody can stop me. But I cannot access working paper of perfect. Second point, principal auditor to consider the professional competency of other auditor. If the other auditor is not competent, how can I rely on them? Example, help me out. If the other auditor is not a CA, okay, to rely on the branch auditor is a big challenge. Now you will say, sir, all branch auditors should be CA. Who told? Who told? Now you will say Company Act. Am I auditing only company? I can audit partnership firm also. Okay, where is regulation may not be there. In partnership firm, the branches can be audited by BCom wala also. Who will appoint? Okay, if there is a statute, then you can say competency is required. But if statute is not there, competency may not be there. Okay, now tell me, if one branch of 25 crore, if the auditor is not competent, will you rely with him? Okay, will you guide him? No. Then in audit report, how you will deal with this? In audit report, how you will deal this? 705. Unable to obtain sufficient appropriate auditor. Whenever these things happen, yaad rakhna, remember this, unable to obtain sufficient appropriate auditor. This is very, very common element. If you are not relying on branch auditor, you are required to give 705, unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Everybody clear, Malik? Okay, badhiya. Okay, third point, read third point, very important. This is what third point. Procedure to be performed by principal auditor when using the work of other auditor. Okay, what is the procedure? Advise. Make sure you are remembering the word. Advise other auditor regarding the use of other auditor work and report to make sufficient arrangement for coordination at which stage? Planning stage. And advise the other auditor of the significant three things: accounting, auditing and reporting requirement. So my question, on what areas principal auditor will advise other auditor? Two areas. First area, planning area. And second is three areas: accounting, auditing and reporting requirements. Oh, yes or no? Everybody? So what are the areas where advice is required by principal auditor to other auditor? Planning area and 3 points. ठीक है, perfect. मेरे ख्याल से clear मालिक? ठीक है. Can I ask for a checklist? Can I ask for a summary? What if he says no? Suppose Ram, right now Ram is not internal auditor, Ram is other auditor, one branch auditor. Ram is saying I will not give it. Okay, it's not your right. Okay, मैं बोला I am not asking your working paper. I am asking a summary what you did. Based on that I need to get confidence because ultimate liability is mine. So I want a summary. Ram is not saying no, I will not provide. What should I do? 705. 705. Baat khatam. Unable to obtain sufficient appropriate. And even along with this, I can tell you, I can complain about Ram with ICIR. Okay, so Ram is bound because this standard is applicable to Ram utna hi jitna it is applicable to me. Standard. It's consolidated. See, if you are using the word consolidated financial statement, the interpretation goes like this. It is holding and subsidiary. So therefore, I am not using that word yet. I will be using word when I am doing group audits. Group audit chapter is there, CFS chapter. That time I will be using word. So this concept is used there also. So right now I am using the word HO. So I am a HO auditor. You are a branch auditor. So my question, okay, is in examination, Amit Audit is the auditor of this. Okay, branch auditor is Ram. Okay, Amit Audit asks summary from Ram or Amit Audit asks checklist from Ram. Ram is not giving the summary under the context. This Ram is not liable to give the summary. Explain. What answer you will write? As per 600, Ram is bound to give summary or checklist, okay, which is required by principal auditor. That is your next answer. Cover that one. This question can come separately. What question I right now I asked you na, this question can answer is this. The principal auditor to review written summary of other auditor procedures. Principal auditor might discuss with other auditor the audit procedure applied or review a written summary of other auditor procedure and findings which may be in form of completed questionnaire or checklist. My question is very clear once again. Can I access the RAM working paper? But can I access the summary of RAM? This is a difference. MCQ or theory, make clear. While writing an answer, theory answer also, you tell Ram is bound to give the summary. And Ram is bound to give the summary in form of question or checklist. And then, okay, fifth point is very clear. The principal auditor should consider significant finding of, but you need to understand, it may be material for him, may not be material for me. Okay, six, when other auditor is not professionally qualified. This is what I have discussed already. Competency nahi hai. If not professionally qualified, what you should do? 705. And in 705, you will be saying, are you saying financial statement are materially misstated or unable to obtain? Obtained. Okay. And principal auditor to document is in his working paper. Acha, principal auditor will document what? Summary of branch auditor. Okay. Read this point, very, very important. Important. There should be sufficient liaison between another auditor. Yani there it is bound. You are also bound, Ram. You are also bound to keep a liaison with me. I am not only responsible. Okay, clap is not by one hand. For clap, you require two hands. Okay, for this purpose, the principal auditor may find it necessary to issue written communication. You may write written communication also. Okay. Oh my God, this is one of the favorite. Acha, reporting chodo, you come to the division of responsibility. Read this one. Read this one. Read this one. Tod LDR. Tod LDR. Red. This one tod LDR. Red. Tod LDR है भाई. Tod LDR. Red color. The principal auditor would not be responsible in respect of the work entrusted to other auditor, except in the circumstances which would have arose his suspicion about reliability of work performed by other auditor. So my question, in 25 crore, if there is a jhol means fraud. In 25 crore, if there is a fraud which is done by Ram, is Amit Audit responsible? If he knows, if there is a suspicion, understood, then Amit Audit is responsible. If he is not aware, not responsible. And reporting requirement, theek hai, we have discussed. Reporting you want to read it out. Okay, the example, while considering if he is, I cannot use his work, unable to obtain sufficient appropriate. Acha, my one question which is not discussed here, but as usually, what if Ram has given modified opinion for branch? Should I give modified for HO? Considering materiality. Therefore, you need to understand, you are not bound by, I am not bound by Rama. I need to consider, it may be material for him, may not be from HO point of view. I think everybody clear? 600 is done. 600 mein this one question is told LDR from examination point of view. This question can come in form, I do think now almost we have spent together, it's almost 6 hours order. मेरे ख्याल से initial 2-3 hours was only understanding, but last 3-4 hours now I understood. I do think you understood how the content is flowing on, how the content in between I am ensuring the question is covered. Make sure you are understanding the question also. Everybody clear? ठीक है, एक 10 minutes time out लेते हैं and then we'll start. 10 minutes time out ले लीजिए, चाय वाय ले लीजिए and then we'll start for the last session, last point for the day. Tomorrow morning we'll start again directly with content 9 o'clock. 2 days, tomorrow and day after tomorrow, and then third day we'll decide. Okay, if it is hardly 1 or 2 hour, then last 2 days will increase thoda sa number of hours, 1 hour odd. If it requires 4-5 hours, then I'll stretch for 6 days. Okay, so I already communicated the batch will be of may end on 4th or 5th. But if I require, tomorrow and day after tomorrow is main. If you handle the things very clearly, my English become very smooth. It's again because of that also ना, वैसा है. तो ठीक है, time out 10 minutes fresh हो जाओ, then चालू करते हैं. 4 लेक्चर होंगे रिकॉर्ड आज, ठीक है ना। इसमें से हार्ड डिस्क में कॉपी करना पड़ेगा। किया क्या तूने अभी तक? हाँ, शाम को कर लेना। नहीं, इधर लेक्चर है फिर वापस। अभी 1 घंटा ऑलमोस्ट है, ठीक है। मैं 5 पट्टी तो छोड़ता हूँ। Okay, Malik. So basically, coming back on with respect to the topic, we have already completed 300. We completed 600. 600 के बाद we are now going with 610. 610 is basically using the work of internal auditor. Now, question precisely when I am discussing about internal auditor, please understand there are 2-3 elements which we will discuss here. First element, internal auditor work. Can I use it or not? So before that, please do understand internal auditor. Now again, we are fixing RAM as an internal auditor. RAM is internal auditor of the organization. Now we need to be very clear whether internal auditor can be used or not. So to be very precise, before that, as a statutory auditor, I should be clear whether RAM status is proper or not. What does it mean? It means RAM, okay, who is an internal auditor, his internal audit function is competent enough, is objective enough, and does he have a proper and disciplined approach? 3 things. Okay, is he competent, is he objective, and whether he is having a systematic and disciplined approach. If these 3 things are there with RAM, I can use him as an internal auditor. If these 3 things are missing from RAM, I should not use him as an internal auditor. If I understand RAM's objectivity is compromised, I will not use internal auditor. RAM's competency is not there, I will not use him as an internal auditor. RAM is not having proper approach, I will not use him as an internal auditor. First thing. Second, if RAM's all 3 things are good, okay, I'll be using him as an internal auditor. So where I'll be using as a RAM as an internal auditor? Example, for performing TOC, test of controls. Test of control, instead of I am doing, okay, I'll be relying on RAM, what RAM I have done. Second, substantive procedure, okay, it can also be done by RAM. Whatever he has done, I will use that evidence. But make it sure it should not be judgment wala evidence. It should be without judgment wala kam. Okay, yani example, estimates, you will not use his work. For calculation of estimates, who will be doing the work? Amit Tatri will be doing the work. I cannot rely on RAM, okay, RAM's work to be used, because estimates, judgment can be different for me and RAM. Inventory, okay, 501, if you remember inventory, I need to check existence and condition on 31st March. Okay, observing them, whether they are doing work correctly or not, was done by RAM also. I can rely on that. Not valuation of inventory, but only observing. Not about inspection of inventory, only observing. This is exactly what they have discussed in 610. So 610, what they have explained, first they have explained whether I can use RAM or not. The first question was, to use the RAM, you require to answer 3 questions. What are the 3 questions? Objectivity, competency, and systematic and disciplined approach. Is RAM is having all 3 things? If answer is yes, I can use. If answer is no, okay, I cannot use. Acha, answer is no when I am saying, it means he is objective, but he is not competent enough. Can I use him? Okay, my question, before using the RAM, what should I check about the RAM? 3 things. I want correct, fair answer now. Objectivity, competency, approach. Approach should be systematic and disciplined. Okay, if 3 things. Now I am saying, okay, RAM is objective. RAM is having good approach, but is not competent. Is it okay? Can I use the RAM? No. Yani, when I can use the RAM, when this all 3 things and are good. If out of this 3, even if one thing is not complying, okay, I will not be using the RAM. Is that point clear? So to use the RAM, you are very clear. Okay, when should be used RAM? Now the second question comes, when I can use the RAM? So I told you, okay, there will be instances. TOC, I can use the RAM. Substantive procedure, I can use the RAM. Okay, so for compliance with laws and regulations, okay, whether client has complied with laws and regulation, he is also checked one, I can use the RAM. No problem at all. I can use the RAM. Okay, for inventory observation, I can use the RAM. No problem, Malik. Okay, now one more question. The RMM wale area. Okay, how many areas were there in RMM? Today morning, Out of 300 items, how many areas were there? RMM 40 and 260. In 40 item, you should not use RAM. Judgment wale item, you should not use RAM. Okay. Acha, competency and objectivity. How much is compromise? If suppose completely is not compromise, somewhat is compromise, somewhat competent, somewhat not competent. Okay, I can use the RAM, but in less. I will use less work of RAM. I will use less work of RAM. So my question, when I will be using less work of RAM? Oh my God, when I cannot use the RAM? Three things. When I cannot use the RAM? When I cannot use the work of RAM, he is not objective, he is not competent, he is not having approach. Everybody clear? Now I am asking, when I can use the RAM less, I will be using less RAM. Okay, he is having less competency, he is having less objectivity. Okay, when I cannot use no objectivity, when I can less use less objective, when I can completely use objective. Understood? So my question is, okay, aram se, everybody is creating a structure. First question, come back. When I will, aram se, first question, when I will be using RAM? Three things. When I will be not using RAM? Three things. For what purpose I will be using RAM? Five things. Test of control, substantive procedure, not judgment involved, inventory, compliance with laws and regulation, other procedure, something like that. Whatever he has done, I will use his evidence and I will proceed ahead. This is what I will be using RAM. Everybody clear? When I will be using less RAM, okay, four things. First, RMM, I will be using less RAM. Second, judgment, I will be using less RAM. Third, if his objectivity is compromise, less, okay, I will be using less RAM. If his competency is less, I will be using less RAM. So what are the situations when RAM will be used less? How many situations are RAM will be less? Four. RMM, judgment, objectivity, competency. When I cannot use RAM, no competency, no objectivity, no approach. Everybody clear? This is a first concept which has been discussed. First concept which is discussed by 610. First concept which is discussed by 610, using the work of internal auditor. Second, 610 also says you can use the internal auditor for direct assistance. You can also use internal auditor for direct assistance. Example, he will be now my employee. Actually, he is not my employee, but he will work as my employee. This is also an approach suitable, where I will tell management, I want to use the internal auditor for myself. Okay, for my work. Can I use him? See, understand, technically speaking. Okay, all team members, all these are team members of Ganesh. Okay. Internal auditor is internal team member only, na? Internal auditor is appointed by whom? Management. And it is an internal team member only, na? Think logically. Yes or no? Wise. Yes or no? Yes. Okay. So everybody is interacting with him and everybody may be comfortable with him. But once I enter into the environment, you may not be comfortable because I am a statutory auditor. So better option, I will tell Ram to bring evidence for me. Better option. Acha, external confirmation. What is the meaning of external confirmation? I will confirm from a debtor that whether 5 crore is pending or not. Okay. Yes or no? Okay. I will confirm from debtor whether 5 crore is pending or not. I am not getting the voice. Yes or no? Yaar. Kaan band hai isliye I know. But yes. Okay. So I want address or not? I want email ID or not? Who will give me email ID? Client, management. But to bring email ID will be a challenge. Ram, please get the email ID of this street address. Got the point? This is called direct assistance. Okay, now in direct assistance, first question. When RAM cannot be used as a direct assistance? When RAM cannot be used as a direct assistance? Think. When RAM cannot be used as direct assistance? He is compromised what? Objectivity. He is not objectivity. Second point, not competent. Two cases. Okay, acha, when internal audit cannot be used? When I cannot use internal auditor, three cases. What are three cases? Objectivity, competency, approach. Okay, in these three, the third was approach. Why approach I discussed here? Because he has done the work and I am using his work. In direct assistance, I am using only 2 points. What are 2 points? Objectivity and competency. I am not using approach. Why? Because I am not using his work. I am telling him the work. So approach is mine only, na? So when I ask you a question, when direct assistance should not be used? When direct assistance should not be used? When he is not competent, when he is not objective. My question, when you should not use his work? When he is not competent, when he is not objective. Everybody clear? Direct assistance nahi karega. Second, please understand. Now my question, he is competent, he is objective. Can I use as a direct assistance? He is competent, he is objective. Can I use as a direct assistance? Answer is yes. But there are 4 situations. For 4 situations, you cannot use direct assistance. Oh my God, confusing. First my question, when direct assistance should not be used? 2 points. Not competent? Now my question, is he competent? Yes. Is he objective? Yes. Now can I use as a direct assistance? But 4 situations you should not use as a direct assistance. First, RMM, risk of mental misstatement. Second, judgment. Third and fourth, nahi. Third and fourth, if he is less competent, why you are using? If he is less objective, why are you using? The third and fourth here does not same. The first, second is same. RMM, I will not give him direct assistance. Yani 40 items, I will not tell to bring anything. For judgmental matter, I will not tell him to bring anything. Everybody clear? Okay. Third, suppose internal auditor can be an employee of company also. So what if he is doing the calculation of payroll? He is a payroll head. Okay, I am telling Ram, okay, give the salary details. Can he modify? Salary. The work he is doing, okay, is conflicting responsibilities. Which responsibility? Conflicting. The work which he is doing, okay, I should not be telling him direct assistance. And fourth point, okay, is most important. The standard says, what we are discussing, standard on auditing says, the work should be done by Amit Ated. If the work is to be done by Amit Ated, I should not tell him to do that work. Acha, who will do confirmation? External confirmation, auditor, because it is evidence directly obtained by auditor. So I should not tell him to do confirmation, but I can tell him to bring the address of confirmation. Understood kya? 610 over. This is 610. But 610 have multiple concepts into it. Okay, and out of this multiple concept, make sure any question can come. Up to 3 points are there additionally. First point, what is his role? In organization, what is his scope? Internal auditor. Internal auditor take care of GRC, governance, risk and controls. In controls, he is taking care of financial controls, operating controls and compliance. So remember this thing, GRC, FOC. GRC, this will also help in chapter internal audit chapter. We have internal audit chapter where SIA full form, standards on internal audit. We have that in syllabus. The first point, GRC, FOC. GRC full form, governance, risk, compliance. FOC, financial, operating, my mistake. Governance, risk, control. In control, financial controls, operating controls and compliance. This is what an answer. So what is the scope of internal auditor? Scope of internal auditor, GRC. GRC में C में FOC. So first answer, okay. The objective, make sure इधर लिख के रख लो. 3.6 में टॉप में डाल दो. Scope of internal auditor, GRC, C में FOC. What is the full form of GRC? G, governance. R, risk. And C, controls. And FOC, financial, operating and compliance. Compliance with laws and regulation. Okay. First, scope of this standard. You can just directly connect now. Okay, Zaram say. First question, page 3.6 mein I am starting essay 610. Everybody essay 610? Okay. First, scope of essay. How many scope of essay are there? 2. What are the 2 scope of essay? Using the work of and using the internal auditor to provide. I do think both are clear now. The 2 things I have discussed with you. Second, the objective of external auditor where entity is having internal audit function. Okay, first point, to determine whether the work of internal audit function or direct assistance should be used, and to determine whether the work is adequate for the purpose of audit, appropriately direct supervise review. Sir, how the answer has been drafted, please understand. Anyway, there is no much requirement to be remembered this. Lekin just remember the objective. Objective of 610 says, objective of 610 says 3 points. 1, 2, 3. First objective say, first objective, this is first objective, this is first objective. It determines whether work of internal audit function or direct assistant. Whether I will be using his function or I will be telling him as a direct assistant. Second point, second, here, second. This is consider when I am using his function. If I am using his work, I need to ensure his work is adequate. And third is when I am doing a direct assistance. If I am using as a direct assistant, I should do DSR of his work. Understood क्या? 3 objective. So second and third कब आता है? When second comes? Okay, when I am using his work. And this will come when I am direct assistance. Bharat Mata ki jai. Everybody clear, Malik? Yes or no? Pakka? Okay, activities. Okay, objective and scope. Done. This also done, Malik? GRC. है ना? ये भी clear? Objective of internal audit? GRC. Okay, now these 2 questions, tell me what are the 2 questions? What are the 2 questions? We have discussed these 2 questions. These are 2 questions covering each other. First is what and second is what? When I can use internal audit function. Second is when I cannot use. Khadam. My first question, when I can use? When organization status is objective. Second, level of competency. And third point, systematic and disciplined approach in his work. When I cannot use? The organization status do not adequately support objectivity. Do not adequately support objectivity. Okay, lacks sufficient competence. Does not apply systematic and disciplined approach. Understood? Yeah. So, a question, this particular chart can come in how many questions format? 2. What are the 2 questions? First, when I can use his work? When I cannot use his work? Acha, mere ko read karo what is when I cannot use his work. First, do not adequate support objectivity. What is not supporting objectivity? Organization status. So I have summarizing version I have made like this. So organization status is not adequately supporting objectivity. What if it is less supporting? If it is supporting less supporting, then less use. Sir, ये less use किधर गया? Okay, go below. Okay, sir. Second point, page number 3.7, second point, नीचे का. Read this point. The external auditor shall make all significant judgments in audit engagement and prevent undue use of work of internal audit function. Shall plan to use less of the work. Okay, so when he can plan for the less of the work, first, okay, where judgment is involved. Now question, judgment is involved in 2 things. What are the 2 things? Planning and performing relevant procedures. Yani he will not be used in planning. He will not be used in performing. And second, okay, evaluating audit evidence gathered. Okay, evaluation. He will not be used in evaluation. So where he should not be, am I telling I should not use, I should less use? So where I should use less? Planning I should do I should determine my strategy. Okay, performing I should do my own, less use. Okay, while evaluating, less use. The second point, when I will be using less use, the higher RMM. Okay, third, when I should less use, less organization status supporting, the less internal audit functions organization status supporting objectivity. Everybody clear? And last point, lower the level of competence. My question, Ram is having low level of competence. Should not use or less use. Ram is not having any competence. Understood? 3 question. I do think mere khayal se everybody is clear now. 3 clear. Okay. Now, can I use the internal auditor? When I can use the internal auditor? My question is wapas very easy, re, not big challenge. It is not difficult, yaar. When I should use the internal auditor? 3 points. Don't give the answer, at least 3 points. 3 points you can tell. 3 points clear. So my question, if I am using internal auditor, what I can use of internal auditor? What? No. That direct assistance is different. I am using the work of internal audit here. I am using the work of internal audit. Who has done the work? Now I am using that work, and based on that work I will be deciding my approach. This is my discussion. My question, which work I can use? Okay, so the next answer. 5 points. The first point, okay, so I can use internal auditor. Test of, yani who has performed this TOC? Internal auditor. I am using the evidence, and based on that I am deciding whether I should take substantive procedure, how much. Nahi understood or not? Bhagwan jane, hopefully. Okay, work of internal audit function that can be used by external auditor includes, what are the things? First TOC, second SP involving limited judgment. Judgment nahi chahiye. Judgment raha to less use. We are clear. Third, observation of inventory count. I am clear. Observation of inventory count. Tracing transactions. Testing of compliance with regulatory requirement. Compliance with laws and regulations. And even some circumstances, audit or reviews of financial statement of subsidiaries. 600 ka point hai. But these, last wala to, you can, if you want, you delete this last one. You delete last one. Okay, remember this 5. TOC, remember TOC, SP, okay, inventory, tracing, and compliance. If I ask you, make it sure I am very clear. I am not telling, okay, in which area internal auditor will give direct assistance. I am asking you, okay, internal auditor ka work in which area I can use. So how many areas internal auditor work can be used? 5 areas. And here internal auditor can be used is ending. Okay, now before that, this is something ending. Either the clarity hai? Yes or no? ठीक है. Now please understand, this concept does not end here. One question which I have not discussed, but a procedure comes into picture. My question, what areas I can use? Acha, when I can use internal audit function? Direct assistance mein abhi tak aaya nahi hu. Direct assistance is a small part and that can be read easily. Right now I am again on internal audit function using. When I can use internal audit function? When I can use internal audit function? Okay, sir. When I can use internal auditor function? 3 points: competency, objectivity, competency, and approach. All 3 ticks as good. Now I want to use, okay, in which area I can use him? 5 points. TOC, SP. 5 points clear na? Okay, now understand. I want to use as TOC. How many items were there in balance sheet P&L? 300. TOC of what? Okay, 260. 40 I will not use. Okay, in 260 also. Okay, imagine you are using for all 260. Okay, purchase, sales, example. You need to identify, make it sure what I am telling you is very clear to you. You need to obtain the information for that TOC. Had he obtained sufficient and appropriate evidence? See, understand. Once done, I can use TOC. Understood. Confidence aa gaya. Purchase ka TOC. Confidence aa gaya. For purchase TOC, I will be using him for purchase. Lekin the question is whether he has done the correct work for purchase or not. He out of 100 transaction, he has checked only 1 transaction. And 1 transaction, oh, TOC is correct. He said here, TOC correct. TOC, all are doing side. Arey, I can't use his work. Yani, even if he is objective, even he is competent, even approach is super, but the work which he has done is not sufficient and appropriate for me. Understood or not understood? So, yani, now, whatever you discussed here, this point, whatever you discussed, this is only one time checking. Okay, now whatever I am telling you to do is checking for 260 times. If I am relying on internal auditor 260 for 260 items, I need to do this for 260 items. If 260 may, if he has obtained sufficient appropriate evidence, did the work properly or not? If this confidence is you got, you can rely on him. And that is the next point, how to use the internal audit function. That's it. First of all, internal audit function, okay, ye wala answer, page number 3.8. First point, discussion and coordination with internal audit function. Okay, sir, I'll be using you. I'll be using your work, sir. I found out you competent enough, objective enough. Okay, your approach is super. I'm using, but only for 260 items. Okay. Second, the external auditor shall read the report of internal audit function. Sir, give me your reports. Internal audit reports, I'll be using it. Okay. After that, sir, okay, I want to check it out whether you perform to determine adequacy, whether his work was adequate or not. क्या कर रहे हैं मैडम? पेज okay, don't worry about the pages. Okay, leave that part to me. Okay, so आपको tomorrow and day after tomorrow में आपको, I told you ना, tomorrow and day after tomorrow you will come to know how the things goes. The only thing is it's initial starting development. Set up with me only. Don't go, don't worry about future. Worry about present. Okay, how we will complete. Okay, leave that part to me, yaar. Tension mat lo. First, at least adapt to my model. That is what exactly I want on day one. If I spend initially 4 hours, if you look out, initial 4 hours of our lecture, we spend on only making you understand what is the standards. What are things? So what was the main objective? If it is a revision, I just need to close it out. I would have started with the chapter only. It's only make you understand the compatibility with me. And today, end of the lecture, you understood compatibility. Tomorrow morning, afresh, when you start, you will see the difference with the content. Because tomorrow your mental status will be adapted with me. Mental status adapted after sleeping. Okay, and making हाँ भाई. Today morning, it would be how we'll be starting, what will be the approach. Multiple elements are there. ठीक है भाई, 5-6 days में will be able to complete or not. Okay, moreover question whether concept will be there or only how the things will be there. So I think, okay, today's lecture will be answering you many questions about whatever the queries. Adapt yourself. Tomorrow morning, maa kasam, you will be in tod speed, man. So agla point, okay, give me an answer. Okay, how will I identify? This is a separate question. This is a separate question I'm telling you. This is a separate question altogether. Third, now I'm asking you, Amit Tathade is using a RAM for purchase and sales. And Amit Tathade want to understand whether the RAM has done adequate work for purchase and sales or not. How Amit Tathade will do that? So Amit Tathade need to check 3 things. Okay, Amit Tathade to obtain, okay, first, whether the RAM's work has been properly planned, performed and supervised and reviewed and documented. Whether RAM has obtained sufficient appropriate evidence. And most important, whether RAM's conclusion is appropriate or not. So what are the 3 things? 3 things, ekdam simple word mein to remember. Okay, whether plan was proper, whether evidence are proper, whether conclusion is proper. If RAM's plan, evidence, conclusion is proper, mere ko batao, confidence is there or not? I'm done. Okay, this is your point. And next point, how much you will use him. The nature and extent of external audit procedures shall be responsive to external auditor evaluation. Example, if I find RAM, okay, so it's been very, very clear, very good, I'll be using thoroughly to him. I'll be using maximum content. But I find RAM's work is not properly planned, properly conducted or concluded. I may not use him correctly, appropriately. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Yes or no, Malik? Perfect. And whether external auditor's conclusion regarding internal audit function and determination of nature extent of work is barobar or not. That's it. So how many questions are expected till here? Till here. After that, direct assistance comes into picture. Till here. First question. When I can use internal audit function? When I cannot use internal audit function? For what purpose I can use internal audit function? When I can use less internal audit function? If I am using internal audit function for specific area, okay, whether the work is adequate or not, to check that what I will be doing. I don't think all 5 concepts are clear. Next, direct assistance, you can close it out. First point, direct assistance. The auditor, the external auditor prohibited from obtaining direct assistance from internal auditor if, okay, if you understand there is a significant threat to objectivity or the internal auditor lacks sufficient competence to perform proposed work. Okay, जाने दो, तुमको तो बस ये ध्यान रखो. When I cannot use direct assistance, when I cannot use direct assistance, the external auditor cannot use direct assistance. The external auditor shall not use internal auditor to provide direct assistance if, read the content, if two things, there are significant threats to, or he is lacking competence. Acha, my question is, why it is not given systematic discipline approach? Because I am not using his work. Here while writing the answer, be skeptical. Here I am not using his work. I am telling him to do the work for me. So approach is mine. Therefore 2 points will be covered here. I don't think, hopefully everybody clear. So man. And or using internal auditor, okay. So nature and extent, okay. So look it out here. Okay, do one thing. Okay. ये delete कर दो. I am writing here. External auditor, if using direct assistance. Acha, my question, when direct assistance cannot be used? 2 points. 2 points. 2 points clear? External auditor, if using direct assistance, cannot use direct assistance for following. Understood? And this will be how many areas? 4. 4 areas. Pehla point is RMM. Second point is judgment. Third point is the work which is reported by internal auditor. The work which is reported by internal auditor himself. Example, he is working in payroll department, if you remember. If he is working in payroll department, okay, so you will not tell him to about the work of payroll, direct assistance mein. And last point, if you remember, okay, if standard suggest to do work by whom? To work by external auditor himself. That's it. One answer you should always remember. One answer you should always remember. Can I ask internal auditor to perform? Can I ask internal auditor to perform external confirmation? Can I ask internal auditor to perform external confirmation? No. But can I tell internal auditor to gather the information for performing external confirmation? Everybody clear? That's it. That's what exactly an answer should be focused on. That's your end with internal auditor. Okay, so 2 questions in examination. When direct assistance cannot be used? Pointers, 2 pointers. If direct assistance can be used, for what areas cannot be used? For exam mein remembered areas and when cannot be used. Question. Okay, the areas, कौन से areas के लिए use नहीं कर सकते? So work which reported by internal auditor. Work which reported by internal auditor. Work which is reported by internal auditor. Can I close this? Everybody? Okay. Well, a point. RMM, second judgment. Third, work which is reported by internal auditor. Yani internal auditor is reporting to TCWG management for that work. And fourth is standard suggests to do work by external auditor. Standard is suggesting the work should be done by external auditor. I hope clear. This is clear. ठीक है. Okay. So this ends with your 610, 620 spending, 540 spending, which I'll be doing tomorrow. Right now I'm completing small portion, that is 520. 520 last page of this chapter. Come to the last page of this chapter. 620, 540, very important. Last page is 3.17. 3.17, 3.17. Okay, 4.5.5. Analytical procedure prior to the audit or towards finalization. Okay, what is an analytical procedure? You are already aware. Analytical procedure is basically one procedure which is performed by auditor. It's like trend. To be very clear right now, just make it sure you are clearly understanding. When I am doing analytical procedure, I will be doing analytical procedure 3 times. One is I am doing analytical procedure, which is not written here. I am making you understand black wala portion. Black, not in syllabus. पर लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है. This one, this is only to listen carefully. Okay. When I am doing analytical procedure, at 3 times. The analytical procedure is done during the planning stage, during the testing stage, and during the completion stage. Listen carefully. When I am doing the analytical procedure, planning, testing, and completion. Sir, what is the meaning of planning stage? I do think today we have started with planning 300. On first page of this chapter, do you remember what are the factors to be considered for planning? Factors to be considered for planning. 5 factors for planning. Okay, if you remember RAP, but RAP में 2 point were there. Analytical procedures. So first point, analytical procedure is done during planning or not? Answer is yes. Okay, we have discussed that one. First page, you can check it out. Factors to be considered during planning. Risk assessment procedure part का है analytical procedure. तो planning stage. तो planning stage मतलब when you do analytical procedure during risk assessment procedure. Second, testing phase. Testing मतलब during audit. Example, you take an example of rent. Okay, rent calculation कर रहे हो, आप rent check कर रहे हो. You take a rent का data from past 3 years. My rent paid is 1 lakh. My rent paid is 1,50,000. My rent paid is 2 lakh. Now current year rent will be how much according to you? Okay, 2 lakhs. If this is the pattern, how madam 2 lakhs come to into picture? What? I know you are exhausted, but this was the approach of the batch, na madam. Okay, so I know your whole body is exhausted, but you need to understand if I didn't score also well, okay, doesn't matter because I am already having a 10 degree against me. Second, I have earned a lot to settle my life. Third, I am married, I am having 2 kids. Fourth, my one kid is almost 13 years and 14 years, and the second kid is 4 years. Okay, fifth, I have my brother who has, I recently 1 month back, okay, he got a twins. Yani I am having every kind of child with me right now. Who is a teenager, who is a mid one, and who is recently born. So I can enjoy my life very well. If I don't do anything also, doesn't matter. Okay, yani if I forgot one standard ka 1 point, it will not hamper me. But if, okay, you exhausted, it will hamper you attempt, it may hamper with a motivation, it will hamper with many things. And I am not discussing from people are saying, people ghanta farak nahi padta. Do not let even anybody telling you, Arey, kya, what you are, doesn't matter only. I am discussing from the point, what about ourselves? We are doing the same thing from last how many years? So, I don't get exhausted, boss. If it is there are 2 things. If I would be a person where I would have only come here, teach, okay, and go out, the things would be different. But I'm not like that person. I want that involvement and other things. That's part and parcel of point. Don't get exhausted. Okay, and I don't think it's not a surprise that batch timing is so long. In 5 days, okay, if you want to cover everything, the batch timing will be like this only, right? तो भाई एग्जॉस्ट मत हो, अच्छे से रहो. मेरे को बताओ, okay, if I tell you this is a rent, okay, what expectation is there in current rent? अच्छा, this all 3 rents, if you are asking me, this rent was of 2021, this was of 22, 23, all 3 years rent I told you. So 24, what do you think, what is the expectancy of rent? 2.5 lakh exactly? No. Precisely is very difficult, but technically you may say it can be around 2.5 to 2.75. Everybody clear? Okay, now this is what you do in testing phase. In testing phase, you create an expectations. 2.5 to 2.75 expectation. After creating an expectation, you come to me and ask, Amit Tadir, what is an actual rent? If I say, by my actual rent is 2.6, you say, okay, analytical procedure is giving a confidence, giving evidence. Okay, giving evidence. But you think, okay, I say my rent is 3.5 now. Now you investigate. Investigate can happen with inquiry, test of detail and other element. It's your choice. This is done in testing. Everybody clear? Understood? Testing में क्या करते हैं? Testing में you create an expectation. You create an expectation and compare with actual. Create an expectation, compare with actual. If you find difference, that is a material, you investigate. Okay, what is meaning of investigate? You inquire with Amit Tated and you perform other procedures. Okay, that is the investigating point. Okay, I do think everybody clear till here? Yes or no, my friends? I came with very high hopes, man. Shit. Actually, my hopes would be very high. ऐसा होता है. Okay, I do think this point is clear. This is done in testing phase. What is done in planning phase? Planning phase was RAP phase, which is not there in right now syllabus because that is part of planning. In RAP, we compare, okay, we create expectation, but we don't compare with actual. Okay, we just identify unusual and we create that 260 and 40 wala item. If unusual relationship is identified, we put in 40. If unusual is not there, we put in 260. This is in planning. We don't investigate. In testing, we investigate. But question comes in completion. On 31st March, what we do? 31st March, maybe आपको analytical procedure करना चाहिए. You should do analytical procedure on 31st March also. The question comes, why sir? Because at completion, you will come to know what you thought about the entity's understanding. Okay, is it the same understanding? Okay, what actual figures are coming? Let me give best example. Okay, do we pay the advance tax? Okay, we pay advance tax in month of August. We pay advance tax in month of December. Okay, on what basis we pay advance tax? Estimated income. Okay, don't you think in coming in March, the estimated and actual may differ, variance aa sakta hai? So there would be a problem with understanding if the difference is very vast. So in year end, if the difference is vast, your understanding about entity may be different what actually is required. And therefore, you perform analytical procedure on which stage? Completion. Not only in testing phase, also in. Sir, what does it mean? Exactly what does it mean? It means I understood. Example, when I am checking for Ganesh एक employee ले लिए, एक employee लेते हैं, Ganesh के पास एक employee है. Okay, Ganesh employee. Okay, madam आप Manjari madam एक employee is there, Manjari madam. So Manjari madam is now employee. Manjari madam is taking care of 28 items. How many items? 28. In 28 item, in one of the item of Manjari, okay, I was doing analytical procedure and my understanding over a year, complete year, was something X. But when year end, it was Y. Now please understand, this X and Y, it is not about investigation. Investigation I would have done in testing phase only. But now my understanding about Manjari will change. Because now only in one item, this unusual is not an issue. If 27 items, I am not getting any unusual thing, it means I have missed out something. This is what I need to understand when I am doing completion phase. In completion phase, my understanding about entity. Yani, suppose in 28 items which Manjari is taking care, in 27 I did sampling. 28 I identified very unusual fluctuation. I identified there may be a fraud risk factor. Boss, my audit which I have done on 27 point, okay, it's not clear my understanding. My understanding was this entity would be something boss, structured, controlled, everything. Like in boss, one item which Manjari is taking care, it's creating a doubt over me. And because of this, 27 items I need to do thoroughly checking. 27 items, again I will go with 100% calculation, not sampling. This is completion phase analytical procedure. So analytical procedure is performed at 3 phases. What are the 3 phases? Planning. To have RMM. Second, I do for testing. Testing is basically our main work. Okay, main work of analytical procedure. And third, completion. Why we do completion? To understanding. To update my understanding was correct or not. Okay, so first read this one. Second wala point. Read this. Assist the auditor when forming an overall conclusion whether financial statements are consistent with. I do think samjha Malik. Understood. Arthamaindia. The understanding ke liye. So what does it mean? Okay, so imagine, I don't know what is your level of competence of how much you are aware about audit. But what I am creating now is basically what I am expecting from you in next 2-3 days. Okay, and why in next 2-3 days? Because standard will be only 2-3 days. After that, a code of ethics and small chapter will be there. So next 2-3 days, standard may you link with yourself in like this. Okay, so analytical procedure, if you are doing at year end, what is the main objective? Manjari ka understanding I changed. So what understanding I created? Earlier I was thinking Manjari is very ethical person. Now I understood Manjari may integrity issue may arise, because of which now it recall me to check how many items? 27, which I relied on her. Okay, this is second point. First point, while designing and performing SAP 520, this is a direct answer. This is testing phase SAP. So what are the factors should be considered while performing substantive analytical procedure? Please listen carefully. Okay, I don't know how many of you are able to recall or click this point. Okay, if I say substantive analytical procedure, it is which stage? Acha, how many stages are there? 3. Planning, testing, conclusion. If I am saying substantive analytical procedure, testing phase. So this is the testing phase analytical procedure. In testing phase, acha, in conclusion phase analytical procedure is about understanding. Planning phase understanding is basically RMM. So, sir, here what we need to check? First, determine the suitability of particular substantive analytical procedure. Sir, what is the meaning of suitability? Are you want to go with a trend analysis or you need to go with ratio? Acha, tell me, you have a sales and data ka ratio. You will go with a trend for sales and data or ratio analysis? Ratio. Last 5 years ka ratio check karoge or trend check karoge? Sales and data. Whether you will check ratio or you will check trend, which will be more reliable, which is more suitable? Ratio. But trend. This is suitability. Suitability understood? Suitability. Second, okay, evaluate the reliability. Evaluate the reliability of data from which auditor expectation of recorded amounts and ratios are developed. Okay, if I am creating an expectation, for rent, how much expectation was created by you? 2.5, 2.75. On what basis you created expectation? Pass this information, na? Okay, what about if this data is not reliable? This data should be reliable or non-reliable? Second point, it says ensure the data is reliable. Example, this data, okay, if the sources is independent sources, you can rely on them clearly. Example, past 3 years P&L was unaudited. Can you rely on that? Okay, but past 3 years is audited. Can you rely on that? That's it. Third point, develop an expectation. Now create an expectation, which we have discussed, which should be sufficiently precise. I'm not telling precise, sufficiently precise. Sufficiently precise matlab range. Acha, what range I have given to you? 2.5 to 2.75. I have not given 2.5 to 10 lakhs. Range should not be like this. In 10th, how much marks I will be getting? Today morning example, I gave the example 10th May, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. I will be getting 50%, 60%, 50%, 60%. So 10th May, how much I am getting? 55 to 65. It should not be 35 to 95. Okay, understood. Understood? Okay, so yeah. And last point, determine if there is any difference in recorded amount. If there is a difference, okay, then you can go with further investigation. If no difference, do not go with further investigation. And further investigation means you inquire with me and other procedure perform karo. That's your last point. This is 520. And 520 I explained what is out of the syllabus also. But technically I told you how it is linked with everything. So planning, help me out, 520 mein 3 phases are there. Planning is covered on first page. Okay, planning first page, understood na? Planning mein. Second point, okay, testing, suitability wala point. Suitability, reliability, expectation. And last point, conclusion. And I do think conclusion concept is clear na? Baki chodo, leave apart. Okay, conclusion is clear or not, tell me. Conclusion, why we perform analytical procedure in conclusion? Huh? To understand entity and its environment and financial treatment, I can compare. My understanding is correct or not. Is that point clear, Malik? Tomorrow morning, we'll start at 9 o'clock. Okay, tomorrow I'll be closing with this chapter, then I'll be starting with chapter 1. Okay, then I'll be starting with chapter 2 and 3. Tomorrow some chapter pe will halt. Then day after tomorrow, 3, 4, 5, okay, 6, 5, 4, 3 to ho gaya. 4, 5, 6, 7 and so on. This is our approach. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow and third day. Coming third day ka half day or depending on what I told you. Okay, standards will be getting over. Then one lecture will be approximately for code of ethics. Okay, and one day will require for all other small chapters, out of which bank and NBFC I'll be covering only, I will be giving you only few points. Bank and NBFC, you just I'll suggest you to read that all Panchar portion is there to check internal control system and other element. So there will be, I'll be highlighting important point. Baki all other 5 chapters, 6 chapters, I'll be covering it out very clearly. This is our agenda with respect to this point. Okay. Baki any other element, do let me know. Whatever problem, agar kuch, I do think any other, comfortable with the Communication is, I'm trying my level best. Sometimes I become slow because that time Hindi word is coming, but my brain is recalling some English word for that. So I automatically come to an halt. And brain thinks, oh, which word? Oh, wow, that word. And that's come to point. Nevertheless, okay, I hopefully today was a value addition day. Hopefully you had some value added activity. Okay, so tomorrow and day after tomorrow you will definitely have a good point and good time. Okay, so see you tomorrow, Malik. Take care. Hasta la vista. Complete lecture is not on YouTube. Marathon will come. Marathon will be in month of March, Malik. That will be of 6-7 hours. This is exam oriented batch. तो मैं वो ऑनलाइन के लिए बोल रहा था और कुछ नहीं.